We are also taking every action we can to prevent the Iraqi regime from using its hidden weapons of mass destruction. We are attacking the command structure that could order the use of those weapons. Coalition troops have taken control of hundreds of square miles of territory to prevent the launch of missiles and chemical or biological weapons. Every victory in this campaign and every sacrifice serves the purpose of defending innocent lives in America and across the world from the weapons of terror. We will not wait to meet this danger with firefighters and police and doctors on the streets of our own cities. Instead, we are meeting the danger today with our Army, Navy, Air Force, Coast Guard, and Marines. All the nations in our coalition are contributing to our steady progress. British ground forces have seized strategic towns and ports. The Royal Air Force is striking targets throughout Iraq. Royal Navy is taking command of coastal waters. The Australian military is providing naval gunfire support and special forces and fighter aircraft on missions deep in Iraq. Polish military forces have secured an Iraqi oil platform in the Persian Gulf. A Danish submarine is monitoring Iraqi intelligence and providing early warning. Czech, Slovak, Polish, and Romanian forces, soon to be joined by Ukrainian and Bulgarian forces, are forward deployed in the region, prepared to respond in the event of an attack of weapons of mass destruction anywhere in the region. Spain is providing important logistical and humanitarian support. Coalition forces are skilled and courageous, and we are honored to have them by our side. In the early stages of this war, the world is getting a clear view of the Iraqi regime and the evil at its heart. In the ranks of that regime are men whose idea of courage is to brutalize unarmed prisoners. They wage attacks while posing as civilians. They use real civilians as human shields. They pretend to surrender, then fire upon those who show them mercy. This band of war criminals has been put on notice. The day of Iraq's liberation will also be a day of justice. And in the early stages of this war, we have also seen the honor of the American military and our coalition. Protecting innocent civilians is a central commitment of our war plan. Our enemy in this war is the Iraqi regime, not the people who have suffered under it. As we bring justice to a dictator, today we started bringing humanitarian aid in large amounts to an oppressed land. We are treating Iraqi prisoners of war according to the highest standards of law and decency. Coalition doctors are working to save the lives of the wounded, including Iraqi soldiers. One of our servicemen said this about the injured Iraqis he treated: "We can't blame them for the mistreatment that their government is doing to our soldiers." I'm all for treating them. That's what we do. That's our job. Our entire coalition has a job to do. And it will not end with the liberation of Iraq. We will help the Iraqi people to find the benefits and assume the duties of self-government. The form of those institutions will arise from Iraq's own culture and its own choices. Yet this much is certain: the 24 million people of Iraq have lived too long under a violent criminal gang calling itself a government. Iraqis are good and gifted people. They deserve better than a life spent bowing before a dictator. The people of Iraq deserve to stand on their feet as free men and women, the citizens of a free country. This goal of a free and peaceful Iraq unites our coalition. And this goal comes from the deepest convictions of America. The freedom you defend is the right of every person and the future of every nation. The liberty we prize is not America's gift to the world. It is God's gift to humanity. The Army Special Forces define their mission in a motto: to liberate the oppressed. Generations of men and women in uniform have served and sacrificed in this cause. Now the call of history has come once again to all in our military and to all in our coalition. We're answering that call. We have no ambition in Iraq except the liberation of its people. We ask no reward except a durable peace. And we will accept no outcome short of complete and final success. The path we are taking is not easy, and it may be long. Yet we know our destination. We will stay on the path, mile by mile, all the way to Baghdad and all the way to victory. Thank you all. And may God bless America.
A very enthusiastic welcome for the U.S. President George W. Bush at U.S. Central Command headquarters in Tampa, Florida. Bush trying to boost the morale and spirits of the troops, saying that they're making good progress, however, warning also that there's a long path ahead. He cannot say how long this war will last, but one thing is certain, victory, and they will not stop until there's an outcome that is complete success. He said that the United States has no other ambition in Iraq than to liberate the Iraqi people, is asking for no rewards. The only reward it's asking for is durable peace. He also had tough words for Saddam Hussein and his government, saying that Iraqis have lived too long, in Bush's words, under a violent criminal gang, calling themselves a government in Bush's words. And he said that Iraqis deserve to stand on their feet as citizens of a free country. Also saying that the U.S. troops are now, and the coalition troops are facing, as they approach Baghdad, the most desperate elements, in Bush's words, of a doomed regime. He cannot predict the duration of this conflict. However, he can...
a better government that would live peacefully with the neighbors and would not waste the resources of Iraq spending on WMDs and oppressing people under a regime like that of Saddam Hussein. So in summary, is the United States not going to respond to any call to ceasefire? We see no indications that there are calls coming like that coming from the from the United Nations. We will see what they will say, but so far we have chosen our course very carefully, and we tried our best to avoid and avert this war, and we wanted him to comply with the relevant resolutions, and we said that there will be very drastic consequences. And until now, as of now, we are proceeding until we get to its conclusion at the most suitable time. This ceasefire, this truce would serve nothing but to give time to him, and will give him the indication and the signal that he could avoid and disregard resolutions. We want to finish this war, and we want to regain stability in Iraq and give humanitarian aid to the people. Any truce or any ceasefire will only result in it will not let us to allow us to liberate Iraq. Mr. Minister, the areas that the U.S. Troops say that they control, like al-Qasr and others, suffer from a political vacuum that may hinder the normal life for Iraqis. What are you planning to fill that vacuum? We do understand that there will be a period of chaos, and that's why we have units that are coming after or behind our troops to spread peace and put a civil authority. But as you noticed in al-Qasr, and increasingly after securing the other areas, we are trying to repair water and bring humanitarian aid and to spread stability. And let people understand that we're not representing any danger. We're here to help them and to remove oppression and to give them a better life, and we're not stripping their liberty. We know that there's some contacts with other counterparts in the Arab world. Is there anything that you agreed on with the Arab counterparts? I stay in close contacts with all the counterparts in the Arab world, and I reported to them our strategy in waging this war to be more effective, and that we're doing our best to minimize the losses, and we have done so very well, despite some incidents that may have happened. And I also try to clarify our position that we are following very closely the meetings of the foreign ministers of the Arab world, and also the statement that they issued, and we also and they know that they know that we are committed to finish this war very, very soon, and they know that any ceasefire may that we don't want that, because it may give him a signal that he can avoid and bypass legitimacy and justice. Thank you, Mr. Powell.
All right, there we were listening, Al Jazeera interviewing U.S. Secretary of State Colin Powell, and he was saying that the contacts continue, but right now he doesn't see any reason or any purpose for the U.S. to halt the current operation. He says that there isn't even such a call coming from the United Nations, but there soon could be. Now, coalition forces, well, we understand. Let's go to Moscow now. Igor Ivanov, the Russian foreign minister, may have some involvement at the United Nations, to be sure, in what is a growing call for some kind of diplomatic intervention here. CNN's Jill Doherty is there. Jill?
Yes, Jim, we do have Mr. Ivanov, the Russian foreign minister, with us. Thank you very much for taking the time at this busy period to be with us. Could you tell us, picking up from what Jim Clancy was saying, what are the next steps that Russia is going to be taking at the United Nations concerning Iraq?
Russia has always been standing for and continues to stand for political settlement, and therefore now, from our viewpoint, the most important thing is to stop military activities, because they result in victims of humanitarian population, and return to the UN Security Council the process of political settlement. We believe that there are possibilities for that, and the sooner this problem returns back to the UN Security Council, the sooner we will be able to jointly, I repeat, jointly start the settling of this problem. Now we are holding active consultations with all members of the UN Security Council. We are having consultations with the Secretary General of the UN, and a lot will depend on the decision taken in Washington and London. From our viewpoint, there are possibilities, I repeat once again, for political settlement, and it is important for us to join our efforts so that we are united once again for the sake of the settlement of the Iraqi problem.
Right now, there's a very actually emotional fight going on between the United States and Russia over the allegations by the United States that certain Russian companies sold sensitive military equipment to Iraq. And we know it includes night goggles, anti-tank missiles, GSM, GPS jammers, etc. The United States says that it has concrete, specific intelligence information that happened, and that they have handed that over to Russia. Can you confirm, have you gotten that information? Have you had a chance to look at it? What do you think of it? And will Russia be looking more specifically into these charges, as President Putin told Mr. Bush?
Well, first of all, I would like to say that there is no allegations, because we are having normal dialogue going on between partners. I would like to emphasize that relationships with the U.S. are viewed by Russia as those of a partnership nature, and this is the strategic choice. And naturally, partners do not always have a common viewpoint on all matters, but they have to be guided by common strategic goals. And therefore, there could be some contradictions or differences, but partners should have an opportunity to openly, frankly tell each other about that and exchange information. Yes, the U.S. expressed its concern. The State Department has repeatedly expressed its concerns since October, and we have been studying those very carefully, and President Putin told President Bush about that. But I repeat, as of now, yet we do not have any grounds confirming the concerns of Washington on the point that in violation of the sanctions, some equipment was supplied to Iraq. But I repeat once again, if we find some facts about that, and then we will apply certain measures of criminal prosecution against those who violated this.
You have recently been speaking a lot about Russia's economic interests in a post-war Iraq. Are you concerned that the United States or the coalition will try to freeze out Russia after the war? economically?
Well, it seems to me that now it is not the right time to speak about this or that economic interest, because the war is still going on, people are dying, and huge devastation is taking place. We should, in the first place, jointly stop the war. We should jointly prevent a humanitarian catastrophe, disaster there. We should jointly consider how the region of the Persian Gulf in the Middle East turn into a peaceful one, and we should work here as partners.
And just getting back to the relationship one more time, today, in fact, you said that you agreed with people in Parliament who want to put off ratifying or discussing the ratification of the Treaty of Moscow, that nuclear agreement between the U.S. and Russia. Isn't that a bad sign? Are we headed for more trouble?
Well, we believe that this treaty, the Treaty on the Reduction of Strategic Offensives, meets the interests of Russia and the United States, and it should be ratified. We welcome the ratification of this document by the Senate.
Thank you.
And I'm very sure it would be ratified in Russia too.
Appreciate it. And we are going to go back to Jim Clancy right now.
All right, an interesting perspective there coming from Moscow, and Foreign Minister Igor Ivanov joining our own Jill Doherty there to discuss the current crisis, what Russia's plans, what Russia's concerns are right now. Obviously, the focus on the humanitarian side, the focus on the civilian casualties. Let's cross over now to the White House in Washington, where we find Suzanne Malveaux. Suzanne.
Hi, Jim. We're actually in Tampa, Florida at MacDill Air Force Base. This is the home of U.S. Central Command. This is also the home of U.S. Special Forces, as well as Allied forces, soldiers who have been involved in combat duty in Afghanistan as well as Iraq. President Bush just addressed a crowd to a thunderous applause, as you can imagine. The administration coming up under some criticisms and some questions over the last week. Did they adequately prepare the American people? Did they realize it was going to be this difficult? Were they too slow in getting humanitarian aid to the Iraqi people? Well, President Bush aiming at addressing some of those issues, saying we are ahead of schedule. The war is far from over. There will be a day of reckoning for the Iraqi regime, and it's drawing near.
Every nation in our coalition understands the terrible threat we face from weapons of mass destruction. Every nation represented here refuses to live in a future of fear at the mercy of terrorists and tyrants. And every nation here today shares the same resolve. We will be relentless in our pursuit of victory.
President Bush here really to boost the morale of the troops, to thank them for their service. Later today, he's going to be receiving some classified intelligence briefings. He'll also have lunch with the troops. And then later, he'll be traveling to Camp David. That's where he's going to be hosting British Prime Minister Tony Blair for a one-day intense summit on where to go next with Iraq. They're going to focus on a number of critical issues. One of them, of course, the role of the UN in a post-Saddam Iraq. Another issue is the role of Iraqi oil in providing humanitarian aid. And, of course, how to, I guess, bridge that gap with European allies, that rift that was formed between differences of opinion over the UN resolution as well as the war with Iraq. And finally, that roadmap to Middle East peace. Jim?
Suzanne, good to see you there in the sunshine of Florida. But let me change subjects a little bit, and I want to find out whether the White House is concerned at all. A multi-million-dollar contract in Iraq going to Halliburton, a company that was formerly closely associated with Vice President Dick Cheney, someone who advocated, who pushed for the conflict in Iraq. Any concern at the White House over what some people might see as obvious signs of conflict of interest there, despite his divestment from his, his holdings in the company? Suddenly, the company is involved in multi-million-dollar contracts in Iraq. Who awarded the contracts?
Well, Jim, this is an issue that's actually kind of come up over the last couple of weeks or so in the briefings. Every once in a while, they'll ask about this as it has developed. The administration has said that, of course, that all of the in terms of the procedures, how that has been done in the contracting, really not up to the administration. They did not have a hand in that. That's all they're really commenting about that, but it'll be very interesting to see how that develops.
All right, Suzanne Malveaux reporting there from MacDill Air Force Base, traveling with the president. Well, coalition forces say once Basra is under their control, humanitarian aid can begin to flow into the city. The Red Cross says the water treatment plant in Basra has now been repaired. Chief international correspondent Christiane Amanpour filed this report from southern Iraq just a short while ago.
We are again with the British divisional headquarters now on the road to Basra, and they are very concerned about the humanitarian situation. Mostly around Basra area, there's a big problem with water, and also in the Qasr port area. To that end, they have already started delivering low-level amounts of aid. That amounts to packages of food, but mostly perhaps bottled water and even big tankers of water. And in fact, yesterday in Qasr, and again today in various villages near the Kuwaiti border, they have been on foot with loud hailers, calling the people out, telling them not to be afraid, and that they're here with water and supplies. And when those water trucks did come out, there was quite a scrum to go and get the water they can. And as we came in today, we saw lots of people on the side of the road giving us the universal
strikes in the southern environs of Baghdad. Now, further to the south is where the Republican Guard is dug in. It's unclear what the targets may be. We're going to continue to follow that story. The public mood is very hard to establish right now in Baghdad. While most people may not necessarily be supportive of President Saddam Hussein's regime, public anger at the rising number of civilian casualties caused by the coalition bomb. CNN. Iraq says it's assessing the damage at a popular market in Baghdad, while the U.S. Central Command says the incident is under careful investigation. Coalition jets target a ridge outside of Chamchamal, destroying an Iraqi command and control bunker. As air raid warnings ring, and I'm sure you can hear them, Iraq says it's assessing the damage at a popular market in Baghdad. Thanks for joining us. I'm Jim Clancy. We've got another air raid alert here in northern Kuwait. An alert, we've had many of them over the past week. Thus far, there has not been any significant problem caused by missiles fired from Iraq into Kuwait. Instead, what we have seen is a high success rate by U.S. Patriot missiles in shooting them down. Let's get to some of the latest developments, though, that we're following right now. There have been reports of a new round of explosions on the outskirts of southern Baghdad. Now, these explosions taking place in an area where the Republican Guard or other defensive Iraqi forces have been put in place around the capital city. Just about an hour ago, U.S. President George W. Bush addressed the U.S. Central Command at a base in Florida, and he brought up the fact that that Republican Guard would be under attack.
In Iraq today, our military is focused and unwavering. We have an effective plan of battle and the flexibility to meet every challenge. Nothing will divert us from our clear mission. We will press on through every hardship. We will overcome every danger, and we will prevail.
The military campaign being watched carefully at the United Nations after Iraqi officials reported civilian casualties in the U.S.-led airstrikes. Iraqi officials say U.S. munitions killed at least 15 civilians at a market in Baghdad. UN Secretary General Kofi Annan reacted to those latest reports.
I must say I'm getting increasingly concerned by humanitarian casualties in this conflict. I've just heard the reports that a missile struck a market in Baghdad, and I would want to remind all belligerents that they should respect international humanitarian law and take all necessary steps to protect civilians. Besides, they are responsible for the welfare of the civilian population in the area.
But at the daily U.S. Central Command briefing in Qatar, Brigadier General Vincent Brooks suggesting that it may not have been coalition forces who were responsible.
I don't accept the premise of the question, which says that the civilians have been killed by coalition bombs. I just don't accept that. What we've seen over the last several days is Iraqi citizens being marched out in front of irregular formations while they are firing. Iraqi civilians are being killed on the battlefield by Iraqis. I can't make that point more strongly than I've just done it.
British forces say they've secured the port of Qasr. 7 trucks hauling an estimated 12 tons of water, medical supplies, and food pulled into the city. Iraq's information minister disputed that. He says the coalition is trapped in Qasr. It only controls a single dock. In Iraq's second largest city, Basra, late reports of fighting between British Army units and Iraqi forces. There are also reports that some Iraqi soldiers are surrendering. Earlier, British forces said resentment among the population had led to what was an apparent popular uprising. And CNN's Lisa Rose Weaver reports that there has been an ambush on coalition forces along a western front. More from her now on that. All right, let's go over for an assessment of the military situation. We are getting some reports that there was a major assault on troops in an effort by irregular Iraqi forces to regain control of important bridges over the Euphrates River at An-Najaf. Tell us a little bit about that, if you can, and give us a look at the overall, the big picture in the military.
You bet, Jim. On the big picture first, 2 quick points. Qasr, of course, vital. Sniper fire in the city, but ships coming in, critically important for the humanitarian mission there. Second, in the north, can't overstate the importance of the stability operation.
Downtime, a convoy that maybe is getting reordered or redirected stops for a while. Everybody tries to get some shut-eye. Some will stay up to monitor the radios and obviously monitor force protection. The rest try to get their head down. No one is getting a long night's sleep ever since the war began, and that is likely the way it's going to continue until it comes to an end, one way or another. But they're used to this, they say. They've trained for this. It's just those of us who are following along, perhaps, are having to adjust our own schedules. Tonight, we hope for a full night's sleep. We'll see.
Martin, you might think about a shower, too, while you're at it. Thanks a lot for being with us. Stay safe.
I think that's a long way off.
I think so, too. Martin Savage, one of our embedded correspondents, bringing you a look at what's going on the front lines like we've never seen it before, part of our coverage that we're trying to bring you here on CNN. Well, Iraqi Information Minister Mohammed Saeed al-Sahaf has laid down some serious accusations against coalition forces. He says they have been attacking and bombarding residential areas and killing civilians indiscriminately. He says 15 people were killed, 30 others wounded when a U.S. bomb slammed into a crowded market in a residential area in Baghdad Wednesday.
Cavalry are now reporting they have intelligence information that a major column of Iraqi elite troops are moving south from Baghdad in the general direction of An-Najaf. There are said to be 1,000 vehicles in that convoy. Because of the dust storms, it's difficult to get an exact fix on the types of armored vehicles which are moving southward out of Baghdad. But a while ago, they were at Al-Hilya, and that is very close to the 7th Cavalry's position. There was a bit of a scramble at the 7th Cavalry Tactical Operations Post. However, in the meantime, the Army has managed to bring up substantial reinforcements, although the cavalry was a little thin earlier in the afternoon when this information was first gleaned. Still, it is a situation to be concerned about. Airstrikes were called in a short while ago. It is not known at this point whether the Iraqis would attack the U.S. units here in a sandstorm and at night, but that's a possibility, and everyone is sitting on a very tight hair trigger where we are. Wolf?
Walter, 1,000 vehicles, 1,000 Iraqi vehicles. I assume you're referring to tanks, armored personnel carriers, the old line Soviet equipment they used to buy. How seriously do U.S. military commanders take this threat?
I think this is serious because in some respects those vehicles were pretty good, the old Soviet vehicles. We can't tell the precise configuration of the vehicles because of the sandstorm which is blowing, which has reduced visibility to 75 meters. So we're talking about basically overhead air surveillance peering down through the sand at the column. But it is a very substantial column, and it moved very rapidly when it first came out of Baghdad, anywhere between 30 and 60 kilometers an hour. That's quite fast. They were headed due south from Baghdad in the almost on a straight course, collision course with the 7th Cavalry and the 3rd Infantry Division. As for the quality of those troops, we're told they are Republican Guard units. That's some of the best Saddam has, and indeed it is a serious threat to the area we're in. We believe that we will probably come under attack sometime this evening. Wolf?
Well, what about the possibility in that sandstorm of getting air support, calling in Apache or Cobra helicopters or A-10 warplanes?
Forget the helicopters, Wolf. They haven't been flying for the past 2 days, and with the weather forecast, this sandstorm, the helicopters are not going to be flying another 2 days. The type of air support that has been available so far, there was a B-1 bomber that dropped an appreciable load of the high-precision, high-accuracy bombs over in the direction of An-Najaf last night. And we did hear bombs falling out in the distance, not too far out in front of us this evening. Again, we couldn't tell the delivery system whether it was an F-16 or an A-10, but because of the weather, there is very limited air support available, or at least at first we're told that has loosened up now, and there are planes in the air available if the Iraqis decide to mass and come forward this evening. They have been very audacious, Wolf. They have been hitting behind us all night, striking Charlie Company, that is Crazy Horse Troop of the U.S. Army 7th Cavalry. They've taken quite a pounding, but they have put up a stiff resistance. What the Iraqis have been trying to do is swing around behind Apache, which is the unit I'm with, and try to come in behind us. Charlie Company and Bone Crusher have done rather manly jobs of holding them off. But what the Iraqis were trying to do was to re-seize the Euphrates River Bridge that we crossed over yesterday and try to cut off the 7th Cavalry. They've been unsuccessful so far. Wolf?
Walter, is this part of the Iraqi military doctrine? Correct me if I'm wrong. Normally, they don't necessarily go out and take the battle to the invading U.S. forces. They sort of wait in a defensive posture, but this time they seem to be anxious to engage the invading U.S. forces and try to score some victories with that kind of strategy. Is this different than the normal Iraqi strategy?
Well, the Iraqis in the Gulf War, according to some recent readings I've studied, suggested that they could be very audacious and surprise you when they had their backs to the wall. They could organize a fairly decent counterattack. That appears to be what we're seeing now. And remember, it was originally thought Saddam Hussein's generals would draw a defense line around Baghdad with his crack units there. But what we've discovered now is additionally Saddam Hussein's generals are throwing some of his better troops forward to stiffen the spine of his regular troops in cities like An-Najaf and Al-Samawa, and going down to Nasiriyah all the way over to Basra. So he is mixing his tactics this time. He's showing a fair amount of imagination in terms of his line of attack. And one very important thing that we're seeing now is that the Iraqis are conducting a war of attrition against the United States military, which is pushing northward. That war of attrition being a kind of guerrilla warfare where they send suicide buses into the side of a Bradley fighting vehicle, trying to knock out a tank here, a fighting vehicle there, another tank here. And the idea of trying to break the morale and reduce the fighting power of the United States before the U.S. Army and the Marines get close to his crack units outside Baghdad. It's not an unimaginative strategy. Wolf?
All right, Walter Rogers there summing up the situation with the 3rd of the 7th Cavalry as he describes what appears to be a battle shaping up. I want to go to General Dan Chrisman, a retired officer who has been helping us to understand and analyze the battlefield. Certainly, we have heard for hours, I think more than 6 now, General, that there were 1,000 vehicles that were moving down from Baghdad. This is not coming as a surprise by any stretch of the imagination, is it?
No, it's not. Jim, I'd say several things. First of all, that was a fascinating report that we heard embedded It suggests two or three things to me. First of all, the coalition has known since the onset of this campaign that the Guard will fight. There's no question about that. They are professionals. And since we now see embedded paramilitary within the Guard, they'll undoubtedly fight even more intensively. Second, because they're professionals, Jim, they learn. They've learned from Desert Storm. Third, they adapt. They have adapted very clearly to this sandstorm in the last couple of days. It reminds me very much historically of the Wehrmacht attack against Allied forces in December 1944 in Belgium. Under the cover of the enormous snowstorm and the clouds, the Allied air forces were unable to support. That was the time when the Wehrmacht attacked. In this case, under the cover of the sandstorm, the Iraqis clearly have a temporary tactical advantage, and they are trying their best to use that, both with the Fedayeen and irregular to harass, and with their regular forces to spoil what they know will be the inevitable coalition attack when the storm clears. Jim?
Now, give us, if I can understand this, and maybe it's impossible to tell it, but President Saddam Hussein, his generals know they've entrenched outside of Baghdad. They are in for an aerial pounding. Perhaps they've decided to take the battle to the south, not wait in position. Are these likely other forces that are coming down?
No, my suspicion is actually it may well be both. I think they understand that the coalition will be joining this direct battle as soon as the weather clears. The best way, if you're in a defensive position, and especially if the weather precludes coalition air attacks, the best way to defend is to launch what is called a spoiling attack against the unit that is assembled and prepared to assault. And so I think this is part of it. The other piece too, Jim, as I've just been listening to these coalition airstrikes in and around Baghdad, the thing the coalition wants very much to do is to prevent these divisions from retreating into Baghdad itself. So I suspect they are bombing those units, their routes of resupply, and trying their best to ensure that when the battle is joined, it will be joined on the territory which the coalition wants, and that's south of Baghdad, not in the city.
All right, as we look at all of that, and forgive me, you're going to have to work along here with me, and I'm looking at this, I'm just wondering, yes, the weather is an advantage now, but if I take, say, a unit of 500 tanks or some number of armor out there into the desert, suddenly the weather clears, I'm wide open, aren't I? What is the weather outlook then?
Well, in the first place, we have to be enormously suspicious of reports about 1,000 armored vehicles. I think this is one little soda straw in terms of what the actual intelligence may be. But that is, in many respects, the coalition desire. They have wanted all along to get, if it's true, the Iraqis to move their armored equipment. If it's on the road and the weather is supposed to be clearing, as I understand it, Jim, in these coming hours, then it could be to the coalition's advantage. But it just may well be that the Iraqis have made this calculation that the best way to delay is to attack right now while they enjoy this temporary weather advantage, and to use, if they have them on the move, the T-72 tank, which you see on the screen. It is a very, very good tank, but when it's hit by coalition M1s and Challengers, it has a nasty tendency to erupt in flame and turret to fly. So that's the coalition hope, that the weather will clear while these assets are on the road. The Iraqi hope is that they can get enough into the main force divisions of the coalition and blunt their attack prior to the weather clearing. Jim?
General, from what we have been told by Walter Rogers, who's out there at the head of all of this, from what we've been told by him, the battle could lie just a few hours away, maybe even less than that. I'm wondering, do you consider would this kind of a confrontation be something that could really decide the battle, at least south of Baghdad?
Well, we've heard for several days now, Jim, the coalition strategist, the coalition spokesman, emphasize how critical this particular Medina division is. They've stressed it to be the linchpin for the coherence of the Iraqi Guard defense south of the city. So the expectation by the coalition, Jim, is if they can eliminate this division, to inflict substantial damage upon those main force units, that will have such a devastating psychological impact upon the other Guard divisions that it will open.
Were wounded. This is what CENTCOM has to say. It says coalition aircraft used precision-guided weapons to target 9 Iraqi surface-to-surface missiles and launchers in Baghdad at approximately 3 a.m. Eastern time. It said those missiles and launchers were placed within 300 feet of residences in the area, 300 feet from homes. A full assessment, they say, is ongoing, but military targets such as missiles and launchers placed in Baghdad in residential areas are a threat to coalition military forces and will be attacked. While the coalition goes to great lengths to avoid injury to civilians and damage to civilian facilities, such damage is unavoidable when the regime places military weapons in and around civilian areas. That's the update from the U.S. Central Command.
Most against Iraqi regime targets in the vicinity of Baghdad, as well as countering missile threats throughout southern and western Iraq. Since March 20th, our forces have fired more than 600 Tomahawks and dropped more than 4,300 precision-guided weapons. There are recent press reports that coalition forces bombed a marketplace in Baghdad. Coalition forces did not target a marketplace, nor were any bombs or missiles dropped or fired in the district outlined in blue on this image. And that's called the Sha'ab district. The yellow circle in the center, for reference, contains the presidential palace. Gives you a feel where we are. We'll continue to look and see if we missed anything, but another explanation could be the AAA fire or surface-to-air missile that missed its target, fell back into the marketplace area. But just like we mentioned yesterday, the bus on Monday that we hit accidentally, once we have a better clarity, we'll get it to you. We do regret the loss of any life, any innocent life in any conflict. Let me give you a summary of the missiles Iraq has fired at coalition forces. 10 short-range ballistic missiles have been fired thus far, all directed at Kuwait. 7 have been intercepted by Patriot missiles. 2 fell in unpopulated areas in the desert, and 1 landed in the Persian Gulf. Iraqi forces continue to use civilian clothing and vehicles to avoid getting into direct conflict with U.S. forces. Finally, I have 5 videos for you today. The first video is of an F-16 that was directed by AWACS to do time-sensitive targeting against vehicles in support of ground forces west of H-2 airfield. The pilot released a GBU on the vehicle, and the vehicle was destroyed. The second video is of an F-16 dropping precision-guided munitions on a tank west of Karbala. The third is of an A-10 deployed against a guard shack south of the H-2 airfield. He dropped a precision bomb that landed approximately 10 meters short of the target. The mission was successful, as the target had significant damage and the guard shack was no longer standing. The fourth video is on an A-10 tasked by an AWACS to assist another flight in attacking a compound south of H-2 airfield. The pilot dropped a GBU on the target, resulting in an explosion and a fire. The fifth video is of an F-117 that dropped 2 GBUs on the presidential secretariat in Baghdad, impacting the building.
Charlie.
Great.
General, you said that I believe you said that nothing was targeted in the Shahab district today. Do you have any evidence whether anything might have landed in the Shahab district? And CENTCOM now says that 9 surface-to-surface missile sites were attacked in downtown Baghdad today, and those sites, some of those sites, when they are residential homes. Number one, do you know for a fact that nothing landed in the Shahab district, and were any of those missile sites in the Shahab district that were attacked?
Sir, we know for a fact that something landed in the Shahab district, but we don't know for a fact whether it was U.S. or Iraqi. And we can't make any assumption on either at this point. We do know that we did not target anything in the vicinity of the Shahab district.
How big is the Shahab district, could we ask? Approximately.
Don't know. Don't know. But your question brings up a point that we've made before and will make again. I mean, just a sign of the brutality of this regime and a sign of how little they care about civilians, that they put military assets close to civilians, in and around and near civilians, deliberately putting their lives at risk.
Can you give us some idea how far away was the neighborhood where you did target those missiles?
No, ma'am, we can't discuss the location of other targets.
So you can't say whether it was near there or not near there?
It just says the missiles were 300 feet from homes that you were targeting. Surface-to-surface missile launchers were 300 feet from homes. Now, is this the same strike as the market?
So there were other targets
And we
within
did not
Baghdad.
have a strike on the market.
Not near there.
Correct.
Tori,
Correct. Let's do Carl, and then we'll move back.
Tori, there's a report from an embed with the BBC that a number of Iraqi tanks and armored vehicles have broken out of Basra and are headed south. Do you have any information on that, any indication of where they might be headed?
I do not. I've seen the reports of it, or correction, I've seen chyrons to that effect, and I asked a couple of people.
I've seen those reports as well. We wouldn't confirm their movements, but we watch wherever they go, sir.
Okay, how threatening could that be? What is the prime target down that area? I know there are coalition forces down there.
Well, sir, we're moving to the north, so we certainly don't want to discuss that in detail. What we would say is where they want to come and we have to fight, that's what we'll do.
Tori, could I ask you and General both to elaborate a little on some of the stuff you talked about in the opening statement about the tactics the Iraqis are using, being in the hospital, using Red Cross vehicles, etc. How many of these things, General, are unprecedented, or do they happen in every war? And what consequences are there for the Iraqis, and what consequences are there for our forces? Do our forces have to change their tactics? Have they? And should the Iraqis be considered war criminals for doing this? I mean, what's all this mean?
Let me start, and you can finish. You can and should talk about a pattern of behavior. A pattern of behavior by this regime that clearly could not care less about people's lives. And this month is the 15th anniversary of the attack on Halabja, in which he killed thousands and thousands and thousands of his own people using chemicals against them. We know they have used torture and oppression as a policy, as a matter of policy, and huge bureaucracy put behind it. And just recently, we have seen some absolutely unbelievable examples of how little they care about civilians and how little they value life, taking these people that we're trying to figure out what we should call them. I know some people have referred to these special military that Saddam Hussein uses as paramilitary, which I don't like using. It sounds too positive in some way. But these people have done extraordinary things which go outside all laws and norms, which just go to the brutality of the regime, and they are considered war crimes. And people that we can find and hold, they will be treated as such. It's just extraordinary. Now, in terms, I'll just make one point about our general strategy. It is not changing the strategy. It is not changing the overall game plan. One of the aspects of the overall game plan, the strategy, was to be able to adapt and adjust as appropriate depending on what the enemy does.
But is it changing tactics?
Well, that's an interesting question, sir. I think one of the things that our soldiers are remembering is we are there to liberate the people of Iraq. And because we've got what we consider a very, very a noble purpose in this case, the tactics and techniques and procedures won't change, although that's what I really think that these elements are trying to do. They're trying to get an overreaction from coalition forces so that we'll fire on people who are trying to surrender. We won't change our rules of engagement, and I don't think we'll change the nature of our soldiers to charge them. They'll be careful.
Well,
No, wait, no, not Charlie. Follow up.
Don't these things always happen in wars, though?
There are people with far more experience than mine, but I don't think we've seen them to the level and the extent that we have seen the Iraqi regime use. It's pretty extraordinary. Tom?
General, can you talk about what's being done to secure the supply lines and also to root out the Fedayeen? We're being told that elements of the 3rd ID and the Marines are being either pulled back or diverted for those jobs.
So I'm not aware of any specific units being pulled back. Normally, doctrinally, when a force moves and it gets an extended supply line like this, it uses a combination of techniques. One is force protection by individual movements, either convoys or small elements. They force protect themselves. They're in constant communication so that they can call air power or artillery to support them as well. And then at key points, forces will often be placed to help support that line of communications as well.
Who is doing that? What units? Do you know?
Sir, it'd be a number of units.
But I think if you look at the overall progress and you look at the movement moving north toward Baghdad overnight, they continue to make considerable progress.
You are beefing up securing the supply lines?
No, sir, I would say we are continuing to secure supply lines. One of the points I'd want to make is the extent of this move and this speed. The logistics have not been interrupted. There have been some situations that occur, but it has in no way endangered or cut any of the lines of communication.
Tori, what can you tell us about Iraqi forces wearing U.S. uniforms?
Well, I remember several weeks ago out here talking about, we knew they were acquiring uniforms that looked like U.S. and U.K. uniforms, and the reporting was that they planned to use them, give them to the thugs, as I call them, to go out, carry out reprisals against the Iraqi people and try to blame it on coalition forces. So just recently we have seen reports again that they may be wearing or using what look like U.S. uniforms to confuse people, to confuse our forces, to confuse the Iraqi people.
Have you seen specific reports about them wearing U.S. uniforms, accepting the surrender of Iraqi troops, and then executing them?
I have seen at least one report. So I want to caution that and caveat that and say I have seen one report like that.
What else can you tell us about efforts by Iraqi forces to suppress the populations in these cities?
I've seen some, right from the reporting of your colleagues who are embedded, that there seemed to be some evidence of them, for instance, putting civilians between the coalition forces and the Iraqi military. I have seen some reporting from your colleagues that suggests they turned fire on their own people. So we've seen it. It's awful. It's horrible. I don't know why people are surprised or why you wouldn't think they might do that. Jim Mannion.
General, will you have to go into the cities in the South to root these people out? And is that what you intended to do all along?
Sir, at some point, obviously, all of the elements have to be dealt with. As we continue to move forward, the first and primary objective clearly is to overturn the regime. And I believe that when the regime, in fact, is taken down, the motivation and the support for many of these elements will stop, and therefore they will become less motivated and less effective. There aren't a huge number of them. If, in fact, elements have got to go in to do that, they can do that over time.
But there's no plan to do that now. The focus will be on Baghdad.
So I wouldn't discuss General Frank's, specific plans right now, but clearly at some point they'll be addressed.
Does the administration have a policy of not releasing the numbers of American casualties? And if it does, why?
Absolutely not. We release the numbers and the information that we have. In many instances, it's hard to get to ground truth. But I think two things. I think if you look at this embedding program, which is providing some incredibly full and complete and robust coverage, I think that's a good sign of how firmly committed we are to letting the American people and others know what is going on in these military operations, the good, the bad, and the in-between. When we have information about casualties, including civilian casualties, and we have some ground truth to it, we bring it forward. You've seen evidence of that in the last few days.
The CENTCOM briefer said this morning that it is a policy not to release the numbers of American dead and wounded. How many American soldiers have been killed and how many have been wounded up to
We've had 24 killed, and I believe we've had 19 wounded. Is that right, Brian?
19 categorized as hostile deaths. Is that KIA, or does that include the accidents, the vehicle accidents, that kind?
We have numbers on killed, and we have some numbers on wounded, and we will provide what we can. It will never be as fast as some people like. It will never be as complete as some people will like. But that information that we feel is pretty solid, that information which is based, and there's going to be a briefing in here after this briefing to talk about the process, is based to a huge extent on the dignity and respect with which we want to treat these issues. Next of kin notification is incredibly important to us, and we'll take the time to do it right, and we'll put out the numbers when we think it is appropriate. Let's go.
Missing and
We'll follow up after this, and we will post something that gives you what we know at this time.
All right, we've been listening there to the briefing coming out of the Pentagon. Really, the bottom line here, as it relates to the day's events, it goes all the way back to that strike that we saw in Baghdad, one that caused civilian casualties, was centered in a civilian area. The Pentagon saying there very clearly, we did not target that area. However, they did target some surface-to-surface
Kurdish-controlled territory. Once on the ground, they were greeted by their Kurdish allies and immediately set up security at an airfield. Coalition forces are expected soon to begin transporting into that area tanks and other combat vehicles. US-led warplanes provided cover for that deployment of paratroopers. They struck Iraqi ground troops and bunkers in the north. CNN's correspondent Ben Wiedemann could see the explosions in Kalak, near the demarcation line between Kurdish-controlled areas and territory under the control of Iraq. Several new explosions were heard in Baghdad and just outside the capital. After returning to the USS Constellation from a bombing run, a pilot told CNN's Frank Buckley an Iraqi airbase near Baghdad was among the targets. The USS McCain has been participating in the airstrikes. It's been firing Tomahawk cruise missiles at targets in and around Baghdad. Well, sandstorms in central Iraq have begun to abate as a US-led ground convoy continues moving north. Top US military officials say that reports that large numbers of Iraqi Republican Guard troops were moving south from Baghdad towards the convoy apparently were based on inaccurate intelligence. But a group of Iraqi vehicles did head south from Basra on Wednesday. Bill Neely has this account of what happened next.
When a column of between 70 and 120 Iraqi vehicles was spotted leaving Basra southeast along the coast road towards the Al-Faw Peninsula. This was also picked up on British radar. US and British warplanes were sent up, and shortly afterwards they began attacking the column. It consisted of tanks, armored personnel carriers, artillery pieces and jeeps. Some people put the total number of Iraqi troops in that column as perhaps up to 1,000. The US and British warplanes began attacking the column and destroying many of the vehicles.
Let's go to Doha and Qatar now, where Major General Peter Wild, Chief of Staff at Central Command, is addressing the press.
We must be aware of the limits of taste and decency and be wary that they do not unwittingly become the tools of the Iraqi regime. Over recent days, UK forces have been extremely active. The Royal Navy, the United States Navy, including mine clearance Dolphins, and Australian naval forces have been involved in a massive operation to sweep the shallow waters leading to the port of Qasr. The Royal Navy have taken the lead in this operation as they are acknowledged as the world experts in this type of work. Additionally, divers from the Royal Navy and the Australian Navy have been clearing the port area. The mine threat to shipping in the Khor Abdullah has so far prevented humanitarian aid from being delivered by ship to the Iraqi people. Make no mistake, the threat is very real. Last night, UK mine hunters discovered and then detonated 2 mines outside the swept shipping channel. This proves beyond doubt that Saddam's regime has attempted to stop essential stores and humanitarian supplies from being delivered to his own people. This also illustrates his disregard for civilian shipping, which may have encountered these mines. The close cooperation between the 3 coalition naval forces has cleared a channel, but the overnight discovery of mines just outside the swept channel may now delay the arrival of the Royal Fleet Auxiliary, Sir Galahad, and her cargo of over 200 tons of aid donated by both the Kuwaiti and UK governments. The humanitarian aid includes bulk food, such as rice, lentils and chickpeas, flour, bottled water, and World Health Organization medical packs. In the interim, essential humanitarian supplies are being delivered over land. Turning now to land operations, 3 Commando Brigade and the US 15 Marine Expeditionary Unit have completed operations to mop up the last remnants of resistance on the Al-Faw Peninsula. They have secured Qasar, and 3 Commando Brigade are already starting the process of normalisation. You have all seen remarkable TV pictures of the Royal Marines engaging with the local population. After decades of repression from Saddam's regime, it is a testament to the professionalism of our forces that the Iraqi people are getting their first taste of freedom. Life is already moving on. There are already children being born who will never have to suffer under this regime. 4-2 Commando are now sweeping the town to remove weapons and explosives left behind by Iraqi forces. Most of you will have seen the coverage of weapons finds within a school in Qasar. While life is returning to normality for some, there are of course still many others who have yet to be liberated. Elements of 7 Armoured Brigade and 16 Air Assault Brigade have been in action over recent days around Basra and Az-Zubayr. In both these locations, UK forces have been taking the fight to the remnants of the regime's paramilitary forces, including the Special Security Organisation and the Ba'ath Party militia. When we put together the force package for this operation, we knew we would have to deal with regime paramilitaries. Our force was therefore designed with this in mind. The UK have developed highly effective and experienced infantry and Royal Marines who are expert in this type of operation. The regime paramilitaries are beginning to realise the level of our expertise. In Az-Zubayr, members of one division took swift and crucial action in the early hours of 26th of March against these forces, killing around 20 personnel, and in a separate action, they captured a senior Ba'ath Party paramilitary official. There is still regime paramilitary activity in this town, but at a much reduced level. UK forces are dealing with the remnants of it on an opportunity basis. In Basra, we've come up against some stiff opposition from a mixture of regime paramilitaries and the remnants of the Iraqi Army's 51st Division, who we believe have been coerced by the regime to reoccupy their equipment. On Tuesday, one UK armoured division using AS-90 self-propelled guns and destroyed 11 firing positions for heavy mortars, D-30 artillery and some T-55 tanks, and they were on the outskirts of the city. Later that day, a column of around 20 armoured vehicles left Basra in an attempt to engage UK forces. They were destroyed by a combination of AS-90 artillery, coalition aircraft including Tornado GR-4 and Harrier GR-7, and 3 Commando Brigade using Milan. As darkness fell on Tuesday, UK forces saw the first signs of overt resistance to the regime's grip in Basra. Sporadic small arms fire was reported in one area of the city, and regime paramilitaries started firing mortars and artillery at their own people. UK artillery responded by destroying these regime artillery and mortar positions. The Ba'ath Party command element was also effectively targeted in the early hours of Wednesday morning. Basra was calmer throughout the majority of Wednesday, but again a column of Iraqi tanks and armoured vehicles left Basra heading southwest towards UK forces. Having established that these forces were not trying to surrender, UK forces took swift and decisive action against this threat, destroying a number through a mixture of artillery and coalition air power. The people of Basra are starting to recognise that UK forces will deal decisively and on our terms with the remnants of the regime. Elements of 7 Armoured Brigade and 16 Air Assault Brigade have secured the Ramallah oil fields, and our explosive ordnance disposal teams are continuing the difficult and dangerous task of clearing the munitions and booby traps that the regime has left behind. Coalition and Kuwaiti firefighters are dealing with the wellhead fires in a systematic and effective way. 3 wellhead fires have been extinguished, and they are working on the remaining 6 wellheads that were set ablaze when the regime retreated. These oil fields are critical to the future and the prosperity of Iraq. It's estimated it will cost around $1 billion to get the oil infrastructure to allow the field to yield its capacity of about 1.8 million barrels a day. And we expect that Iraq will be exporting oil within 3 months as part of the Oil for Food program. Apart from providing close air support to ground operations, the Royal Air Force has been flying around 100 sorties a day. In addition to our offensive sorties, our tankers and our AWACS play a key supporting role in the coalition air effort. Our Tornado GR4s and Harrier GR7s have attacked targets ranging from regime headquarters, ammunition dumps, airfields, integrated air defense system installations, and Iraqi fielded forces. Meanwhile, the RAF Tornado F3s have been providing fighter patrols to protect airfields, land forces, and high-value air assets. The Joint Helicopter Force, including RAF Chinooks and Pumas, Royal Navy Sea Kings and Army Lynx, have been supporting ground and maritime forces throughout the UK area of operations. And the RAF Regiment have been providing airfield security to Allied airfields, providing short-range air defence, and have also deployed into Iraq to protect a forward operating base for helicopter operations. UK forces will continue to make a significant contribution to all aspects of coalition operations across the whole theatre until we achieve our objectives.
We seem to have lost the press conference from Doha, Qatar.
Our decision is to show our audience the truth, even it is dirty war. We are in Al Jazeera not a part of a coalition, nor a part of the Iraqi regime. We are independent media. Thank you.
That was your statement, was it, or was there a question there? I'm sorry, I didn't hear. Did you ask a question?
I have no question.
You have no question. Let me just say in response that I know that Al Jazeera's management wants to produce a station which they can be proud of. They want to produce a station that engages in balanced reporting. That type of reporting is neither balanced, nor should anybody take any pride in it. Take it from me.
Kevin Dunham, ITV News. Air Marshal, can I ask you about the overnight engagement outside Basra? Can you give us more details on the outcome of that? And do you assess that regular Iraqi forces have now abandoned Basra? And what kind of resistance is there? And when will you be able to assure the civilian population that you're going to go in and relieve the town?
Okay. Several questions there, but let me paint the tapestry. What we have in a city like Basra, 1.3 million people, is the classic mosaic of the regime's security procedures. They've got various different organizations, such as the Special Security Organization, the Ba'ath Militia, the odd Fayadeen, but not probably many. But they are paramilitaries who live above the law, have ruled the roost for years, and they just see that the only way they can work this is to intimidate the regular army who have already deserted. And they're doing that by exemplar executions. They're doing that by executing families of the soldiers concerned. So that's the atmosphere that's in there. So on the one hand, we've got to deal with that, and we are. On the other hand, there is existing still this climate of fear that the regime built up over many, many years, and it takes a huge effort to win the hearts and minds of people who have been subjected to that sort of fear over that length of time. And that is what we're going to do. And we will take as long as it takes. And the most important thing is to keep reassuring the people of Basra that we're there and that's what we're doing. And they're seeing it.
Yeah, Jonathan Marcus, BBC. Could you tell us, please, you've said that you expected resistance from these irregular formations. Could you tell us whether you think the level of the resistance and the doggedness of the resistance is indeed more than you had expected? And can you give us a little bit of a picture of what is happening, obviously, outside the British area, further to the northwest?
Sure. It was always going to be hard to judge because we're dealing with intangibles here. We knew how the regime would seek to apply friction to our progress, and the fact that we're using or we're seeing irregular forces, and we're particularly seeing the activity against deserting regular forces by those security apparatuses, that isn't surprising. What is always difficult to judge is the degree to which the view of the people, if you like, will or will not triumph over that. It depends on the degree of fear they've been under, as I've said, and I think we'll find in different places that equation is balanced differently. So not really surprised about the way in which these irregular forces are being used, but you know, they are nevertheless dangerous and determined men who need sorting out, and sorting out they will. You wanted something on the bigger picture. Let me simply say that the end state for this campaign is the removal of weapons of mass destruction. In order to do that, we've got to remove the regime. The regime lives in Baghdad, therefore the centre of gravity of this campaign is Baghdad. Number of lines of operation to allow us to do that. The conventional line of operation you're seeing plenty of, with the classic use of manoeuvre using armour, the classic use of air power, and an unconventional line of operation, which is the sort of thing I've been talking about in Basra. And our forces are moving into position to reach that end state. I'm sorry I can't go into huge amounts of detail on that. Over there, please, glasses.
McIntyre, Independent. Can I just ask you, Air Marshal Burridge, if you can tell us any more about the small arms fire that you say was fired by some of the civilians in Basra the other night? In other words, what kind of group or grouping it was? And also, just on the picture that Jonathan just asked you about outside the British area, the Iraqi division seem to have been moving south. Can you tell us what you think they're up to and why they're doing it?
It's very hard to say with any degree of certainty what the ground truth is of the sort of situation that started off in Basra, but I would guess, and I mean an educated guess based on my knowledge and understanding of these situations, is that probably someone the Ba'ath Party were trying to intimidate wasn't going to be intimidated, and so they shot him. And you know, that's the way of these things. In counterinsurgency warfare, that tends to be the way these things start to get unhinged, because someone develops either the courage or the recklessness occasionally to fight back and say, no, I'm not going to put up with this. And your other question was?
Divisions moving south overnight, and why they're doing it. And
I'm not convinced that there is what you and I would perhaps call a division moving anywhere. I think they're inevitable. It's very fluid. I mean, I describe it as probably the classic ambiguous battle space, but I sense that you know, what we're seeing is people trying to surrender, desert, or whatever, realizing what's going on with the Ba'ath Party and the others who are trying to apply their motivation and trying to avoid them. It's a very difficult and confused situation. Sorry, you're being very patient.
Uli Happe, BBC News. Time and again at that podium, people like yourself and the Americans insist that the resistance you are experiencing on the ground was predictable. Time and again we hear a different story from commanders in the field talking to embedded journalists who express surprise. Would you accept that you both underestimated the nature of the resistance and misrepresented the nature of this war to the British audience and the international audience watching this news conference live?
I don't believe that, I mean, I can speak for myself, I can speak for the UK. I don't believe we've misrepresented, if you're talking about military spokesmen, I don't believe we've misrepresented anything. We give you the best ground truth as we see it. The fact is that we now understand what's going on in Basra to a greater degree than clearly we could have predicted on the basis of it's actually going on, if you see what I mean. And as I said to a previous question, until you actually see what's happening, it's very difficult to make judgments. I'm interested what you say about what forces are saying to the embeds, because that's not what's coming back to me. Commanders recognise what's going on, so British commanders recognise what's going on and act accordingly. Just come over here.
Yeah, Neil Karlinski with ABC News. We know there's concern in Baghdad that buildings will be booby-trapped to kill large numbers of coalition troops moving through the area. Have you seen any evidence of anything like that in Basra or any of these other places?
Well, I've seen it on, classic example is in the oil infrastructure, where many of the wellheads and the control mechanisms were indeed set for demolition, and that's why we've had to be very careful in the way in which we've dealt with it, and we anticipate precisely that anywhere else. This is the way irregular forces operate. Sorry, I need to move on. Yeah, sorry, yeah, go.
Yes, Tom Intier with CNN, Air Marshal. We have been given the indication that this is a rather unorganized group in Basra, but you're telling us today that 2 columns of armor, APCs, tanks, made their way out of Basra to engage UK forces. How would you rate the opposition in Basra at this hour?
Don't get me wrong. I mean, picture the scene. These militias, probably the Ba'ath Party militia, go through a neighborhood, round up the existing soldiery, put them in their tanks and say, go that way. And you can tell from the way they're dispossessed operationally that this isn't a fighting formation that really knows its business. That's the way it is. It is disorganized, but there is someone in there trying to organize it. It's totally different from that conventional line of operation that I referred to, where you are actually dealing with forces who can maneuver, forces who have intelligence, forces who have a picture on which to go. So it's very different from that.
Sky News. We're in the second week of this now. We're constantly being told in this room that everything's on track, on the timeline. Are you seriously telling us that you're exactly where you want it to be without a single major centre of population under coalition control? Are you coming under, or what kind of political pressure are you coming under to get a move on and deliver the sort of victories, the quick victories, on which public support was so conditional?
I think the military mind, seeing a city of 1.3 million people, in which you know a security apparatus has been operating for a long time, it was quite clear that that was never going to be quick. I mean, we sadly have enormous experience in Belfast, and we know how fluid these situations can become and how it isn't like turning on a light switch. So, you know, forgive me, this is the way we think, and we tend to think on the basis of our previous experience, and we tend to think conservatively. As for coming under political pressure, no, none at all. You've heard me say this many times, this will take as long as it takes. Military campaigning does, and that's the way it is. And you know, we're not playing out to some sort of script for the benefit of anybody. It takes as long as it takes. It's got to be that way.
Abu Dhabi Television. I have a simple question.
Sorry, I missed your company.
Abu Dhabi Television.
Okay.
Yeah, I have a simple question. You mentioned something about Iraq will be able to resume oil exporting in 3 months.
Yeah.
Do you expect the war will be over in this time period?
Well, that's a very interesting question. But given that we have secured the oil fields in the south, if they were a modern set of oil fields, as we see anywhere else in the Gulf, we could be pumping now. The fact is they're in terrible condition and they need to be made safe, and obviously there's damage from the fires. But the civil engineering part of that will take 3 months, and at that stage we can flow oil, and that's in a secure area.
But you were speaking about only South oil wells or all Iraqi?
I'm only speaking about the south because it's only the south that's in the British area, and I'm not an oil expert, as you can probably tell.
Jeff Schaefer, Associated Press Television News. We keep hearing from the podium that the conflict that's so far been waged by the coalition has the Iraqi leadership on the run, in disarray. I mean, what evidence do you have, if you call Baghdad the center of gravity, that the leadership is in disarray? Have there been any high-level defections? And do you still believe that Saddam Hussein is firmly in place, is still running the war effort from his side? Second question, completely different. There's news that broke about 10 minutes ago, early reports of a friendly fire episode in Nasiriyah involving U.S. Marines. Can you speak to that at all?
Take your second question first. I mean, I've been standing here for half an hour, so I'm afraid I can't. And in any effect, US actions would take rather longer to reach me as the UK commander. On your first point, the degree to which the Iraqi regime has control, there are a number of indications, and I would start right from the beginning with the way they're seemingly not reacting to events with the disposition of their forces. Were the positions reversed, then I'm afraid I'd have my corps and armoured divisions in a very different disposition, and I'm surely not going to tell you what that is. But there are signs that the reaction to events is poor. There are also signs that they are finding it exceedingly difficult to maintain communication amongst themselves and thereby exercise command and control. But actually it doesn't, individuals don't matter to me. All I'm interested in is knowing that we've cracked the regime and they're no longer there, they're no longer in a position to do anything, and that's what we're after.
Brian, Bob Roberts from the Daily Mirror. You mentioned the British dead. Can you also give us your reaction to the innocent civilians killed in Baghdad yesterday, and would you like to apologise to their family and friends? Are
you referring to anything in particular?
The residential building.
Okay. I'm not actually aware of what you're referring to, but you know that
bombing which killed more than 20 people.
Right, okay. First of all, it is by no means clear, and there's quite an extensive investigation going on to see what was the cause of that. Secondly, as you know well, because I've explained it to you, we go to enormous lengths to avoid civilian casualties. Any deaths in civilian communities in war are regrettable. There is no doubt about that. And enormous parts of my day are spent in dealing with targets to minimize that risk. And it's a job we take very seriously. It's a very responsible job, and it's one I discharge with enormous attention to detail.
Rory McCarthy from The Guardian. Can you tell us who is going to run the port at Qasr? I've seen suggestions that it's going to be an American firm. Is that what you want?
Initially, we'll do it with our own military units. Subsequently, I don't know what arrangements will go into place. But in all these aspects of running infrastructure, the best outcome is that we find that the people who ran it before are still there and able to run it, rather than having to do anything else, because that's absolutely the best outcome. It's Iraqi capabilities in Iraqi hands for the benefit of the Iraqi economy. Yeah, sorry, over the back there.
Robert Hodier in Army Times. Can you give us a little more detail about this column that broke out of Basra last night? How many vehicles, what nature the vehicles were, how many of them you destroyed, and where you think the ones you didn't destroy are now? And as a follow-on to that, how do you see it working that the Ba'ath Party officials get people into tanks with machine guns and cannons and maintain an effective control and force them to go into combat?
No, they coerce their families. They go to their houses and hold a gun to the heads of the families. That's how it's done.
Other than the potentially self-serving statements from POWs, what evidence do you have of that?
Well, why do you say self-serving statements?
I didn't want to fight, they made me do it.
No, you know, there is evidence. Your first question, I work at the operational level of war, so tactical detail that happened only hours ago is not something that falls on my plate. I can give you the generality, which is what I've given you, but I don't do detail of that sort.
Marshal, don't you think that British people watching at home would be very concerned to hear the commander of British forces in the Gulf say, "I don't do detail"? These are their soldiers, and indeed their sons and daughters' lives that are on the line.
No, I don't do the sort of that sort of detail in terms of putting things on a map. And make no mistake about that. My major responsibility is for the lives and minimising the risk of all UK armed forces, and I'm slightly offended that you think it would be otherwise.
Air Marshal, can you clarify whether you meant to... sorry, Jim Wolfe, Reuters. Can you clarify whether you meant to accuse Al Jazeera of a flagrant breach of the Geneva Convention, or you meant to accuse Iraq of a flagrant breach?
Iraq has the flagrant breach of the Geneva Convention on its plate, yeah.
Tribune. What do you suppose was the military objective of this breakout from Basra? What were they trying to do? Why would they leave the cover of civilians all around them and go out and engage you folks in the night?
Sorry, why would who do that?
Why would the militia who broke out of Basra, what was their military objective? Why did they leave the city? Why would they leave the cover that they have of civilians?
The ones coming south? Or do you mean
ones in Basra?
Yeah, well, there's been some coming south in armour who've come to fight. They've been made to fight. There are others who are trying to leave so they can get away for their own safety. It's as simple as that. Go on. Go on.
David Schuster from NBC News. You talked about a lot about the fear that is keeping some of these forces doing what they're doing in places like Basra and the need for a rebellion against this fear. But I'm wondering, to what degree is such a rebellion going to be required for successful occupation of a place like Baghdad? And is it realistic to expect that there could be such a rebellion against fear in Iraq's capital?
I think so, because you've got two lines of operation coming together at Baghdad. You've got dealing with a city, dealing with urban warfare, as we're doing in Basra, and at the same time you've got the regime collapsing, and that will act as an enormous catalyst. So the two come together at that point. Last question.
Donna Linewand from USA Today. You mentioned that you had captured a senior Ba'ath Party official. I was wondering if the UK had the opportunity to question him yet, and what sort of insight he gave you into the workings of the regime and what was actually going on where he was.
Yes, I confirm that we have caught a senior Ba'ath Party official. We have not yet conducted detailed questioning, so we as yet have no insight from that source. Thank you very much.
Okay, British Commander Air Marshal Brian Burridge there at Doha, Qatar, with a British military briefing. Talked about Qasr, clearing the mines there. He said the threat of mines are still very real there. 2 mines were detonated last night outside the...
Change sides, and we've seen that certainly happen in Basra, where forces that may have already returned to their homes might have been pressed back into military action by the irregulars at the point of a gun and then turned their guns back the other way. So it's that type of activity when we talk about unconventional warfare that I'm referring to. We certainly have forces that are robust and able to do that with great experience. In the last fourth row back there, please. Yes, sir.
General Brooks, I'm Jay Chen with the Central News Agency, Taiwan. Given the importance of the truth coming to light about the explosion at the marketplace in Baghdad, I'm wondering whether you know or you can give us a time when you will be able to finish your thorough investigation. And secondly, have you been able to find out which country provided the mines that you showed earlier? Thank you.
On the first question, I think we won't have a final answer until we're in Baghdad ourselves, which we will be. I don't know when that time is going to be or whether the circumstances will lend themselves to a good, thorough investigation. The best we can do at this point is account for everything we did, and we have accounted for our weapon systems that we fired on that night. They hit their target. We're certain of that. And the rest of the story, we just don't know. We may never know. The second part of your question had to do with the Sumer mine. We believe that was developed by the Iraqis themselves. And I'm not going to talk about the technology source beyond that. Please, in the fourth row.
Yeah, General.
Yes, sir.
Mexican Weekly Processor. Given the risk of the use of chemical weapons by the Iraqi regime, can you tell us what's going to happen with the embedded journalists program as you get closer to Baghdad?
Well, certainly, anyone we encounter that would be at a hazard, we'll do the best we can to protect, whether that's Iraqi civilians or whether that is embedded media, and certainly our own forces that are out there. Our capability to protect ourselves is certainly much more robust than the others that might be endangered in that area. There's a certain hazard that any embedded media reporter engages in by being that close to the lines and being in that area. All I can say is that if there's a problem, we'll do the best we can to protect them and assist them. The second row on the far side, please, sir, with the mustache, in the yellow shirt.
Thank you. Bonnie James from Gulf Times, Doha, Qatar. Could you enlighten us about the situation in Basra, especially with respect to the humanitarian scenario?
I'll tell you a few things about Basra. At first, we don't know everything about what's happening inside of Basra. That's the honest truth. We are in and out of Basra, and we have a variety of things, sources of information that come to us, but we're not in there ourselves and under control. So that's the first aspect of it. On the humanitarian side in Basra, we know that Basra had had its water turned off for some time. We believe the regime did that. The International Committee of the Red Cross has been successful in the last several days at being able to reopen the flow of water, and at this point, I believe it is about 50% of the Basra population is able to receive water that is safe for consumption. That's ongoing. We know Basra has a lot of needs, and we are eager to provide those needs as soon as we can, and when the operations lead us to a safe condition, that will happen. Please, in front.
We've got indications that the weather is indeed improving for the next 48 to 72 hours. Could you tell us what difference that's going to make for your air operations, especially helicopter operations that may have been suspended because of the sandstorms in the last 24 to 36 hours?
I mentioned yesterday that in all military operations we take into account the impact of weather. It's done every day, and it's applied to every operation plan for that day. As the weather changes, we have more options available to us, and we have more things that we can bring to bear in the operations we have planned. That's the best I can do. Please, sir.
Sawi, Al Jazeera satellite channel. Regarding the picture you showed of the Free Iraqi Forces person, as you named him, sir, how many of those do you have, and what sort of a reaction are they getting from the local population? How are they of benefit to you? That's number one. You also just mentioned in your previous answer that you're in and out of Basra. What does that mean? Thank you.
Thanks, Omar. I appreciate it. First, we have roughly 40, and I'll keep the number rough at this point, roughly 40 Free Iraqi Forces. And they're divided into small groups, usually between 5 and 6 in a particular squad as we put them together. As I mentioned before, they're joined with our civil affairs units. All indications are they're being received very, very well, particularly as they move into areas, excuse me, that they're from. Our design in this breaking out of these particular groups was to try to get them back into areas where we thought the units they're moving with would end up close to where they are from. So there was a deliberate design up front in how we were going to do that. You had a second part of the question, and I've forgotten that.
You said in the previous answer about that you're in and out of Basra. What does that mean?
Right, thank you. What I mean by that is that we have a number of sources that go in and out of Basra, and raids like the UK staged a few days ago against the Ba'ath headquarters let us have some insights into what's going on in Basra. That's what I mean by that. In the back, please. Thank you. You're the right one.
Michael Matzing, I'm a freelance writer. Both Amnesty International and Human Rights Watch have issued statements critical of the strikes against the Iraqi TV transmission facilities. They point out that according to the Geneva Convention, it's not legitimate target purely if they're broadcasting propaganda. You said yesterday, I believe, that they were being used for command and control purposes. Could you be more specific? What actually were they doing that led you to believe that that is the case? And given that they're back on the air, are there going to be efforts to try to get them off the air again?
Well, first, we believe and remain convinced that it is a legitimate military target, and we only attack legitimate military targets. I will get as specific as I can under the circumstances here, but let me say that there are a number of facilities throughout Iraq that on their surface would seem like normal things. Maybe it's a telephone switch, but it doesn't only take care of the commercial population, civilian population. It is also used as a command and control network and a key node inside of that. The TV station that you saw attacked in the images I showed today were also like that. It broadcasts television. The propaganda is not our concern. It's the command and control aspects that run through the same type of station and that node that cause us to attack it. And in answer to, with it being back up on satellite and other places, will there be additional pursuits? I would simply say that we will pursue the regime and its control wherever we see it, wherever we find it. Please, in the center.
I'm Michael Wolf from New York Magazine, and I mean no disrespect by this question, but I want to ask about the value proposition of these briefings. We're no longer being briefed by senior-most officers. To the extent that we get information, it's largely information already released by the Pentagon. You may know that ABC has sent its senior correspondent home. So I guess my question is, why should we stay? What's the value to us for what we learn at this $1 million press center?
Let's, I've gotten applause already. That's wonderful. I appreciate that. First, I would say it's your choice. We want to provide information that's truthful from the operational headquarters that is running this war. There are a number of places where information is available, not the least of which would be the embedded media, and they tell a very important story. The Pentagon has a set of information they provide as well. If you're looking for the entire mosaic, then you should be here. I think some of you may have been, based on the questions yesterday, looking for very, very precise information about the operations. And we'll give you that as we can. But we should never forget, the more we tell you, if we're precise about the front line trace and where units are operating, exactly what our strength is, you're not the only one being informed. And that's the most important piece.
No disrespect, but is it possible that we can get General Franks on a more consistent basis?
I'm sorry you feel disappointed. I probably need to get a pay raise here. General Franks he's already shown that he's more than willing to come and talk to you at the right time, but he's fighting a war right now, and he has me to do this for him. Please.
General Tom Fenton of CBS News, a Pentagon official, unnamed, was quoted as saying that the dropping of elements of the 173rd in the north was the opening of the Northern Front. What does that mean for the war as a whole? How does that fit into the mosaic, the big picture?
Thanks for the question, Tom. Appreciate that. First, as we add additional units onto the battlefield, according to our plan, we increase the number of options we have available. And we also increase the number of threats posed to the regime. There are forces that remain in northern Iraq that are a threat along what has been described as the Green Line, a threat to the Kurdish Autonomous Zone. And we certainly have already indicated on a number of occasions throughout the government that we have no designs on changing the territorial integrity of Iraq, but that everyone in Iraq should have a role in the future of Iraq. And so we don't want to see the types of things that have happened historically by this regime happening again at the hands of regime forces along that Green Line. The presence of a combat brigade in that area changes the dynamics considerably. That's why they're there. In the back, please.
Follow up that question. I think a lot of us thought that the Northern Front, what you're describing is essentially some amount of fairly lightly armored troops to basically protect the Kurds from the Iraqis and potentially keep the Turks and the Kurds apart. Do you envision that the Northern Front at some point would be of a more offensive nature, heading south toward Baghdad, south toward Tikrit, to harass Hussein from the north as well as from the south?
Well, there are some parts of your question that allude to exactly what their purpose is up there, and I described more of their purpose in the answer to the preceding question, so I'm not going to reinforce necessarily your view of what they're going to do up there as it relates to the Turks and the Kurds and what have you. And I understand your question is really much deeper than that, so let me address that. The capabilities of that force may be more than what meets the eye. Let's say that first. They can be used offensively, and if we choose to use them that way, then that's indeed how they'll be used. But I'm not going to allude to exactly how they'll be used as time goes on. Please, in back.
In your opening statement, you said that the Iraqi regime is showing an increasingly disregard for the Geneva Conventions. Is that when you said that, are you specifically referring to the American POWs that the Iraqi regime is holding? Can you give us an update on the American POWs? Have they been visited by the International Red Cross as the Iraqi EPWs have in south of Basra? And also, can you give us an update on the casualty figures? Thank you.
Well, let me start with first the casualty figures. That's not something I'm going to engage in. What I can tell you is we notify families first, and we don't want to get into the numbers here. When the time is right for numbers to come out, they'll come by other means. Generally speaking, figures like that, after they excuse me, have been rolled up, are released by the Pentagon. We're fighting the war here. The front part of your question, what I'm referring to in that case is how the regime has already approached prisoners of war, our soldiers and Marines that have been taken, our pilots that have been taken, their willingness to show their faces routinely, which is already a violation. We would love to show the faces of the Iraqi prisoners we have. It's not the same as what you see of our prisoners. The Iraqi prisoners are being treated very, very well. I don't know if the Red Cross has made contact with our prisoners yet. We have not gotten a report on that, but we certainly continue to demand that the regime treat our prisoners in accordance with the Geneva Convention as we are theirs. In the fourth row, please. Fourth row. Yes, sir.
Sir, I am Palasinski from Polish weekly Wprost. Two questions. Do you receive information about increasing movement of anti-war protests all around the world? Do the informations changing your decisions influence your decision? Secondly, do the soldiers parachuted this night to the northern Iraq proceeding from the bases located in Italy?
Well, I would leave any comments about what role Italy might have played to Italy. It's appropriate for them to make any comments. The force is based in Italy on a routine basis. The first part of your question, we can go back to that, please. What was the first part?
If anti-war protests
Yes, thank
are
you.
influencing your decisions.
See, I'm still trying to figure out how to get a pay raise, so I can't remember as many things. The anti-war protests around the world we view as people expressing their right to say what it is that's important to them. That's what we want to see happen here in this country. It won't happen right now. Off on the left side, green shirt, please.
General Pete Smolowitz from Knight Ridder. I had two questions about Basra, if you don't mind. You mentioned that some of the troops who had agreed to leave the battlefield and go home have now been pressed back into service. They were following the coalition advice as spelled out in the leaflets. Is there anything that you're going to be doing to change your procedure then for having them leave the battlefield since they've been now pressed into service again by the Iraqis? The other question I had is with regard to the armored column that left Basra yesterday and headed south. Do you have any information about that, whether it was an offensive tactic or they're retreating? And also, how were they able to leave Basra when the British yesterday said they had cordoned the city off? Thank you.
Okay, you've got a complex question there, so I'm going to let you actually ask it again. What's the first part again?
The first part is with regards to the surrendering.
Okay.
The
I got the first part.
Okay.
Let's do that one first, and I'll let you actually do each segment, because I want to answer each one of them. They're all fair questions. First, on the surrender of the 51st, yes, they did follow the instructions of the coalition. And that was a matter of choice, and we applaud their choice. They were pressed back into service, as best we can tell, by the paramilitaries, the terroristic behaving organizations of this regime. That was not by choice. We believe that some of them made yet another choice, which was to put an end to that type of behavior. And we applaud that choice as well. So we think that we were about right in what we've told different organizations of the Iraqi forces that are out there, particularly the regular army, and also some of the Republican Guards. We still believe that Forces in this country should not shed their blood for a regime whose days are numbered. Now, the second part of your question was?
If they simply leave the battlefield and go back, what's to prevent them from being pressed into service again against their will by Iraqis?
Their choice. It really is their choice to do that. And we would certainly not want to have that happen, and we don't want them to be endangered either. And they are in danger. There's no question about it. Anyone in this country that returns to their homes or that stays in their homes while the regime is present is in mortal danger. That's happening all over the country. Did you want to go to the second part of your question? I'm going to let you go a little bit further on this one.
I appreciate it. The second part was with regard to the armored column that was leaving Basra and heading south. Was that an offensive tactic? Were they retreating? And also, how were they able to head south? The British yesterday said they had cordoned off the city.
Okay, I think I can take care of those two. This is a classic example of the fog of war, so let me explain how this works. Out on the line, a report will occur. The report gets pushed up immediately, especially if there's something that appears is going to require reinforcement. In this case, we had something we call moving target indicators, an electronic signature that says we've got something vehicular moving in large numbers. That got reported up. It also got released to the world because we have embedded media, and they're reporting what the unit was sensing at that point in time. A very classic example of how the world looks from down on the line. The reality was there were not some large number of vehicles. We heard reports between hundreds and thousands. That was not the case at all. In fact, it was an erroneous signal. So what we do when we have indications like that, to work through the fog of war, which we are all in the military very accustomed to, we'll then do something else to corroborate it, and then something else to corroborate it. So a series of other efforts to gain further intelligence, to establish surveillance, to conduct reconnaissance, all those things were done, and we determined it was a different size force, and we destroyed it. It's as simple as that. And the last part of the question was about how could they have left Basra if it was cordoned off. Forces did come out of Basra, and the UK encountered them, particularly on the southwest side, and again destroyed the force that came out. How does that happen? The cordon is not like a wall that gets set around the town as much as it is a wall of control around the town. So things may move toward the town from the outside and be encountered, or they may try to move from inside of the town outward and be encountered. Once a determination is made that it's either hostile or not, then further action is taken. In that case, it was determined hostile, and they were destroyed. Please, the gray shirt.
Jeff Glasser, U.S. News and World Report. I'm wondering, are you facing shortages of supplies like food and water and batteries up on the front lines? Has there been some reports?
Jeff, I'm not aware of any shortfalls. This is like many other things for continuous operations. What we have our commanders do is analyze their status from the lowest unit up to the highest level unit. And that's reported on a continuous basis, and we push them what they need. We haven't had any problems that would hinder operations at this point. In the second row, please.
General Chaz Henry, WTOP Radio. U.S. and U.K. Military officers have asked us to be careful about using images of military men and women who may die in this fighting. Does avoiding that imagery in any sense take away the public's ability to appreciate either the sense of dedication, sacrifice, or human cost of war?
Well, we know that this war is being prosecuted by humans. And I thank you for the question because it helps to reinforce that right now. Often what you see is what we can show because we have images of technology. But the reality is there's a human behind every one of those. There's a human that has to take off from the deck of a ship, a human that has to take off from the surface of some runway somewhere inside of the region, and each time they take off, they can't be certain that they're going to return. You've seen the activities that happen out on the line. You've seen soldiers and Marines from multiple nations that put their lives at risk in some other country other than their own for the cause of freedom. And as you see that sort of thing, you see the level of dedication that's out there. All we'd ask is that you respect that those are in fact humans out there and that they have families and that we care for them greatly. Please, in the back, in the red.
Georgia. According to the Iraqi Health Minister, 36 people dead and more than 200 injured yesterday night in Baghdad. Can you confirm the fact?
I'm not aware of more than 200 being injured in Baghdad last night. I've not heard the report. What I can say is that any time civilians are injured inside of a combat zone, it's an unfortunate circumstance. It's something we don't want to see happen, and we do everything we can to prevent that. The regime has not been as careful in that regard, and we're seeing indications where many of the problems that we see where civilians are being reported being killed happen to be in Shia populations. There may be a pattern there. I'll let you draw your own conclusion. Please, sir. In the blue shirt.
BBC French service. Can you tell us on a daily basis, first of all, the number of sorties, so we have an idea of the rhythm of thrust of the battle, and on the Scud issue, in 1991 Gulf War, coalition aircraft had a hard time to target Scud platforms. How much the situation has improved? Can you tell us a little bit where these missiles launched on Kuwait are launched from, and can you target them?
I'll start with the second half of the question first about the Scuds and the historic use of certain areas of Iraq for launching on neighboring countries. Let me begin by saying we're very active in those areas to make sure that it doesn't happen again. And we have a variety of capabilities to make that happen. It's particularly out in the western desert, and we're able to move very well. We have good surveillance and reconnaissance out there, and thus far we've been successful. But when we join the realities of some of what the regime has been doing over the last several years through its efforts in denial and deception while developing significant military capability that you're beginning to see, like the Sumer mine that wasn't in there, like atropine injectors purchased with oil for food money. We also know that there was some enhancement to the Scud missile system, particularly the Al-Hussein family. And the reports that we've given you about the potential extended range makes it possible to move it much further east than where the missiles were fired during Desert Storm, much further east to be able to range a much larger radius of countries. And so we remain focused on finding those whenever we can. Things like the missile assembly facility that I showed you the picture of help us to degrade their ability to threaten their neighbors. And that's part of our effort as well. I think we have time for one more question. Please, on the far side.
Kevin Dunn of ITV News. Just following on from that, was this missile site that you've destroyed known to or visited by UN weapons inspectors? And if so, why did you destroy it?
I don't know if it was inspected by UN inspectors or not. We can find that out and provide the information to you. We destroyed it because it could be potentially used at this point for this operation. Even beyond the denial and deception that we all witnessed during the UNMOVIC days and years before that, even beyond that, we knew that there were systems inside of there. Some have not been accounted for at this point in time. And so rather than see them used, we destroy the places where they could be assembled, and we'll also look for places where they might be used and destroy them there. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
All right, I've been listening there to Brigadier General Vincent Brooks giving us an idea there of what has been taking place on the battlefield. A lot of the information already streaming out. Obviously, the reporters pressing him very hard on what happened in Baghdad yesterday when a market area was hit by a missile, and it caused, according to the Iraqi side, at least 15 civilian deaths, a lot of other people wounded in that attack. Iraq says it was a U.S. cruise missile. The U.S. saying there it released a number of weapons over Baghdad. It has accounted for all of its weapons and that market area was not a target. General Brooks there asserting that all of the U.S. weapons had hit their mark. He said investigation continues. However, the U.S. might not likely know an answer or have an answer for exactly what happened until it arrives in Baghdad. And even then, he said, it might not be possible. Certainly, it doesn't appear that there's going to be an answer to that question that has troubled so many people around the world, because the scenes of that attack shown on television, a particularly horrendous strike right in a crowded civilian area. The U.S. asserting that, number one, it could have been an Iraqi missile that misfired, or General Brooks suggested the Iraqis might have done it purposely to blame the U.S. for civilian casualties. The viewer is left to judge for themselves who to believe. Clearly, the only thing that's apparently true in all of this is the terrible civilian cost of it all. In terms of civilian cost, the U.S. there asserting that around An-Najaf in southern Iraq, south central Iraq, There are cases of Iraqi fedayeen going from house to house, forcing young children out of the homes. He didn't say it, but he implied it. These were boys that were being forced to the front. Otherwise, members of their families would be killed. He said there's a growing list or a growing indications day by day of violations of the Geneva Convention by the Iraqi side. He went on to talk about some of the other strikes that had been carried out and showed video of the strike that took place on the Iraqi television station. All right, we want to take a look at some of the other latest developments. With a ferocious sandstorm clearing out, U.S.-led ground units in central Iraq now cleaning up. They expect to resume their advance toward Baghdad within the next 48 hours. Now, in just the last few minutes, you've been watching here, as we showed you on the screen, the scene in the Iraqi capital. This is a picture coming from the information ministry. You can see a large plume of black smoke rising there in the background. I do not believe this is one of the oil fires. They've trained the camera on this, and it appears it might be from a strike. There were a number of loud explosions that were heard in the Iraqi capital. Inside southern Iraq, correspondent Walter Rogers, who is embedded with one of the ground units south of Baghdad, reports the U.S. Army's 7th Cavalry has now been strongly reinforced by linking up with the 3rd Infantry Division. That's a mechanized division. Also reporting from central Iraq is correspondent Lisa Rose Weaver, who tells us there has been a tank battle south of Baghdad. In northern Iraq, the first large coalition force in the north securing an airfield in that Kurdish-controlled region. The force is only about 1,000 U.S. Army paratroopers. They dropped in on Thursday. Commanders say the northern force is going to shore up the Kurdish lines. Then they're expected to move on to Baghdad to help those ground forces in the central region put the squeeze on the Iraqi capital. British forces say they destroyed 14 tanks outside Basra overnight. An Iraqi column of armored vehicles attempted to move south from Iraq's southern city. British officials say their forces are positioned on the outskirts of Basra with the intent of wiping out the ruling Ba'ath Party militia. British military officials say they found chemical weapons protection suits when Iraqi infantry abandoned a headquarters facility in the oil fields of southern Iraq. They say the discovery is significant and might indicate Iraq's contemplation of using chemical weapons. They say British troops did not find any weapons of mass destruction, though. A British ship carrying more than 200 tons of humanitarian aid was to arrive on Thursday at the port of Qasr. It's not going to do that.
Those pictures told me that the only air cover support they had to protect them from the oncoming Iraqis was a B-52 bomber. However, this morning when I talked to some U.S. Air Force liaison personnel traveling with the 7th Cavalry, I tried to reconfirm that B-52 dropped its bombs on the Iraqi convoy. They said more than one B-52. We called in more than a few B-52s to stop that convoy. It was stopped far short of the 7th Cavalry. By the time the convoy was stopped, reinforcements from the 3rd Infantry Division were called forward, and the U.S. is now holding a position at least 60 miles south of Baghdad. That's quite threatening to the Iraqis, the Republican Guard, and Saddam Hussein. Jim?
Walter, you've just been through, what, about two and a half days of a fierce sandstorm. Is it cleanup time there with the 7th Cavalry?
That's right, Jim, and it's very, very welcome, of course, because remember, many of these young soldiers were baptized under fire for the first time in combat over the last 72 hours. They had never killed a man before. More than a few of these Army soldiers have killed more than a few Iraqis over the past few days. As we were coming back to this this station where we are now, somewhere in the rear, we saw dead Iraqis in the road. We saw the burned out vehicles along Machine Gun Alley. The rest is more than welcome. I talked to one grizzled old Army sergeant who said after 22 years in the Army, after the last 72 hours, he's ready for retirement. I talked to another Army major. He said to me, I hope I never have to go through anything like that again. If you'll indulge me, one personal story. A few moments ago, some Air Force liaison personnel came up and asked to look at the CNN vehicle and said, "Show us your bullet holes." We said, "I don't think we have any bullet holes," although many other vehicles were hit. They said, "Well, we were 2 vehicles behind you. We saw the machine guns hitting in the dust beside you. You had to have bullet holes." That's how severe, how furious the machine gun fire was as we punched north with the 7th Cavalry and until we were reinforced. Jim?
Walter Rogers there with the 7th Cavalry. Thank you for that, Walter. Stay safe. Well, British defense officials say soldiers of the Royal Irish Regiment have discovered Iraqi chemical protection suits and respirators as they uncovered them after Iraqi forces had abandoned a post. The latest discovery really coming on the heels of a similar find further to the north in An-Najaf, and it highlights concerns that the Iraqi regime could use chemical or biological weapons against coalition forces. Let's get some perspective on all of this. We're joined in Washington by Christine Gosden. She's the head of medical genetics at Liverpool University in England. She studied Iraq's previous use of such weapons against the Iraqi Kurds. I think as everyone looks in here, I think for the soldiers, I know for the press corps, it is really a fear of chemical weapons. Some people say, well, if you have the right equipment, you can survive it. But there's a psychological thing about chemical weapons that has a lot of people afraid.
Yes, I think people are very terrified about the use of chemical weapons. I think the point about the use against civilian populations is that, by and large, civilian populations, particularly the one in northern Iraq that were hit in the over 200 attacks by Saddam Hussein in 1987 and 1988, the largest attack being on Halabja, is that unprotected civilian populations can't really respond to these weapons. They have no protection, no gas masks, no protective suits, and they don't know what's coming against them, so they don't know how to decontaminate.
One thing that I've learned, and we had some, as journalists, thanks to CNN's Forward site, we had some training in chemical and biological. And one of the things that surprises me is that if you get in one of those, your risk of getting cancer later down the road skyrockets. You've studied it. What did you find?
We had a look at the population in northern Iraq, and yes, they do have increasing rates, still going on today, of cancers and birth defects and deaths of babies and major medical disorders. Unprotected areas will get burns to the eyes, making you blind, or skin, and to the lungs. But the point about Saddam's weapons is he has a fearsome he had, at least in 1988, and probably does, has developed many more since then. He tends to use mixtures of weapons, and these are much more difficult to combat, and the effects, obviously, are much more serious.
What do you mean when you say mixtures?
Well, for example, we know that in northern Iraq he used mustard gas and he used nerve agents simultaneously in the same attack. So people get both the effects of mustard gas, this is what caused the cancers and the lung damage and the heart damage and the birth defects, but he also used nerve agents. These are the ones that kill instantly, but also can give rise to long-term neurological problems, including loss of feeling in arms and legs and fingers and toes and memory loss. Nerve agents are very potent. If you don't die, and usually only about 5 to 10%, even of unprotected people, will die in an attack, the survivors may have severe long-term problems that will be lifelong.
You have studied the situation in northern Iraq, and yes, you're a medical researcher, but I'm just wondering, a final question, what is your feeling? Does Saddam Hussein still have weapons of mass destruction from what you've seen in the other evidence?
My feeling is that we need to detect very carefully in the region. We need to protect vulnerable people, and that includes civilian populations. We need to be able to decontaminate, and we need to be able to provide long-term help for survivors of these attacks.
Dr. Christine Gosden, our thanks to you, as always, for being with us, explaining a little bit, giving us an expert's view of chemical, biological weapons. Well, the Iraqi government says there's a mounting civilian death toll that proves coalition forces are deliberately targeting civilians. That's a charge that the U.S. and Britain vehemently deny. Iraq's health minister says more than 350 people have been killed in the war, more than 4,000 others wounded. Umid Midhat Mubarak says hospitals are trying to cope with the aftermath of what he calls barbaric acts.
You see that these aggressors, the American and British and their allies, are targeting civilians regardless of age. And today in the popular area, they targeted stores and civilian areas.
15 people died in a Baghdad marketplace explosion on Wednesday. Iraq says it was the result of an airstrike. The U.S. says it did not target the market. It's now suggesting it may have been caused by a stray Iraqi missile or shell. All right, let's go back to New York for just a moment and take a look at some of the anti-war protests underway there. And you can see they're all lying down in the middle of the street now outside Rockefeller Center. This is a major thoroughfare in downtown New York. It is now, 8:30 in the morning. This is going to cause some traffic tie-ups. They're making their point about not only opposing the war, but the way that the war is being covered, the way the American people are seeing the war.
Thank you.
And they are taking their case to the streets of New York, lying down, if you will, to make their point. We're going to take a short break. More coverage of the war in Iraq after this. Against it, their point of view. Let's check out some other points of view around the world. Reem Brahimi joins us now from Amman, Jordan, with the latest developments on the situation in Baghdad. Reem.
Jim, as you know, it's been...
To show our audience the truth, even it is dirty war. We are in Al Jazeera not a part of a coalition, nor a part of the Iraqi regime. We are independent media. Thank you.
That was your statement, was it, or was there a question there? I'm sorry, I didn't hear. Did you ask a question?
I have no question.
You have no question. Let me just say in response that I know that Al Jazeera's management wants to produce a station which they can be proud of. They want to produce a station that engages in balanced reporting. That type of reporting is neither balanced, nor should anybody take any pride in it. Take it from me.
All right. Well, as we noted, too, controversy about the Arab media, some of the Arab news channels, controversy in the United States. As you saw, there was a live demonstration going on there in New York City. I don't think it was anything I said, but it may have been Shihab. Back to you, Shihab.
Jim Clancy, no, I don't think it was me either, but they do say that the first casualty of war is the truth, and a number of people in New York City are taking their protest, as we've been seeing, to the streets of New York. Maria Inoza joins us from the scene of that demonstration. Maria, it looked like in the last lot of pictures we saw that the police were beginning to move in.
Yeah, what happened, Shihab, is about 15 minutes or so ago, there was a loud sound, as if there was an air raid sound, and then these people, who perhaps my cameraman can come in, laid down in the middle of the street. We are on Fifth Avenue, right in front of Saks Fifth Avenue, right in front of Rockefeller Plaza, right in front of St. Patrick's Cathedral. They came in and laid down. Many of them have photographs of Iraqis that they are pinning to themselves. They have some scarves that they say have been colored red as if we were blood. So from a top shot, you can get a sense of how much the traffic has been backed up now. This is, of course, rush hour in the morning here in the middle of Manhattan. And all of this is being coordinated by a new group that is calling themselves M27. This is March 27th. And they have said that their concern is that they believe that their side of the story, those who are against this war, have not been able to get their images out, and so therefore they feel that they've got to do something drastic in order to get the images out. And I wanted to talk to one of the organizers, Judith LeBlanc. You know, when you see this kind of action, when this happens, it's probably going to anger a lot of people as well. So this is a risky action for the anti-war movement to be taking, right?
Well, I think the anti-war movement now is so bold and so broad that we have to use every possible way to move public opinion in support of ending this war. This is one action. Hundreds of thousands of people marched in the streets peacefully on Saturday. So many forms have to be used to mobilize against this war.
What happens, though? What is the plan for the rest of the day? We have heard that there's a plan here this morning to stop business as usual. What can you tell us about what's going to happen around the city for the rest of the day?
no doubt this demonstration here today is going to inspire a lot of people to continue to march around in Midtown, to continue to protest. And the thing that's important is that we want Bush and the Congress to know that there should be a ceasefire. There's increasing civilian and troop casualties, and this war must be brought to an end. And people will be marching, I'm sure, and continue to protest with their signs in this area, which they have the right to do.
What happens, though, when you begin to have a question of violence? These demonstrators here who are taken to the streets are lying down. They're being taken away without a problem. But you're getting a sense that there's a lot of anger on the part of these demonstrators. How do you control that in an anti-war movement that many people say is so large?
The heart of this movement is for peaceful solutions to this crisis problem of an illegal war that Bush launched. People here are peacefully submitting to arrest. They're willing to commit civil disobedience to make their statement loud and clear that they want an end to a war. There's no room for violence on any issue. That is not a solution to political problems. And the people here, in their overwhelming majority, are for peaceful civil disobedience.
Thank you very much, Judith LeBlanc. There is a lot of, it's a very fluid situation. We have heard that there are what they call affinity groups that are stationed all around Midtown Manhattan that may be doing actions. We haven't been told what they are. As you can see, this is it's a little chaotic, but very nonviolent. Right now, no confrontations. There were some confrontations on the street with some people who were wanting to show their support for President Bush, but nothing violent at that moment. But again, they have said that all day today throughout the city of Manhattan, civil disobedience. They say that they want to stop business as usual because of the fact that they believe so many civilians, so many American troops are putting their lives on the line. They believe they have to make a statement that things cannot continue the way they are here. Shihab.
Thank you, Maria. Maria and Oza are in downtown New York City, and as those protests, those American protests continue, doesn't seem there's much sign that they're ruffling the feathers of George W. Bush as he meets with Tony Blair to assess the progress of the war. John King joins us now from the White House with an update on those meetings. John.
Shihab, those meetings underway up at Camp David, Maryland, about an hour's drive from here at the White House, a little more than that in the Maryland mountains. Mr. Bush and Mr. Blair talking, of course, at a key juncture in the campaign. We will hear directly from them a little more than 2 hours from now, and perhaps they will be asked a question about the anti-war protests here and around the world, as well as the skepticism we are hearing in media briefings and from some retired military officers about the battle plan unfolding inside Iraq. Mr. Blair arrived at the Camp David retreat last night. The White House released a photograph of some of the discussions last night over dinner, and then later we are told the British Prime Minister and the U.S. President exchanging views on the situation in Iraq. We are told three major points on the agenda for this day and a half of discussions. Number one, of course, the ongoing military strategy, including the delicate issue of the timing of any siege of Baghdad. We also are told both leaders trying to overcome logistical and other hurdles and speed up the influx of humanitarian aid into Iraq. That has been frustrating for both leaders, the lack of the ability to get more humanitarian supplies into Iraq, a key political component of the military campaign. And also, and this is the one area where Mr. Blair and Mr. Bush have some disagreement, discussions, we are told, about the future role of the United Nations in any post-war Iraq. Mr. Blair has made clear that he believes the UN should have quite a big role in the post-war administration of Iraq. Bush administration officials have a different view. They say, yes, the United Nations should be involved, but in the view of the Bush White House, primarily in the humanitarian area. Secretary of State Powell making clear on Capitol Hill yesterday, and the U.S. Vice President Dick Cheney, who was among those participating in morning security briefings here at the White House this morning, they have made clear that the United States is leading the coalition, as the White House puts it, to disarm and liberate Iraq, and therefore the United States, should take the lead in any post-war Iraq. So one point of at least mild contention between Washington and London as the two leaders meet up at Camp David. Again, they will have a brief session with reporters a little more than 2 hours from now, perhaps more, into their insights on how the war is going, any timetable for key actions around Baghdad, and their own perspectives, and they might be somewhat different on what role the United Nations should play once the fighting stops. Shihab.
John King reporting to us from the White House. Thanks, John. Well, the United Nations is likely to play a role in humanitarian relief for post-war Iraq. On that, it would seem that the U.S. is in agreement with Britain, but the nature and extent of that role is a matter of debate.
Peter, Iraqi capital. Hello, I'm Jim Clancy in Kuwait City. Let's look at some of the latest developments now. Fresh air raids Thursday in Baghdad. Explosions have been reported in the central part of the city, as well as several other areas. You can see from the skyline here the effect of some of that bombing. Iraq says coalition bombing teamed with its ground offensive, taking a heavy toll on civilians. At a news conference on Thursday, Iraq's health minister joined the fray, saying more than 350 civilians have been killed and 4,000 wounded. No word on military casualties. CNN correspondents in northern Iraq, meantime, report a stepped-up coalition pattern of airstrikes against frontline Iraqi positions. They've also heard artillery being fired toward those Iraqi positions. Those raids come in concert with a growing coalition ground force in the area. About 1,000 U.S. paratroopers are securing an airfield near Bashur. The airfield will be used to deploy tanks and other combat vehicles into that area. Coalition officials say deployments in the north open up a variety of options for the commanders.
What those Army forces do that have gone into northern Iraq is provide the commander many options. We'll put a significant force up into northern Iraq that causes the Iraqi ground commanders to question exactly what are those forces doing. They have many options: stability in the region, beginning a northern front, as well as several other options.
On the humanitarian front, relief supplies have been distributed in the port city of Qasr. That thanks to truck convoys that came in from Kuwait. The bulk of aid, though, remains offshore, aboard ships. That's delay in the delivery of that aid being caused by concern about mines in the harbor. A British military official explained the delay.
We had hoped to bring the first ship in today, but last night the coalition forces who were sweeping the channel for mines discovered just off the safe channel we had created 2 mines. These were dealt with, and now we're just delaying them on the side of safety because of the merchant shipping involved to sweep again, just to reassure ourselves there are no more mines before we bring in the first shipping.
Now, British military officials also saying they found chemical weapons protection suits when Iraqi infantry abandoned a headquarters facility in the oil fields of southern Iraq. They said the discovery is significant and might indicate Iraq's contemplation of using such weapons. They say British troops did not find any actual chemical or biological weapons, though. Coalition forces say they've information that Iraq's Fedayeen are rounding up children and others from their homes in southern Iraq, saying males must fight for the Iraqi regime or family members could be executed. Tom in tears at U.S. Central Command headquarters in Doha, Qatar, where a briefing ended just a short time ago. He joins us now with more on that. Tom.
Jim, that information does come from Iraqi POWs, according to military sources. It came out about an hour before the briefing that field commanders had told General Franks about the situation. In the briefing today, also an update on the explosion that occurred at the market in northern Baghdad. Now, U.S. officials are saying it's quite possible that this may have been an Iraqi missile, a surface-to-air missile that the guidance system was not used on. They say now that the missile batteries in and around Baghdad are not using the guidance system, simply launching them and let them fly. And this could be a real problem, that they're saying this missile simply went up and came back down. It's quite possible that this is the case, that an unguided missile really would not have the same effectiveness as one that was tracking an aircraft or something else with radar. So from Central Command at the briefing today, it's saying it's a possibility that's being investigated, one of several possibilities that this was indeed an Iraqi missile that was launched and returned, hitting and slamming into this market, killing more than a dozen people. Back to the threat of the forces of the regime, according to Vincent Brooks, a brigadier general here, came out and said this in the briefing, that they have information that people are being forced to fight.
Our field commanders report that in the vicinity of An-Najaf, as one example, Iraqi regime forces are seizing children from their homes, telling their families that the males must fight for the regime or they will all face execution.
One update on the humanitarian situation in Basra. They say it's going to be probably another day or so. There's still clearing sea mines. They say they have located some of these mines that are below the surface of the water, saying they've been developed illegally by Iraq, saying that many of the components are imported by Iraq, and it was a locally designed and built, but the components came from outside Iraq, weapon systems that apparently were purchased by the Iraqi military, saying they found one of these mines below the surface on the lane that they had cleared, so they're sending teams in to once again in the port area to do some more clearance for mines to prevent any possible damage to the humanitarian shipments as they come in. Jim?
In one sense, Tom, it appears the U.S. military is simply telling the press, we're not going to be able to give you any more details on what happened in Baghdad because we're not there to pick up the fragments of whatever weapon it was. How concerned is the U.S. military? We're hearing the charges from Baghdad that say you are intentionally targeting civilians in these operations. These casualties are mounting. At the very least, they have to see that this is costing them a lot in whatever kind of a public relations propaganda war is also going on parallel to the military conflict. What are they prepared to do about it?
That allegation probably doesn't surprise them a bit. It is something that they warned even before this conflict started, that there would be the possibility that incidents would be blamed on the coalition when that did not happen, and that's part of the reason they had the embedded journalists. They say they're conducting the investigation, and as you say, it's really impossible to go in and pick up the fragments of what may have exploded so that they can do the other half of their investigation. What they say they're doing is they're going into the mission plans, the weapons that were selected for use. They did admit in the last 24 hours that there was a mission underway at about the time this explosion took place, but they say not in the area where it occurred. They also came out in this briefing today and said it's quite possible that someone attempted to shoot down a coalition aircraft with a surface-to-air missile that went awry. So it's quite interesting that they're turning this allegation of a misguided coalition weapon causing this death and destruction and saying that a possibility exists that it was an unguided missile from Iraqi ground forces that caused this.
All right, Tom Intier there at the U.S. Central Command headquarters in Doha. Tom, we'll check in with you again a little bit later. It is important to note one of the things that came out of the briefing here, of course, a short time ago was that there's been this deployment, U.S. forces airdropping into northern Iraq, about 1,000 U.S. paratroopers landing in Kurdish-controlled areas of northern Iraq. There to meet them with our own CNN's Brent Sadler. Brent.
Thanks, Jim. Yes, indeed, a surge of U.S. military activity in northern Iraq today. Early this morning, there was renewed bombing, airstrikes against Iraqi frontline positions on this so-called northern front. But more importantly today, we saw a dramatic entry of U.S. airborne troops into this area.
A daring mission to northern Iraq for American troops under the cover of darkness. 10 waves of paratroopers from the 173rd Airborne Brigade, jumping in batches, 100 at a time. They landed in friendly territory controlled by Iraqi Kurds. A breathtaking assault by 1,000 men, precision timed and safely accomplished. No shots fired. We found them at daybreak, assembling in groups, scattered across the drop zone. No southern Iraqi desert sands here in the rugged mountains of Iraqi Kurdistan. They landed on a carpet of grass and soft earth, men and equipment caked in mud following days of heavy rain.
Hi, good morning, Platoon Sergeant Brent Sadler from CNN. Good morning.
Sergeant Geringer.
Welcome to Iraq.
Thank you.
How was it? Tell me, please. The parachute drop overnight?
Parachute drop was well. Everything went according to plan. Planes came in, dropped us off, just like how we normally do business.
A drop from 1,200 feet, a rush of adrenaline, and the crack of an opening parachute before hitting the ground. That's how these troops describe their dramatic entry into the war.
You're floating out there, you know, it's pitch black. You know, you don't know what to expect. You're just waiting to hit the ground and, you know, put your weapon in operation and get ready to go.
Parachutes are quickly packed, weapons cleaned and made ready. But it's slow going at first across this soggy plain.
Nearby, more US Special Forces have arrived, flown in by helicopter. They start to secure this vital landing strip. Follow-up forces and heavier equipment will surely flow through here. The paratroopers have made an unchallenged start to their deployment. But they still dig in, just in case, with friendly gestures. So, Jim, we can tell you that 1,000 troops landed here earlier today, at 1 o'clock local time. They're now settling in, bedding into their area, if you like, remaining in a security position around the airfield. I can tell you, Jim, that out of those 1,000 paratroopers, they all got down safely. Just a few scratches, bumps and bruises from that parachute drop. Back to you, Jim.
Brent, what can you say about Iraqi artillery? I mean, is there any chance of any confrontation between this lightly armed force, if you will, and some of the embedded Iraqi troops that are at least in the region could potentially make a drive to that same location?
Well, there are two aspects of this, I think, Jim. First of all, I don't think, certainly in the near term, we're not going to see a really wide-scale opening of this front. We have been seeing for the past several days a softening up of Iraqi front lines on those ridge lines behind me over there. But what is important to remember is that US troops, as they move forward, as they surely will in a variety of roles, they will become, will come within range of Iraqi artillery positions. So that is one aspect. But we're also going to see a build-up of equipment, armored personnel carriers, plus some heavier weaponry, but not the kind of really mechanized armored punch that was originally planned in Plan A, when some 60,000 US troops were supposed to deploy for a simultaneous northern front to go along in parallel what's happened in the south because of the complications with Turkey. But we are seeing a plan going into effect. I think this will have a lot to do with stabilization, what the military calls deconfliction in this area. And of course, I think it's also important to point out that these airborne troops, half the brigade now on the ground here, a very mobile and flexible force, could be called in to help secure those very vitally important oil fields around Kirkuk and Mosul, if and when that time comes. Back to you, Jim.
All right, Brent Sadler reporting there from northern Iraq. Now, Brent isn't one of the embedded correspondents, but we have many of them that are bringing you. We've been covering this war now fully for a week, and one of the big differences I think people have seen is the fact that there are so many correspondents embedded with forces, coalition forces, that are going in, and they have technology like we've never had before to bring you at least a snapshot of one area, one unit, a part of the conflict as it's developing on the ground. And I want to bring you a report that we've just gotten in from one of our embedded correspondents, Ryan Chilcote, who's with 101st Airborne.
Dust and sand has finally settled here in central Iraq at the 101st Airborne's forward operating base here. As you'll recall, it's a long time in coming, more than 48 hours of a vicious sandstorm that not only annoyed everyone, including me here on the ground, it also grounded the entire fleet of the 101st Airborne's helicopters. That has clearly changed today. As you can see, it's clear, and the helicopters are out back in the skies again. Yesterday, before it cleared up, a group of 6 Iraqi men, at least according to the U.S. military, apparently lost their way on a road near this base. They were spotted in their SUV by a group of U.S. soldiers who surrounded them. The Iraqis then surrendered to those soldiers and were taken into U.S. custody. Now, the U.S. military, the ground commanders here, are saying that these 6 men belong to a group called Saddam Fedayeen, a group that the U.S. military is saying is a paramilitary group that is very loyal to the Iraqi leader, President Saddam Hussein. They are saying that these 6 men were couriers bringing money. They actually found, according to the military, a lot of U.S. dollars inside the car, bringing money and instructions to a group of Ba'ath leaders in nearby towns. Now, I had an opportunity to speak with one of the soldiers guarding the Iraqis last night. I asked him to compare how the U.S. is treating these Iraqi men with how he feels the American POWs are being treated here inside Iraq. Here's what he had to say.
I think that regardless of what they do, you know, we're not them. And just because, you know, somebody else does that, you know, golden rule, you know, do unto others as you had done unto them. And I think it also makes our resolve to fight stronger because we don't want to get captured, but it makes their resolve to fight less because they know if they get captured, they're going to get treated humanely, they're going to get fed, they're going to get blankets, they're going to get shelter, medical treatment.
Bill, a bit about their conditions. One of the 6 Iraqis was given some medical attention for some asthma he was suffering from. In my presence, they were brought some blankets, and the soldier that you just heard from assured me that they would build a tent for them. He said that that would be in the coming hours. He said they were going to do their best to make those Iraqis feel more comfortable. He apologized that the conditions were, I guess, as basic as they were, as you saw in those pictures. And he promised with what they have, the limited resources that they have, to make things a little bit more comfortable for them.
Let's go live now to what has been a very difficult battlefront in the southern part of Iraq, the town of Nasiriyah. With U.S. Marines there is our own Alessio Vinci near the town of Nasiriyah. Alessio, the situation this day.
Hello to you, Jim. Situation fairly quiet for a second day here in Nasiriyah. This means U.S. military commanders say that the supply route going through Nasiriyah is pretty much secured. This does not mean, however, that there hasn't been any fighting at all. We are hearing sporadic fighting in the distance, the odd mortar. And this is because the U.S. military continues to encounter some pockets of resistance along this route. And what they're trying to do, of course, is to try to keep that resistance to a minimum. They're trying to get rid of it as much as possible. But one of the main efforts for the last couple of days, also for the U.S. Marines here, has been one to deal with a growing number of civilians, Iraqi civilians from surrounding villages to the town of Nasiriyah, trying to reach the town itself. These are civilians who want to go back there to see their family members. These are civilians who want to go back there because they have some business to do. These are civilians because they want to go and see relatives. And all these people are trying slowly and carefully, now that there's been a lull in the fighting, if you want, trying to reach Nasiriyah. And what they do is they come across these U.S. military checkpoints. And of course, the U.S. military, very much aware of the fact that the Saddam's Fedayeen, the paramilitary group very much loyal to Saddam Hussein, is mingling among those civilians. Well, the only thing they can do is to stop all those civilians and search them one by one. And indeed, in the last couple of days, according to U.S. military commanders, they have arrested as many as 200 Iraqi militaries, including members of the Iraqi army, members or senior officers of the Republican Guard, as well as some of those Saddam's Fedayeen. A major concern for the U.S. military here as well is because those Fedayeen are using those civilians as human shields. They use them as scouting, they use them to launch some scouting missions to try to find out where the U.S. positions are under threat to against their own families. And so the U.S. military is dealing with this growing number of civilians. The U.S. military is also trying to explain to civilians that the best way to stay away from trouble is to stay at home, to remain at home. But, you know, for many of those civilians who live in these areas, especially in those remote villages, the presence of military in this region is nothing new. This has been a country and a region at war for many, many years. And so a lot of those civilians perhaps don't even realize that this is a new kind of war, that this is a new military operation. And therefore, when they hear that there's no fighting, then they just venture out of their homes and they try to go back into Nasiriyah, where indeed they come across those U.S. military checkpoints. One of the problems the U.S. military is having here at this location where I am at is to take care of these civilians. They have to be fed, they have to be given water, shelter. There is not that much of this in this area here. This military unit, this forward unit that I'm embedded with, doesn't have all the necessary means to take care of dozens and dozens and dozens of civilians every day who come and come into contact with those U.S. military checkpoints. So a very difficult situation right now for the U.S. Marines. On the one side, they have a war to fight. They have to secure this main route for the supplies going up north. And on the other side, they also have to deal with this growing number of civilians who are trying to reach relatives and friends and go about their business back in Nasiriyah. Jim?
Now, Alessio, I assume that they have Arabic translators with them, people embedded there, people who may be a part of the military that speak Arabic. Are you finding anything about what are the civilians saying about the situations inside the town, the situation with the Fedayeen, these kinds of facts?
Jim, the U.S. military does have some Arabic speakers among its staff here, and they have even put up some large signs at the entrance on the main roads saying, stay away, road is closed, you're entering killing zone. all those signs written clearly in Arabic to warn the population not to approach those military checkpoints. Now, most of the civilians that have been taken by the U.S. military are civilians coming from the outskirts of Nazariyah, trying to reach Nazariyah. And what we are hearing from from the U.S. military who has contact with those civilians with whom we cannot talk at this point, is that they're hearing that some of them are telling the U.S. military that indeed the Fedayins are threatening their elderly, their members of the family, if they do not provide the Fedayins back in the villages or back at the position where they are with information about where the U.S. military checkpoints are, about any information that could help the Fedayins to strike at U.S. military locations here outside of Nazariyah. This is what the military is telling us, the civilians are telling them. Now, I also happened to hear a conversation between one civilian and one U.S. Marine through a translator. That conversation was actually about the civilian trying to convince the Marine that indeed he was a civilian and that the only reason why he needed to go back to Nazariyah is because he needed medical treatment, that he had asthma, that he wanted to go back to see his doctor. So these are all daily life problems that those civilians really have, and they're trying to solve. The fact that there is a military operation ongoing, the fact that there is a war ongoing, for them it is just another fact of life. They don't seem to be too much concerned about this new wage of fighting. For them it is pretty much like a day-to-day business. They have been living with this kind of conditions, with difficult conditions all this time, and they see this as another chapter, another violent chapter in their day-to-day life, Jim.
Alessia Vinci there with U.S. Marines near Nasiriyah. Meantime, CNN's Walter Rogers is in Iraq. He's with the 3rd Squadron of the U.S. 7th Cavalry. He joins us now with the latest from central Iraq. Walter.
Hello, Jim. After nearly 72 hours, continuous 72 hours of fighting its way northward towards Baghdad, the U.S. Army 7th Cavalry has now been reinforced by elements of the 3rd Infantry Division. But for 48 of those 72 hours northward, the cavalry was hanging out almost virtually by itself, the only unit north of the Euphrates River, and it was taking sharp counterattacks from the Iraqis, particularly Crazy Horse Troop. The road, which you can see the ARC convoy riding down now, was nicknamed Machine Gun Alley because of firing on both sides of the road. That was 2 days ago. This is the 7th Cavalry pushed its way northward to a very strategic bridgehead 60 miles south of Baghdad, blocking any counterattacks from the Iraqis in the direction of An-Najaf. Joining me now to discuss some of that fighting is First Sergeant Todd Woodhull. Sergeant, so they don't think I'm exaggerating. How was that fight?
Pretty fierce for a while. A lot of bullets flying, RPGs, heavy machine gun fire, Air Force involved, of course, as you know, dropping bombs around us to keep people off us at certain times.
When we went down Machine Gun Alley, what were you thinking?
Well, with my hatches closed, a little scared, I had to do a couple times, reach in and talk to the man upstairs and say, help out a little. I don't know if we can do this all ourselves, but it worked. Of course, you know that we got through it and took a lot of fire. A lot of bags got shut up, cans and sides of Bradleys and tanks, but did what we were taught to do, and it worked out pretty good.
I heard Sergeant Wheatley cursing the Iraqis today because they put a bullet right through his rucksack.
He sure did. They cut his rucksack in half. He lost some of his equipment, but that was the least of our worries, I think, at the time. Very scary.
How serious was it, do you think? Because 7th Cavalry was really out there alone. There were sandstorms. You really couldn't call in close air support at that point. How much were we hanging out?
In 21 years, that's probably the worst I felt in any situation where I felt alone with just my unit to help me. And what we were hearing, the amount of vehicles that were traveling in our direction to attack us, it made you wonder if anything was going to happen positive, but it turned out to work out the right way for us.
Mortars popping both sides of the road.
Both sides.
RPGs. What's it like when an RPG comes zooming at you?
A little fireball shooting at you, and you hope you see the fireball go by instead of hitting the side of your vehicle. But we were lucky. Everything was going overhead or hitting in the ground around us. And it happened fast, furious. It seemed like forever, but very scary.
Last night, when we were in back of the colonel's vehicle, and
Yes,
you
sir.
could hear them getting reports of a 1,000-vehicle convoy moving south towards Apache troop. What were you thinking at that point? In the dark, you couldn't see anything. 1,000 Iraqi vehicles moving in your direction, pitch black.
You know what I thought first. I went there, and then I just listened to the commander talk about how we'd have to position ourselves to fight that. And as things went on, it started to work out. The artillery helped. We started laying down ahead of us, and things changed direction and obviously worked out in our favor.
What did you think when you heard there were B-52s overhead?
I was worried how close were they going to drop to keep us safe, but definitely being there, you know it's very scary, keeps you on your toes.
Tell me what's very scary.
I don't know if I can say that on the air, but it's keep you very tense, tight, not knowing what's going to happen next, worried, thinking about a lot of things, not just at that time, but thinking about your life in general. Are you doing the right thing? Is everything going the way it should go? I think we're doing the right thing. When this is all said and done and the mission's completed, it's going to be worth what we did.
And the last question, Sergeant
Yes,
Woodhull, when we were coming down Machine Gun Alley this morning back to our position in the rear to refit, you saw dead Iraqis by the road. You saw burned out Iraqi vehicles. What'd you think when you looked at those dead Iraqis?
At the position we're put in, we're here to do a job, and that's the fight. And what we're doing right now is if they shoot at us, we shoot back. If they're not shooting at us or not armed, we don't fight that enemy. We're only fighting an enemy that's fighting us for now.
And as you've talked to your fellow soldiers past couple hours, did they kill a lot of Iraqis in the past 72 hours?
Yes, sir. Different tanks will tell you 20, some up to 60. Some of the Bradleys have killed 20 to 30 soldiers. Trucks with heavy machine gun weapons.
Why do you think the Iraqis charge like that, almost kamikaze? Nothing more than a Kalashnikov charging a tank.
I don't know if they know what they're up against right now.
Thanks very much. We've been talking with First Sergeant Todd Woodhull, Apache Troop, U.S. Army 7th Cavalry, describing the fighting that the 7th Cav has gone through in the past 72 hours, especially that period when it was out there alone, the only unit of the U.S. Army north of the Euphrates River, and it was facing counterattacks from the Iraqis. Back to you, Jim.
You know, there's still some questions I have about that counterattack, and I saw the wire reports coming over hours before we even discussed it. 1,000 vehicles on their way, headed straight for you and the 7th Cavalry, and then suddenly it seemed that they had disappeared, or did they?
Well, Jim, the confusion stems from the fact that there were 2 units heading south, 2 convoys heading south, according to everything we heard on the Army radio last night. One of those units, the one where there was apparently some faulty intelligence information and it wasn't as serious a threat as initially reported, was the Iraqi convoy which was headed southeast in the direction of Basra. CENTCOM admits there was faulty intelligence in the reporting of that, but the Iraqi convoy which was moving toward the 7th Cavalry was believed to be very real. The J-Star planes above in the sky were picking up at upwards of 1,000 vehicles, although they couldn't be sure those were all military vehicles. Nonetheless, and we can't say what the composition of that was, nonetheless there was a serious convoy moving in the direction of the 7th Cavalry. We have pictures of Lieutenant Colonel Farrell calling in airstrikes, calling in grids for artillery strikes. So the 7th Cav was facing something very serious, but because of the doctrine plans of the 7th Cavalry and the U.S. Army now, it's possible to knock out those advancing Iraqi elements before they ever get within shooting distance. That was small consolation in the dark last night in a sandstorm when at times 7th Cavalry only had 3 tanks and 2 Bradley vehicles to stand off an entire convoy. Fortunately, the Air Force and the Army's own artillery took them out before they got close. Jim?
All right, Walter, we'll say goodbye with a couple of notes. It's good to see you all washed up after seeing you for days caked in dust and mud, and you didn't need Sergeant Todd Woodhull. We believed you. All right, Walter Rogers, they're reporting from central Iraq. He's seen as much action as just about any of our correspondents that have been out in the field, arguably a lot more. In southern Iraq, well, they're still on alert, to be sure, and they are aware of their surroundings and the dangers posed by them. British forces are taking a somewhat milder approach to their part of the mission. Chief International Correspondent Christiane Amanpour explains.
This is what the British call soft operations, military action aimed at counterinsurgency and trying to win hearts and minds.
The British are setting up checkpoints all along this road from the border up to Basra, not only to secure the area militarily, but to also try to show the population that they are in control and to try to instill some confidence.
Obviously, there is a hardline militia which is working in this area to try and basically intimidate people and stop them speaking to us. So as part of our role, one of our key roles is to make the civilian population feel safe. If they feel safe, they'll talk to us, we'll get intelligence, and obviously that's going to help us greatly.
British soldiers tell us they have found ammunition and artillery rounds along the road, possibly to be used to ambush them. But on this day, the Iraqis driving by are mostly good-natured and cooperate readily with the military searches. Some wave white flags as they approach the checkpoints, and many tell us they are still afraid. They don't know exactly who's in charge yet. Others say they welcome the Allies' arrival and Saddam's eventual departure. But most of the people tell us they are hungry and thirsty. When soldiers asked to see inside these barrels, they found them filled not with weapons, but water, collected from the recent rainfall. And we watched these women scoop water from puddles on the ground. Christiane Amanpour, CNN, on the road to Basra in southern Iraq.
Well, from the north to the south, you've had a look there at what is going on in Iraq right now. We're going to take a short break, but we'll be back in a moment. Let's go over to New York again and check in on that anti-war protest that's been taking place. It's a lie-down. People lying down in the middle of the street, causing a lot of traffic problems in Manhattan, but making their point that the military and the media, in their view, have misled the American public on the war in Iraq.
Print me. Hey, look, my first fish.
Very eerie. Now, that sandstorm, like I said, that followed was really pretty devastating. It grounded the entire helicopter fleet of the 101st Airborne, which meant that that pretty much paralyzed all their helicopter operations. It also disoriented a lot of the soldiers, and not only just U.S. soldiers on the ground. At least according to the U.S. military, 6 Iraqis inadvertently drove up to the base, got lost, and drove right up to this base. They were picked up, spotted by a group of U.S. soldiers right outside the base. Those U.S. soldiers surrounded the SUV that those Iraqis were traveling in, and the Iraqis, seeing that they were surrounded, surrendered to them. Now, they were then taken into custody. The U.S. military, you were talking about the Fedayeen with Marty just a second ago. The U.S. military says these 6 men belong to the Fedayeen, and the U.S. military is calling the Fedayeen, they call it Saddam Fedayeen, a paramilitary group that is very loyal to the Iraqi leader, to President Saddam Hussein. They say these 6 men were couriers carrying money. They found a lot of money. In fact, they found a lot of U.S. currency inside that SUV, and messages to Ba'ath Party leaders in nearby towns. So pretty interesting. Now, I had a chance to both see the Iraqis and also speak with one of the soldiers that was guarding the Iraqis, and I asked him how he would compare how the Iraqis that they were holding were being treated with how he thought American POWs being held here inside Iraq are being treated. Here's what he had to say, Jim.
I think that regardless of what they do, you know, we're not them. And just because, you know, somebody else does that, you know, golden rule, you know, do unto others as you had done unto them. And I think it also makes our resolve to fight stronger because we don't want to get captured, but it makes their resolve to fight less because they know if they get captured, they're going to get treated humanely, they're going to get fed, they're going to get blankets, they're going to get shelter, medical treatment.
A quick footnote to that video. When I was there, I did see that one of the 6 Iraqis did get some medical attention from a doctor that was on hand. He treated him with some medicine for asthma. I also saw that the Iraqis got some blankets from the U.S. soldiers, though they came a little bit later. And lastly, the soldier that you just heard from, he also said that they were going to set up a tent to try and house the Iraqis. Quite frankly, the 101st got caught a little bit off guard. This base just got set up about 4 days ago, and while they were expecting to capture Iraqi soldiers or to have Iraqi soldiers surrender, They weren't expecting it quite this quickly, so that camp really wasn't set up, and they weren't really quite prepared. So they were doing some quick thinking on their feet there. Jim?
Ryan, obviously what they have is perhaps a treasure trove of information. If you say they've intercepted messages, perhaps from Baghdad down to Ba'ath Party headquarters and other cities around there, and I'm sure, military intelligence has taken a lot of that. What's going to happen to those prisoners? Where will they go?
Good question. I asked it, and no one had a good answer. A lot of people know about what happened to the prisoners during the Gulf War. A lot of the same soldiers that were guarding these Iraqis were here during the Gulf War, and they could talk extensively about what happened then. But there doesn't seem to be a clear plan at this point to deal with the Iraqis that are captured or surrender. So I just don't know, and I'm not sure that they know. The interim plan is for them to be held at this base and to, like I said, try and improve the conditions for those Iraqis. But I don't know what the long-term plan is. Some of the soldiers said they thought it would depend on the length of this conflict. Jim?
All right, Ryan Chilcote there reporting to us. He's with 101st Airborne. We're going to be checking the latest developments when we come back after a short break. You're watching CNN's continuing coverage of war on Iraq.
Back on the air again. This has been a harrowing 72 hours for the U.S. Army's 7th Cavalry. They have now been reinforced by elements of the 3rd Infantry Division, but for 72 hours prior to this, the 7th Cavalry was fighting furiously and pretty much by itself northward, fighting up to within 60 miles of Baghdad, seizing a strategic bridgehead northeast of An-Najaf. There was a time there when the cavalry was out there by itself, hanging out 48 hours. It was taking counterattacks from the Iraqis. Again, some very harrowing moments. But again, the 7th Cavalry held. And then last evening in the hours of this morning, elements of the 3rd Infantry Division came up, relieved the 7th Cavalry, which is now in the rear. We have an opportunity to talk to some of the soldiers who were going down Machine Gun Alley. Joining me now is Platoon Sergeant Paul Wheatley, who drives one of the the main battle tanks. Sergeant Wheatley, what was it like going out there last night, sitting all alone across that bridge with word of a very large Iraqi armored column coming your way?
It was very fearful, a feeling like you've never felt before. I feel confident. I also heard on the radio that the Air Force had picked up the movement, and hopefully that the storm we had, the visibility, they would still be able to take out as much of it as they could, and we wouldn't have very many make it through the B-52 bombs or the rockets.
But at one point, before you were reinforced, as I recall, you were out there by yourself, one of 3 tanks, peering into the darkness, and you hear this radio chatter about the Iraqis sending an armored convoy in your direction in numbers far in excess of what you had. What goes through your head at a moment like that?
Hoping that everybody else realizes that I'm out there with 3 tanks and 2 Bradleys, and that it's overwhelming odds, and hopefully that they're trying to get some more reinforcements, or the air or artillery targets are being planned.
You must have been glad to see those reinforcements coming up.
Yes, sir.
What did you think when you heard the rumbling of the other battle tanks coming up?
I was very thrilled to see them coming up, and I made link up with them earlier that day, and we talked about how we were going to fight that intersection on that bridge, and I was pretty comfortable with who was coming because I knew some of them.
Okay, and one other question. When the bullets were dinging off your tank the night before or the day before running up Machine Gun Alley, what was that like?
Yes, sir. It was very scary. I'm in a tank, so I'm not really worried about getting myself injured unless somebody's hanging out or I'm hanging out trying to fight my 50 cal or my 7.62. So I was more worried about the people in the back that are in light-skinned vehicles like yourself and others in the convoy.
Thanks very much. We've been talking to Platoon Sergeant Paul Wheatley, who has been under almost continuous fire for the past 72 hours here in Iraq. Now he's standing down for a while, refitting his tank. Back to you, Jim.
Walter Rogers, as always, thanks for a look inside the front lines and some conversation with the people that were actually out there and some honest answers from them about their own nerves and what was going on there. It's interesting to hear them talk about it in that manner rather than with bravado of people which universally is false. Hala Garani joins us now from Amman, Jordan, with Arab world reaction to all of the war coverage. A lot of controversy. What's true? What isn't? Who's being truthful? Hala?
Yes, that's a question that many people around the Arab world have been asking themselves.
America's learned a lot about Tony Blair over the last weeks. We've learned that he's a man of his word. We've learned that he's a man of courage, that he's a man of vision, and we're proud to have him as a friend. The United States and the United Kingdom are acting together in a noble purpose. We're working together to make the world more peaceful. We're working together to make our respective nations and all the free nations of the world more secure. And we're working to free Iraqi people. British, American, Australian, Polish, and other coalition troops are sharing the duties of this war, and we're sharing the sacrifices of this war. Together, coalition forces are advancing day by day in steady progress against the enemy. Slowly but surely, the grip of terror around the throats of the Iraqi people is being loosened. We appreciate the bravery, the professionalism of the British troops and all coalition troops. Together we have lost people, and the American people offer their prayers to the loved ones of the British fallen, just as we offer our prayers to the loved ones of our own troops who have fallen. We're now engaging the dictator's most hardened and most desperate units. The campaign ahead will demand further courage and require further sacrifice, yet we know the outcome. Iraq will be disarmed, the Iraqi regime will be ended, and the long-suffering Iraqi people will be free. In decades of oppression, the Iraqi regime has sought to instill the habits of fear in the daily lives of millions, yet soon the Iraqis will have the confidence of a free people. Our coalition will stand with the citizens of Iraq in the challenges ahead. We're prepared to deliver humanitarian aid on a large scale, and as a matter of fact, are beginning to do so as we speak. Today, the Prime Minister and I also urge the United Nations to immediately resume the Oil for Food program. More than half the Iraqi people depend on this program as their sole source of food. This urgent humanitarian issue must not be politicized. And the Security Council should give Secretary General Annan the authority to start getting food supplies to those most in need of assistance. As we address the immediate suffering of the Iraqi people, we're also committed to helping them over the long term. Iraq's greatest long-term need is a representative government that protects the rights of all Iraqis. The form of this government will be chosen by the Iraqi people, not imposed by outsiders. And the Prime Minister and I are confident that a free Iraq will be a successful nation. History requires more of our coalition than the defeat of a terrible danger. I see an opportunity, as does Prime Minister Blair, to bring renewed hope and progress to the entire Middle East. Last June 24th, I outlined a vision of two states, Israel and Palestine, living side by side in peace and security. Soon we will release a roadmap that is designed to help turn that vision into reality. And both America and Great Britain are strongly committed to implementing that roadmap. For nearly a century, the United States and Great Britain have been allies in the defense of liberty. We've opposed all the great threats to peace and security in the world. We shared in a costly and heroic struggle against Nazism. We shared the resolve and moral purpose of the Cold War. In every challenge, we've applied the combined power of our nations to the cause of justice, and we're doing the same today. Our alliance is strong, our resolve is firm, and our mission will be achieved. Mr. Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for your welcome. Thank you for your strength and for your leadership at this time. And I believe the alliance between the United States and Great Britain has never been in better or stronger shape. Can I also offer the American people, on behalf of the British people, our condolences, our sympathy, our prayers for the lives of those who have fallen in this conflict, just as we have offered the condolence, the sympathy and the prayers to the families of our own British servicemen. Just under a week into this conflict, let me restate our complete and total resolve. Saddam Hussein and his hateful regime will be removed from power. Iraq will be disarmed of weapons of mass destruction, and the Iraqi people will be free. That is our commitment, that is our determination, and we will see it done. We had this morning a presentation of the latest military situation, which shows already the progress that has been made. It's worth just recapping it, I think, for a moment. In less than a week, we have secured the southern oil fields and facilities, and so protected that resource and wealth for the Iraqi people and avoided ecological disaster. We've disabled Iraq's ability to launch external aggression from the West. Our forces are now within 50 miles of Baghdad. They've surrounded Basra. They've secured the key port of Qazar. They've paved the way for humanitarian aid to flow into the country. And they've brought real damage on Iraq's command and control. So we can be confident that the goals that we have set ourselves will be met. I would like to pay tribute to the professionalism and integrity of our forces and those of the United States of America, our other coalition allies, and to say how their professionalism, as well as their skill and their bravery, stands in sharp contrast to the brutality of Saddam's regime. Day by day, we have seen the reality of Saddam's regime, his thugs prepared to kill their own people, the parading of prisoners of war, and now the release of those pictures of executed British soldiers. If anyone needed any further evidence of the depravity of Saddam's regime, this atrocity provides it. It is yet one more flagrant breach of all the proper conventions of war. More than that, to the families of the soldiers involved, it is an act of cruelty beyond comprehension. Indeed, it is beyond the comprehension of anyone with an ounce of humanity in their souls. On behalf of the British government, I would like to offer my condolences particularly to the family and the friends of those two brave young men who died in the service of their country, and of the ordinary Iraqi people to whom we are determined to bring a better future. The future of the Iraqi people is one reason why much of our discussion has focused on humanitarian issues. Again, here we have the ship, the Sir Galahad, loaded with tons of supplies destined for the people of Iraq. The other immediate humanitarian priority is to restart the UN Oil for Food program, which the President and I discussed and which I will be discussing with Kofi Annan later this evening. And this is urgent. We also discussed the post-conflict issues. Contrary to a lot of the comment on this, the position is exactly as the President and I set out in the Azores, namely that we will work with the UN, our allies and partners and bilateral donors. We will seek new UN Security Council resolutions to affirm Iraq's territorial integrity, to ensure rapid delivery of humanitarian relief and endorse an appropriate post-conflict administration for Iraq. But let me emphasize once again that our primary focus now is and must be the military victory, which we will prosecute with the utmost vigor. And the immediate priority for the United Nations is, as the President was indicating a moment or two ago, the All for Food program. In addition, as has just been said to you, we had an excellent discussion of the Middle East, and we both share a complete determination to move this forward. It is indeed often overlooked that President Bush is the first US president publicly to commit himself to a two-state solution, an Israel confident of its security, and a viable Palestinian state. And I welcome the decision announced recently to publish the roadmap as soon as the confirmation of the new Palestinian Prime Minister is properly administered. Finally, I would just like to say this. I think it is important that we recognize at this time that the goals that we're fighting for are just goals. Whatever the difficulty of war, let us just remember this is a regime that has brutalized its people for well over 2 decades. Of course, there will be people fiercely loyal to that regime who will fight all the way. They have no option. But I have no doubt at all that the vast majority of ordinary Iraqi people are desperate for a better and different future, for Iraq to be free, for its government to be representative of its people, for the human rights of the people to be cared for. And that is why, though, of course, our aim is to rid Iraq of weapons of mass destruction and make our world more secure, the justice of our cause lies in the liberation of the Iraqi people. And to them we say, we will liberate you. The day of your freedom draws near.
We'll take 2 questions aside. We would hope that you would respect the asking 1 question per question.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Fournier.
That, of course, means I can ask each leader 1 question.
No, I mean, of course you will anyway. But...
Yes, sir. First to you, Mr. Prime Minister. Briefly, Secretary Powell said yesterday that the UN should have a role in post-war Iraq, but that the United States should have a significant dominating control of post-Saddam Iraq. How would that kind of talk play in Europe? And Mr. President, can you help me understand the timing of this war? You talked yesterday that it'll be, we're far from over. Today you said it's going slowly but surely. We're working our way to our end goal. Given that the resistance is as strong as it's been in the South, and that we have what you call the most hardened, most desperate forces still around Baghdad, are we to assume that this is going to last, could last months and not weeks, and not days?
I'll answer that question very quickly and get to his. However long it takes to win. That's however long it takes to achieve our objective. And that's important for you to know, the American people to know, our allies to know, and the Iraqi people to know. However long it takes. That's the answer to your question, and that's what you got to know. If I can... It's a matter of timetable, it's a matter of victory. And the Iraqi people have got to know that, see? They got to know that they will be liberated, and Saddam Hussein will be removed no matter how long it takes. Go ahead.
In relation to the United Nations, there's no doubt at all that the United Nations has got to be closely involved in this process. That's not just right, it's in everyone's interest that it happens. All I'm saying to people is the focus, the immediate focus, has got to be on the Oil for Food program, because that is the thing we need to get sorted out with the United Nations literally in the next few days. Now, after that, there's the issue of the post-conflict administration, where, as we said in our resource statement, it's important there again that the UN is involved and that any post-conflict administration in Iraq is endorsed by it. But there are huge numbers of details to be discussed with our allies. as to exactly how that is going to work, and also the conflict is not yet over. We're still in the conflict. So we will carry on discussing that with the UN, with other allies, but I think that is best done in those discussions without trying to do it by discussion through the press conference or through megaphone diplomacy. But about the role of the UN and the basis of the principles we set out in the Azores Summit, there is simply no difference at all there. But there are a huge amount of details as to exactly how that is to be implemented that have to be a matter of discussion and also a matter of a reflection of the reality that we will face when we get to the point of post-conflict. Andy.
Andrew Marr from the BBC, for both leaders, if I may. We've all of us noted quite a shift in emphasis over the last few days from a hope that this could be over very, very quickly to the military in both countries briefing about months. My question is really, why do you think that shift has taken place? Did we underestimate the scale of Iraqi resistance? Has it been the weather? Has it been poor advice at the beginning of the campaign, or is it a military question?
Well, you know, in the previous two campaigns in which I've been involved, in Kosovo and Afghanistan, you reach this particular point where people start ask us to speculate on exactly how much time it takes to get the job done. The important thing is the job will be done. There is no point in entering into a speculation of how long it takes, except to say we have been, I think, just under a week into this conflict. Now, because of the way it's reported, you've got this constant 24 hours a day media, it may seem to people that it's a lot longer than just under a week, but actually it's just under a week. And in just under a week, there is a massive amount that has already been achieved. I mean, after all, coalition forces are within 50 miles of Baghdad. The southern oil fields are secured. The west is protected from external aggression. We've got forces going into the north. Now, we will carry on until the job is done. But there is absolutely no point, in my view, of trying to set a time limit or speculate on it, because it's not set by time. It's set by the nature of the job. All I would do, though, is point out to you that within those 6 or 7 days, actually an enormous amount has already been achieved. I think it's also important just to make one other point, which is we have very deliberately wanted to do this in a way that protects the future of the Iraqi people too. I mean, that's one reason why we went immediately in to secure the oil installations in the south. If we weren't able to do that, then the prospects of the Iraqi people for the future would be blighted. That's why the air campaign has targeted very, very specifically, as precisely as we possibly can, military command and control, the aspects of Saddam's regime, not the civilian population. So we're doing this in the way that we set it out. To achieve our objectives, we will achieve our objectives.
Yeah, I have nothing more to add to that. Randy.
You've raised the possibility of holding Iraqis accountable for war crimes. I'm wondering if you could describe what war crimes you think they've committed to date. And secondly, should the Iraqis be prepared for U.S. retaliation with nuclear weapons if they were to attack coalition forces with weapons of mass destruction?
You heard the Prime Minister eloquently talk about the loss of British life. They were murdered, unarmed soldiers executed. I mean, that's war crime. But, you know, I'm not surprised. I mean, this man, Saddam Hussein, has tortured and brutalized his people for a long, long time. We had reports the other day of a dissident who had his tongue cut out and was tied to the stake in the town square, and he was bled to death. That's how Saddam Hussein retains power. His sons are brutal, brutal people. They're barbaric in nature. So I'm not surprised he's committing crimes against our soldiers. I'm not surprised to hear stories about his thugs killing their own citizens and trying to blame it on coalition forces. I'm not surprised to know that regular army forces are trying to desert but get blown away by fellow Iraqi citizens. I'm not surprised, because the nature of the man who has run the country for a long period of time. If he uses weapons of mass destruction, it'll just prove our case, and we will deal with it. We got one objective in mind, that's victory, and we'll achieve victory. Yeah, well, they've been sent a message in this war, too, and that if you launch a weapon of mass destruction, you'll be tried as a war criminal. And I urge those Iraqi generals who have any doubt of our word to be careful, because we'll keep our word. We're going to keep our word to the Iraqi people, and we'll keep our word to those war criminals in Iraq.
Adam.
I'd like to break your rule because I don't think we know the details of why you're using this word executed about the British servicemen. I would like if you could explain that. But could I ask you both? You both ranged over history, the justness of the cause that you believe this war is. Why is it then that if you go back to that history, if you go back over the last century or indeed recent conflicts of your political careers, you have not got the support of people who've been firm allies, like the French, like the Germans, like the Turkish? Why haven't you got their support?
We've got a huge coalition. As a matter of fact, the coalition that we've assembled today is larger than one assembled in 1991 in terms of the number of nations participating. I'm very pleased with the size of our coalition. I was down yesterday at CENTCOM and met with many of the generals from the countries represented in our coalition, and they're proud to be side by side with our allies. This is a vast coalition that believes in our cause, and I'm proud of their participation. We got plenty of Western allies. We can give you the list. Ally after ally after ally has stood with us and continues to stand with us, and we are extremely proud of their participation.
In relation to our soldiers, the reason I used the language I did was because of the circumstances that we know. And the reason why I think it is important to recognize the strength of our alliance. Yes, there are countries that disagree with what we're doing. I mean, there's no point in hiding it. There's been a division. And you obviously have to take and go and ask those other countries why they're not with us, and they will give you the reasons why they disagree. But I think what is important is to bear in mind two things. First of all, there are an immense number of countries that do agree with us. I mean, I hear people constantly say to me, Europe is against what you're doing. That is not true. There is a part of Europe that is against what we are doing. There are many existing members of the European Union, and virtually all the new members of the European Union that strongly support what we're doing. So there is a division, but we have many allies. And the second point I'd make is this, that I understand why people hesitate before committing to conflict and to war. War is a brutal and a bloody business. But we are faced with a situation where Saddam Hussein has been given 12 years to disarm voluntarily of weapons of mass destruction that the whole of the international community accepts is a threat, and he has not done so. Instead, what we have had is 12 years in which he's remained in power with these weapons intact and brutalized his own people. Now, we felt we had come to the point where if we wanted to take a stand against what I believe to be the dominant security threat of our time, which is the combination of weapons of mass destruction in the hands of unstable, repressive states and terrorist groups, if we wanted to take a stand, then we had to act. And we went through the diplomatic process. We tried to make the diplomatic process work, but we weren't able to do so. And the other reason why I think it is important that we act, and why indeed we have many, many allies, is because people do know that this is a brutal regime. That is not the reason for us initiating this action. That is in relation to weapons of mass destruction. But it is a reason why, if we do so, as we are doing, we do so in the full knowledge that we are indeed going to bring a better future for the Iraqi people. And if you just want one statistic, although statistics, I'm afraid, never have the same emotional appeal as pictures, but we don't see these pictures of what has happened in Iraq in the past. But just one statistic. Over the past 5 years, 400,000 Iraqi children under the age of 5 died of malnutrition and disease, preventably. but died because of the nature of the regime under which they're living. Now, that is why we're acting. And yes, there are divisions in the international community. There are many people on our side, there are those that oppose us. But that is for us, I'm afraid, I'm afraid, Adam, that is a question to ask to other people as well as to us. All I can tell you is why we are acting and why we believe our cause to be just. And yes, at the end of this whole process, we need to go back over it and ask why this has happened. But I simply say to you that if the world walks away from this security threat facing us, and if we back down and take no action against Saddam, think of the signal that would have sent right across the world to every brutal dictator, to every terrorist group. Now, we believed that we had to act. Others have disagreed. As I say, at some point we will have to come back and we'll have to discuss how the disagreement arose. But I have no doubt that we're doing the right thing. I have no doubt that our cause is just. And I have no doubt that were we to walk away from this conflict at this time, we would be doing a huge disservice to future generations.
Thank you all. Good job.
All right, we were listening there as U.S. President George W. Bush shakes the hand of Tony Blair, two men who have stood shoulder to shoulder in this, largely against the opinion of many of their traditional allies. In defiance of public opinion polls, they have forged ahead, and tonight, President Bush saying it's going to continue for as long as it takes. Joining us from our London bureau to talk a little bit about the strategy meetings between President Bush and Prime Minister Blair is our European political editor, Robin Oakley. Robin, it didn't seem like they were saying a lot of new things that they might have talked about, but they were certainly underscoring and meeting the challenge of some of the doubts that have been voiced in recent days.
Indeed, Jim. Nothing very much that was new there, but I thought Tony Blair's tone, passionate as always, but a deeper anger perhaps than we've seen him expressing with Saddam Hussein, really over the execution, as he's putting it, of two British soldiers. Clearly,
the scope of its operation at the terminal areas, at the port area in particular, but did not manage to enter the town up to the moment. Despite the fact that the brave 45th Brigade sustained many casualties and victims because of the strong resistance. But the brigade is still in its own position. Today there was no engagement with the enemy troops. The British enemy is now present at the ports area. They do whatever serve their interests at the ports area. The brave 45th Brigade has fulfilled the mission entrusted to it completely. I stress and emphasize that this brigade is still in its position. At the FAO area, as you see on the map in front of you,
العدو متواجد في المنطقة شمال الفاو منطقة النفط اللي احنا نسميها.
The enemy is now holding position at the northern area. What we call it.
والعقدة الرئيسية اللي شمال مدينة الفاو اللي نسميها عقدة الفاو.
And the main or the major north of FAO, which we call the north of FAO.
كل العناصر بالنسبة للقطاعات العسكرية والموظفين الإداريين وجماهير مدينة الفاو باقين في مدينتهم لحد هالدقيقة هذه.
All military elements and all civilians are still in the town and in their own positions.
وينفذون عمليات تعرض على العدو من مواقعهم.
They carry out offensive operations from their own positions.
البارحة الفدائي صدام الموجودين.
Yesterday, Saddam فدائيين who were present.
وتنظيمات الحزب القائد.
And the party members.
نفذوا عملية دمروا دبابة العدو في منطقة الفوق.
Carried out an operation and they destroyed an enemy tank at FAO.
كل العناصر الموجودين في منطقة الفاو.
All elements present at FAO.
هم عناصر استشهاد للدفاع عن مدينتهم.
Are martyrs or have laid down their lives in defense of their country.
وراح يبقون يؤذون العدو حيثما أتيحت لهم الفرصة.
And they will hit and strike the enemy whenever the opportunity permits.
في منطقة البصرة محافظة البصرة. آسف مدينة البصرة. خلال هاي الثلاث أيام.
Over the past 3 days.
العدو الأمريكي حاول يوسع.
The U.S. enemy troops try or manage or try to expand.
خارج منطقة تواجده في مطار البصرة.
The scope of its presence outside Basra airport.
فحاول يتوسع باتجاه الطريق العام.
To try to go ahead to the main road.
كبت خسائر ودمر له عدد من الدبابات ونقلت اشخاص مدرعه. وعاد وانسحب باتجاه المطار.
And then the enemy withdrew or retreated towards the airport.
الآن يستمر بالقصف على الطريق العام بالمدفعية.
Now there is an artillery bombardment at the area.
قصف مستمر.
Is a continuous bombardment.
بالمدفعية الثقيلة.
By heavy artillery.
ومدفعيتنا أيضا ترد عليه من مواقعها.
But our artillery is also replying to the enemy artillery bombardment.
هذه الحالة كررها مرة أو مرتين.
This incident or this situation. And the situation at the airport sector is the same as it was 4 days ago.
من ما قدر العدو يطور من هذا الاتجاه.
The enemy was not able to develop its own ability in this direction.
راح من اتجاه منطقة الرميلة.
So it headed towards Rumaila area.
اللي سبق وأن تواجد بها قبل 4 أيام.
In which there was a presence of the enemy a few days ago.
الآن دفع رتل باتجاه منطقة نسميها جسر كي 44.
Now the enemy
an operation where they destroyed an enemy
troops to an area which we call K144.
تحليلنا إنه هذا الرتل يريد يطوق مدينة البصرة من مسافة بعيدة.
Our analysis is that the enemy column wants to encircle Al-Basra town.
من اتجاه منطقة الدير.
In the direction of Al-Dir.
لكن لحد الآن هو ما قدر يحقق شيء.
But up to the present moment, the enemy.
All right, we're going to have to break out of this just because it's very difficult to listen, to hear exactly what the translation is. We apologize for that. Obviously, the translator is far off the microphone. But the gist, one of the most important things that was said here was that the defense minister is predicting, in his military view, U.S. and British forces will try to encircle Baghdad in the coming 5 to 10 days. Let's cross over to the United Nations now. Iraq's ambassador to the UN is speaking. Let's listen.
If the humanitarian issue is very important, it is very important. I would like to say that halting the war is more important. It is because that leads to this deteriorating humanitarian situation. I call upon you all to move towards taking a resolution, to halt the war, to halt the aggression, and to rid the Iraqi people of what they are facing. Thank you, Mr. President, and I would like to tell the whole international community that Iraq is committed to the Geneva Conventions and the provisions of international humanitarian law, and they will see nothing from Iraq except self-defense and defending of its people, its sovereignty, and its independence. Thank you, sir.
I thank the representative of Iraq for his statement.
Ambassador Al-Duri there in the United Nations Security Council making an impassioned plea, stressing in the strongest way. You don't usually see Ambassador Al-Duri making that kind of a statement, but just addressing the members of the Security Council that have gathered there, saying it is imperative that they stop the war in Iraq right now. Take action to stop the war. Now, it would appear that a resolution even considering that isn't even going to come up for a vote. All right, we're going to have to take a break here. We'll be back. We'll be checking the latest developments when CNN continues its coverage of the war in Iraq. Stay with us.
Which have declared that they have joined the camp of war, the camp of aggression, the camp opposing the United Nations and the Charter of the United Nations. And I know fully well that these have talked not because their people wanted them to do so, and not because the sons of the nation wanted them to do so, but because of reasons that are well known to everyone. The warnings made by the United States vis-à-vis many member states in the United Nations have reached us and have reached everyone here. I believe that the policy of carrot and stick was used by the United States to intimidate and to make other states which are small, which are respectfully listen to them. I understand that some other states that are by the United States today by thousands of soldiers, by hundreds of thousands of soldiers and military bases, those are also forced and have no other option but accept the orders and the commands of the United States. Mr. President, this is a general comment that I've just made. What I have two remarks to make. The first remark concerns the humanitarian aspect to which we have all listened. I believe, in this respect, that I cannot disregard the inhuman results of the aggression against Iraq. We all know what is going on in Iraq today in terms of killing, destruction of the infrastructure, the economy, the agriculture, as well as the deprivation of basic foodstuffs, and particularly medicines and others. These we cannot disregard. But this has been presented from 2 points of view. From a purely humanitarian point of view, and I congratulate all those states which have started to think of this seriously, because it's a very serious issue, and humanity, all of it, will be blamed for this if they do not move quickly to provide assistance to Iraq. But the other part, which is the part represented by the United States and the UK, that they wanted from the very beginning to put this issue before the world in order to misguide it and to change its views of the main issue, which is the issue of war and aggression. The United States wanted to make its aggressive criminal military action against Iraq a legitimate matter after it has lost its legitimacy, because it could not get the members of the Security Council and the member states to adopt its criminal draft resolution. Therefore, it has tried to use another form of achieving its objectives, and I think this is a British vision because they are well known for the trickery. The stance of both the United States and the UK today, as I listen from the two distinguished members, that they are shedding tears over Iraq, and that what really interests them is the future of Iraq. And I do not know how do they accept this as they kill a person and then they shed crocodile's tears on him and then they follow him in his funeral. Mr. President, what they said today reminds me of what General Mode said in 1917, and I referred to it in a previous statement. British General Mode came to Iraq in 1917, and he faced the people of Baghdad and said, I came to you as a liberator and not as a conqueror. And Britain stayed in Iraq from 1917 until 1958. Today, the new colonialists come and tell us that we have come as liberators and not as conquerors, and we will need some time to withdraw. If the Security Council does not pay attention to this term sometime, we will know the reality of American, British colonialism, neo-colonialism of Iraq. Mr. President, the United States has concluded contracts to rebuild the infrastructure of Iraq in 1997. That is to say, 6 years ago, they have commercial, industrial contracts with companies that they supervise or some members of the American administration supervise, and in fact, the internet is before you and you can find these contracts. And some of them are rebuilding the oil infrastructure, which is the basic reason for the war, and rebuilding the infrastructure of the ports, and third, rebuilding the infrastructure of Iraqi industry. Therefore, I apologize to all those states which have participated with the United States in this vision and followed the aggression, such as Spain, Bulgaria, and many other small states, that they will get nothing from the cake if Iraq falls. This cake was pre-planned by the United States and the UK before even Iraq in 1991. The contracts are safeguarded and the companies are preparing themselves for tens of years. But officially, these contracts were concluded in 1997. And today, the carrot is provided to those many states which regretfully are contravening the principles, the values of the United Nations and the principles of the United Nations in following the caravan of aggression. The last point I would like to make, Mr. President, and I would like to warn you about it, is that the fact, despite Iraq has not crossed the Atlantic to destroy the United States, and in fact that it has no relationship with whatever occurred in the United States in September of last year, and despite the fact that we have no weapons of mass destruction, the U.S. armies have crossed the Atlantic by hundreds of thousands, and they are preparing hundreds of thousands of other soldiers because their forces were defeated there in order to control the region. The warning I would like to make to the members of the August Council is that the United States and the UK were hoodwinked when they were told that the Iraqi people will receive them with flowers and hugs and ululations, and the children and their mothers will come and rejoice at the coming of the U.S. forces. What happened is that the Iraqi army up till now has not confronted the United States forces. The Iraqi people, the women, the students, the peasants are now facing the American and UK forces in Iraq today. Therefore, when the United States found itself before a fierce resistance by the Iraqi people who are keen on their independence and their sovereignty, and when they know that the Iraqi people and the Muslim peoples all over the world support it and call upon it to resist, the United States has started to destroy this Iraqi people. Therefore, yesterday they destroyed 200 houses in one suburb of Nasiriyah, and they have continued to destroy residential areas in Yarmouk and Baghdad and many poor suburbs in Basra, and we do not know what the future hides for us. Therefore, the United States will destroy the Iraqi people because they hate it, and because they will resist it, and because they will pay the price in blood to get it out. The Iraqi people will defend the principles of the United Nations and all your principles, the principles of peace and security. Therefore, I call upon the Security Council that the UK and the US and Australia are about to start a real war of extermination that will kill everything and destroy everything. And then the regret will be of no use. If the humanitarian issue is very important, it is very important. I would like to say that halting the war is more important. It is the cause that leads to this deteriorating humanitarian situation. I call upon you all to move towards taking a resolution, to halt the war, to halt the aggression, and to rid the Iraqi people of what they are facing. Thank you, Mr. President, and I would like to tell the whole international community that the Iraq is committed to the Geneva Conventions and the provisions of international humanitarian law, and they will see nothing from Iraq except self-defense and defending of its people, its sovereignty, and its independence. Thank you, sir.
An impassioned plea from Iraq's ambassador to the United Nations. He says if the Security Council is really interested in humanitarian issues inside Iraq today, it will put all of its efforts into halting the conflict that's now underway. All right, here are the latest developments in the war on Iraq. Speaking a short while ago, Iraq's defense minister Iraq's defense minister said he expects U.S. troops to encircle Baghdad within the next 5 to 10 days. Earlier, U.S. Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld says the fiercest fighting is yet to come.
The coalition forces have control of the air. They have moved from the Iraq border in the south to within 50 miles of Baghdad. We have forces in the south, in the west, in the north. The so-called Republican Guard forces are ringing Baghdad some 40, 50 miles away from it, and very likely that will be some of the toughest fighting that will occur, and that's yet ahead of us.
The Al Jazeera network has broadcast images of what it says is a U.S. Apache helicopter gunship shot down Thursday in Iraq. Now, it does appear to be the same aircraft in the same location as one that was shot down Monday. Dozens of armed men are shown celebrating and waving their rifles as Iraqi troops demonstrate the markings on the aircraft. A spokesman for Médecins Sans Frontières, who is treating wounded in the...
significant number of Iraqi dead. Most importantly, the back of the attack was broken, and they ceased contact, ceased firing on our forces.
What was involved there? Was it tanks? What was it?
That's not clear. It wasn't clear at the time. They were using some vehicles. The paramilitary forces are using vehicles similar to the technicals of Somalia, modified pickups with machine guns mounted, some armored vehicles, and of course some dismounted infantry on foot. And that's a mixture that we think we faced, and again, the attack was stopped.
More action overnight, much closer to Basra, when a convoy sped out of the eastern side, southeastern side of Basra, out of the city, about 20 armored personnel carriers and tanks. U.S. Air Force again brought in?
I'm not sure who prosecuted those attacks, and I think that's an important point, Jim. We've coordinated across boundaries, 5th Corps and the Marine Expeditionary Force, our UK forces, with Marine Air, Navy Air, Air Force Air, Army, advanced tactical missile system, 8 HACMs, and been able to sequence and coordinate these fires in very difficult conditions, I'd say it's unprecedented. I'm very impressed with the skill our forces have applied.
A couple of things. Along the supply lines that now extend hundreds of miles, hundreds of kilometers, a lot of talk about hit-and-run attacks by the Fedayeen, irregular forces, sometimes looking like civilians. At the same time, the Air Force and other elements have said that they were going to increase their patrols and going after targets of opportunity. What have you seen? What have been the results?
Well, we have the burden of our success. We've advanced very rapidly into Iraq, and that means extended supply and reinforcement lines, and we've got to protect those. We're doing that. We've also been executing a very high number of close air support sorties right at the forward line of troops between Iraqi forces and our forces. At the same time, we're still going to downtown Baghdad and hitting strategic targets and finding targets of opportunity in an interdiction role beyond the line of troops, but still in the countryside of Iraq around Baghdad. And we've been very successful, we believe.
Let me ask you something. The Baghdad, the market bombing, horrific scenes coming out of Baghdad. This is a big propaganda issue. We've already heard both sides. Iraq says it was a U.S. cruise missile or a U.S. airstrike. The United States says it may have been an Iraqi missile or a purposeful Iraqi attack to blame the U.S. side. But really the question to the U.S. military tonight is whether, if you knew you hit it by mistake or whatever, would you admit it?
Yes, I think we've got a track record of doing exactly that. When we find that we've made a mistake, we admit it. War is a dangerous, ugly business, and tragedies happen. We take such extraordinary care to get it right, we usually do. We don't always get it right. When we do, we're honest about it. Or when we make mistakes, we're honest about it, and we'll continue to be that way.
All right. General Dan Leaf, thank you very much for being with us once again.
My pleasure. Thank you.
All right, there's the view of the U.S. Air Force. Let's get the view from the 101st Airborne down on the front lines with one of our embedded correspondents, Ryan Chilcote. Ryan?
Jim, six Iraqis yesterday evening surrendered to some soldiers from the 101st Airborne just outside the base here. According to the soldiers, they saw a white SUV approaching the base slowly and erratically. What they think is that perhaps the 6 Iraqi men inside didn't realize where they were. Perhaps they were disoriented because of the sandstorm that we've been having for the last 48 hours. The soldiers moved up, approached the vehicle, surrounded it, and when the Iraqis realized where they were and that they were surrounded by U.S. forces, they surrendered. They were taken into U.S. custody. I had an opportunity to see them a little bit after that and speak with some of the commanders. The commanders believe that these men are part of Saddam Fedayeen, what they are calling a paramilitary group that is very loyal to the Iraqi leader, to President Saddam Hussein. They believe that these men may have been couriers because they found a large amount of money, in particular U.S. dollars, inside the car and instructions. They think that these men may have been passing on money and instructions from Baghdad to some nearby towns, to some Ba'ath leaders in some nearby towns here. Now, I had an opportunity to speak with one of the soldiers who was guarding the Iraqis, and I asked him how he would compare the treatment, their treatment of the Iraqis that they were holding with how the Iraqis were treating the American POWs inside Iraq. Here's what he had to say, Jim.
I think that regardless of what they do, you know, we're not them. And just because, you know, somebody else does that, you know, golden rule, you know, do unto others as you had done unto them. And I think it also makes our resolve to fight stronger because we don't want to get captured, but it makes their resolve to fight less because they know if they get captured, they're going to get treated humanely, they're going to get fed, they're going to get blankets, they're going to get shelter, medical treatment.
And that's all part of the U.S. strategy, is to try and improve or to make conditions as good as possible. They say they have very limited resources to make conditions at this particular moment perfectly right for those prisoners. I think the 101st Airborne, quite frankly, was caught a little bit off guard. They set this camp up just 4 days ago, and while they were anticipating that Iraqis would be either captured or surrender, I'm not sure they were anticipating it quite this quickly. As for conditions, They did bring some blankets out to the Iraqis when I was there. They did give them some medical attention. One of the Iraqis complained that he was suffering from asthma. A doctor came out, gave him some medicine for his asthma. And I know the soldier you just heard from said that they were going to set up a tent, which in fact they did do, to provide them some shelter from the wind. It's all part of the U.S. strategy to make those conditions as good as possible for the Iraqis so that more Iraqis surrender like these did. Jim?
What evidence or what more information have you got, Ryan, really on these people who they have picked up? Do you know how much cash they did have on them? You said it was a large amount of U.S. dollars that they were carrying, and they also had, I believe, some messages that were intended to Ba'ath Party leadership in southern Iraq?
That's right. The military commanders here were a bit sketchy on the details, and I did not see the money or the instructions myself. What they said was that they found a large amount, thousands of U.S. dollars inside the car, and they also found some instructions that looked like they indicated that perhaps that money was for payrolls for Ba'ath Party leaders in nearby towns. That, however, is according to the U.S. military. I personally didn't see any of that. Jim?
All right, Ryan Chilcote there with the 101st Airborne. They have their hands full like so many other units tonight. Ryan, thank you for that report. Let's move on now. Iraq says the fighting taking a heavy toll on civilians. The Iraqi health minister says now about 4,000 civilians have been wounded.
Sure, one last question. Sure.
Yesterday you talked about the authorities and the flexibility that you said Kofi Annan needs to have to deal with the humanitarian situation. Can you just outline to us what, in your view, are those authorities and that flexibility that he needs to have?
Well, I think he outlined that in his own letter to the council a few days ago, but basically he needs the authority to reprioritize contracts. He needs the authority to get in touch with shippers and rearrange schedules of deliveries, perhaps different locations for deliveries. He also needs some flexibility in dispensing some of the monies, perhaps in slightly different ways than previously anticipated in order to meet the urgent demands of the present situation. Thank you very much.
Iraq's ambassador to the United Nations, Mohammed al-Duri, asked the Security Council to halt the aggression against Iraq. Jim?
Well, as we have been reporting, there were more heavy explosions hitting central Baghdad this day. Now, fewer than 10 minutes ago, the Reuters news agency reporting 3 more large explosions on the southern outskirts of the city. That is where Republican Guard units are said to be digging in for a defense of the city. It's now been exactly a week since the U.S.-led war to oust President Saddam Hussein began. Rosemary Church has this summary.
1 week ago, coalition forces fired the first shots of war in a targeted missile attack on senior members of the Iraqi government. 1 week later, Baghdad is still under fire. Coalition planes bomb the city nightly. Coalition ground forces have battled their way to within 80 kilometres of the city. A top US general says the Iraqis are losing ground.
The regime no longer controls the west of Iraq. The regime no longer controls the south of Iraq. So if you happen to be sitting in Baghdad in the center of Iraq,
in many ways, there are a lot of these soldiers, well, in this case, Marines, that say that they're still itching to get into a fight. That may seem like a rather unusual thing to say for any human being, but you have to remember these are young men and women who have been training, and training in some cases for years, and never actually been tested in true combat. So it is always something where they want to test their mettle. So from that point of view, if there's going to be a fight, if Iraqi forces are putting up some sort of opposition, well, then these young men and women are only too happy to try to comply and compete with that. So their morale remains high. The question they tend to ask us as journalists embedded with them is, what is the reaction of the people at home? What is the reaction from people overseas? What are they saying? What are they thinking about this military operation? So if there is any doubt, it's not in their commitment, meaning the young men and women in the military, they're wondering if there's any doubt on the home front.
Martin Savage talking to me earlier. You're watching CNN's continuing coverage of the war in Iraq. Up next, Australian Prime Minister John Howard on his country's participation in the ongoing war. Don't go away.
Yes, Becky, this morning we visited an abandoned Iraqi military training camp, a huge site covering between 8 and 10 acres in all. It seems as though the Iraqi military left in a hurry, scattered papers, equipment, ammunition lying everywhere, and amongst that, a very large hoard of NBC equipment. That's nuclear, biological, or chemical protective equipment, enough for 400 or 500 men, according to British military sources. There were also, amongst the ammunition dumps within the same compound, huge quantities of RPG-9 rockets, RPG-7 rounds, 200, more than 200 rifle grenades, as well as more than 200 mortars of different sorts, and literally thousands of hand grenades and magazines for AK-47 rifles. Some of the equipment carried Russian markings. Some of the equipment was contained in boxes marked Jordanian Army. And amongst the shells, the huge long-range artillery shells that I saw, something very disturbing, Becky. It looks as if the markings, these stripes that are supposed to run around the shells themselves, had been removed. Now, there are international codes to describe what is contained within those shells, and you can tell what's inside by the markings on the outside. If these have been removed, the British Army forces here are extremely suspicious, Becky, that now these shells could contain chemical warheads. They're calling in a series of experts during the course of the day to look at this more carefully. If indeed it's found to be chemical weapons, they'll be taken away as evidence. If they can assure themselves that it is not dangerous, other than ordinarily dangerous, then they will be disposed of on site. But it is a huge cache of equipment and ammunition on this site, and not something that I've seen before. Becky.
Diana, what's the reaction from those troops that you're embedded with to this, and how significant the cache?
Well, Becky, I mean, it brings home all the drills that we've been through over the past couple of weeks while we've been embedded with 2-6 Squadron. We carry our respirators around our waist at all times, and also carry our NBC equipment, our protective clothing equipment. And there have been a series of gas alerts over the past couple of weeks, all of which have proved unfounded, thank goodness. But what it does, it basically means that the soldiers now appreciate that this really is a very big and serious threat. As far as the size of the cache is concerned, there are literally thousands of these weapons, and they're lying all over the place. It's extremely dangerous to walk around in there. And I have to say that some of the local villagers are coming up to this area and trying to loot what they can. They don't seem interested in the ammunition. They seem interested in some of the abandoned Iraqi soldiers' equipment, like boots and other items of clothing, and also any wood that they can break off and take away as well. So, you know, they aren't going for thank goodness, for the ammunition itself, but the soldiers are now patrolling the area and trying to keep as many of them out as possible. Becky.
You say from this area Iraqi forces have fled. What more of resistance in the area?
Well, Becky, there is resistance going on, and I do know some information, but I'm afraid I can't give you too much other than to say that there is an uprising, a series of uprisings going on within Basra, which has been quashed quite violently, I understand, by the local militia within the city still. But nonetheless, the British are still outside the city gates, hoping to take advantage of the political unrest within the city, and of course conducting other military operations. I can't give you any specifics on those, I'm afraid.
Okay, let me just get one thing straight, and very briefly, you say the troops are still outside the city of Basra. Give us some sense then of what they believe is going on inside the city, and just some sense of the geography there.
Well, the city lies to the north of where I am, but not very far away. We've heard artillery bombardments from British tanks this morning into the city. They are trying to hit specific military targets. There seem to be groups of militia operating in there, intimidating local civilians, some of whom I understand, although I have not seen them myself, are attempting to leave the city. There are a series of bridges across that across that river, which are, of course, military of strategic importance, extremely important, and they are focus for British military activity. But I really cannot give you any more details, Becky. I'm so sorry.
Diana Muriel, thank you for joining us just south of Basra. You're watching CNN's continuing coverage of the war in Iraq. Coming up, we'll have a roundup of all the latest developments in the conflict. Do stay with us.
Get down. CNN covers the Middle East like no other network.
There's another aircraft flying overhead. The Israeli cabinet in emergency session.
The country was ready to confront the aggression.
CNN special correspondents are on the ground and on the web, bringing you the news as it happens.
Brent.
CNN, Baghdad.
When the world wants news from the Middle East in Arabic, CNNArabic.com. Be the first to know in Arabic.
Accurate and balanced. All sides of the conflict.
Our choice is clear.
This is a sad day for the United Nations and the international community.
Opposing views and all the grey in between.
The flow of refugees has begun.
Saddam Hussein has full control over his country. I hope victory for our brothers.
In wartime, anytime. Get accurate and balanced coverage. Stay with CNN.
This is CNN.
You're watching CNN. Now the latest developments. CNN is told the coalition onslaught against Iraq's Republican Guard is to start within the next few days. A senior U.S. military official says the Pentagon is collecting new intelligence ahead of a new coalition bombing campaign against the Guard surrounding Baghdad. He says the goal will be to pick apart the Republican Guard's armor and strike its leadership in the field. More air raid sirens and explosions have been heard in Baghdad in the past few hours following very heavy bombing on Thursday night, and that indeed is smoke live in that picture. Bombing in northern Iraq, an explosion was heard and heavy smoke spotted near Kalak. US-led forces have begun ground operations in that Kurdish-controlled region. An explosion heard Friday in the northern Iraqi city of Erbil. One Kurdish official calls it a terrorist act, perhaps an Iraqi effort to imitate a chemical weapon attack and cause panic among Kurds living there. No injuries are reported. British military officials tell CNN thousands of civilians trying to flee Basra have been fired on by militia forces backing Iraqi President Saddam Hussein. They say once the gunfire started, many of the civilians turned around and ran back into the city. It's unclear whether there were any casualties. Military officials tell CNN that 3 U.S. Marine infantry battalions occupy the northern and southern parts of Nasiriyah. Correspondent Art Harris, who's embedded with one of the units, says the Marines are trying to bring order to this southern Iraqi town and that it's becoming, quote, more secure every day. Coalition officials say they expect the first ship filled with humanitarian supplies to arrive at Iraq's southern port of Qasr on Friday. And with more on that shipment, Tom Mintier is at the Coalition's Commission's Central Command headquarters in Doha, Qatar. Tom.
Becky, there was thought yesterday that this humanitarian ship was going to be able to dock, but an underwater mine was discovered and further mine clearance was required. Now today, British officials are saying in the next few hours, as early as maybe even a half hour, the British vessel Sir Galahad, loaded with 300 tons of humanitarian supplies, including food, water, and medical supplies from the World Health Organization, the food and water donated by the Kuwaiti government, could be on land at Qasr. They say that they have cleared the channel of mines, and they are able to move that in. At the same time, over land, British officials say that other humanitarian supplies are continuing to flow for the area around Basra. As you said earlier, reports of people coming out of Basra. They say they have, over the last 24 hours, seen people coming out and then returning on their own volition, so they're not really sure what's going on in Basra. But as you said, there was a report that as the people came out this morning, they were fired on by militia forces from behind. Now, we also heard from British Prime Minister Tony Blair last night indications that this is not going to be a short, fast operation. Anyone who expects it to be over in a week's time may be misinformed. Both indications from the U.S. President and the British Prime Minister that this is going to be a rather long ordeal to go through. The group captain, Al Lockwood, who is the British military spokesman here, says that this effort has been going on for a short time, but their plans all along were for more troops and more time.
We've just finished 1 week of this campaign. We've made enormous inroads into Iraq. Yes, we're meeting opposition, which is different, but we're military men, we're professionals. We need to adapt, we need to be flexible, and we're taking care of it. We're on our timeline, and General Franks is more than satisfied with the progress we've made as a coalition so far.
U.S. officials have been saying all along that they are on their timeline. They are happy with their progress. There is also the report that the troop size on the ground is going to be increased dramatically, but saying this is not a reaction to the amount of resistance they're facing, that this was the plan all along. In less than 90 minutes, we should be hearing from Brigadier General Vincent Brooks, intelligence officer, who is going to provide us with our daily briefing here with information over the last 24 hours. Becky?
Tom Mantier at CENTCOM in Doha, Qatar. Fanula.
Well, the U.S. military, as we heard, is moving to send 130,000 more troops to the Persian Gulf region. The announcement came as U.S. President Bush declared the war would last however long it takes to win. With me in the studio is military analyst Richard Cobble, director of the Royal United Services Institute based in London. We just heard Tom Mantier say that more troops, more time needed, the U.S. saying that their timeline is going according to plan. Is that an assessment with which you'd agree?
I think in broad terms that apart from the very best outcome, things are going pretty well to plan. And certainly the reinforcement by these new 100,000 American troops, that inevitably was on call from a long time ago. You don't just suddenly open a box, produce 100,000 troops just like that.
Is this because of Turkey and its inability to give the United States what it wanted in terms of land support?
No, I think that as you go into a country, your front line moves forwards and you have to consolidate behind. They would have known that they will have had long supply lines. They'll have known that those supply lines are potentially vulnerable and they'll inevitably need more troops.
Are we looking here at a new phase of the war beginning? Is this now a multi-front war?
I don't think it is yet. I think there is a need to get the north under some control. I think there's a need for some coherence with the Kurds. And of course, had it been that troops could have come through Turkey, then it would have been a multi-front war. I think, though, that Baghdad will need to be encircled at one stage and that will produce the situation for the final stage of the war.
U.S. authorities, military authorities, now reported to be considering one of two options, that they do encircle Baghdad or immediately, more or less immediately, or wait. What would be the advantages of waiting before they attack Baghdad?
Well, I think that once the rest of the country is more or less under control, then Baghdad reduces in relevance because it can no longer act as an effective command and control because it has nothing to command and control. And the rest of the country can go on with the business, begin the business of reconstruction. Baghdad itself can be left to wither on the vine, if you like.
And would cutting off Baghdad, for example, if they did decide to go and attack Baghdad, would it necessarily cut off the chain of command and communications with the Fedayeen and the other paramilitary forces we're seeing?
It wouldn't entirely. There's so many ways in which you can communicate. But it was interesting, I think, yesterday that they intercepted a sort of a combi van with 6 supposed couriers for Saddam in it. Now, if Saddam is being reduced to sending messages by couriers, that indicates that he's got real problems, because that's a very slow way of getting your messages around.
You say he may have real problems, but there are media reports out there circling around that suggest that the Bush administration misread the strategy that Saddam Hussein might take or might employ in this war?
Well, I think that Saddam's had 12 years to consider how to cope with the Americans coming into his country, having totally failed to cope in 1991. I don't think that the intelligence failed to note the possibility that he would try some form of guerrilla warfare. It was a pretty inevitable way that Saddam would play a very bad hand of cards.
I heard one UK commander say that this was not going exactly according to the war games that had been practiced. Is that a fair comment?
I think that is very possible, and you don't wargame all eventualities, and maybe that this particular officer had wargamed some of the rather more optimistic scenarios. I've certainly heard views expressed that people are well satisfied with the military achievements so far, and that this is, broadly speaking, on the sort of the most likely road ahead, and they're on it and more or less up to program.
Up to program, but how long?
How long will it be?
Yes.
Well,
Our continuing coverage of the war in the Gulf. Now, the latest developments. This hour, Britain's Royal Fleet Auxiliary Sir Galahad is slowly approaching the Iraqi southern port of Qasr. It's carrying almost 200 tons of humanitarian supplies. It's a day behind schedule after concerns over underwater mines delayed the arrival. Coalition officials say that overland, other supplies continue to flow. But in Basra, thousands of people, some perhaps trying to get out to obtain humanitarian aid, others perhaps just trying to flee the city for security reasons, were fired on as they headed toward the city's outskirts, according to eyewitnesses. British coalition officials say their troops were fired on by militia forces supporting Iraq's President Saddam Hussein. On day 9 of the war, there have been more air raid sirens and many more explosions heard and felt in Baghdad. Day 8 came to a close in a big way. Huge explosions in the Iraqi capital were followed by giant plumes of smoke. It's believed that International Communications Center, one of them, and buildings near the Iraqi Information Ministry were damaged during U.S.-led attacks on Thursday night. Coalition forces have kept up the bombing against Iraqi targets across northern Iraq as well. U.S.-led forces have begun setting up their ground operations in a Kurdish-held part of the region. Friday, an explosion was heard in the northern Iraqi city of Erbil. One Kurdish official called it a terrorist act, perhaps an effort to imitate a chemical weapon attack and cause panic among Kurds living there. There weren't any injuries that were reported. Iraq is now blaming the coalition airstrikes for a mounting death toll of civilians. Iraq's Information Minister Mohammed Saeed Sahaf said a short time ago that 116 people have been killed in Basra since the war began, and 695 have been wounded. Nationwide, he says, fighting over the past days has added at least 75. The unconfirmed list of more than 350 civilians killed since hostilities began last week.
The bombardment of Baghdad caused 92 injuries, civilians. All of them were civilians. 92 injured and 7 martyred. And in Wasif, the criminal bombardment caused 9 injuries and 2 martyrs.
Now, it's important to note that CNN nor any other independent media apparently have confirmation of any of these figures. It is, though, clear non-combatants are being hurt, they are being killed in air raids around the country as well as other actions. A spokesman for Médecins Sans Frontières, Doctors Without Borders, says it does have a team in Baghdad helping injured civilians. He says medical supplies at Baghdad hospitals are running low. His agency has a truckload of bandages, anesthetics, and other items on its way from Jordan. The coalition military advance toward Baghdad has clearly been a slower process than U.S. and British commanders had hoped. Coalition and Iraqi troops have engaged in fierce combat at times in south-central Iraq, and there is likely to be more ambushes, more encounters to come. Here's Jamie McIntyre at the Pentagon.
No one ever said it would be easy, but apparently no one said it would be this hard either.
We were very surprised. We were told when we were going through in Nasiriyah that we should see little to no resistance. And then when we got in, it was a whole different ball game. They weren't rolling over like we thought they would.
I thought, you know, oh my God, I'm going to die. I thought, no, I'm going to lose my legs. It's going to hit the truck.
The Army's 7th Cavalry, which endured a harrowing 72-hour dash through what's been dubbed Ambush Alley, got as much shock and awe as they gave.
It's unreal. It's unimaginable. I mean, you're constantly almost paranoid, or you are paranoid about every turn or every building or every person, and it's a little nerve-wracking at times.
Some Pentagon officials concede they underestimated both the reach of Saddam Hussein's fanatically loyal Fedayeen fighters and their ability to terrorize Iraqi soldiers and civilians. Now the Pentagon says it will no longer call them paramilitary forces.
In fact, what they are is death squads, enforcers, and what they do is there's probably somewhere between 5,000 and 20,000 of them in the country, and they go into the cities and shoot people and threaten people and insist that they not surrender and not rise up.
Rumsfeld insists that's why, so far, U.S. troops have not been hailed as liberating heroes in places like Basra, Nasiriyah, and Najaf.
Our field commanders report that in the vicinity of Najaf, as one example, Iraqi regime forces are seizing children from their homes, telling their families that the males must fight for the regime or they will all face execution.
While the guerrilla tactics have forced more caution and inflicted casualties on U.S. forces, the Pentagon insists it hasn't changed the overall strategy, which is to focus on containing the 6 Republican Guard divisions around Baghdad and then methodically killing them.
When they move, we try to hit them. We are bringing a lot of force against them, to include our Apaches and our fixed-wing air, having some effect, we think, in degrading their combat capability. And at some point, at a time of our choosing, we will engage them, and we'll see what kind of fight they have.
It could still be a while before U.S. forces enter Baghdad. Sources say the Pentagon strategy is to pound Republican Guard positions for days with big guns and precision airstrikes before moving on the capital. Pentagon sources say the U.S. is ahead of the original war plan, which called for 5 days of airstrikes before the ground campaign began. The final version of the plan had ground troops going in a day after the air war kicked off. The last-minute decision to send the ground troops in 2 days early has put the U.S. slightly ahead of where it expected to be at this time. The Pentagon says it now has 90,000 U.S., British, and Australian troops in Iraq, with more on the way. Over the next several months, more than 100,000 U.S. troops will be arriving. What they do depends on whether the war is still going on when they get there. Jamie McIntyre, CNN, the Pentagon.
A British relief ship with nearly 200 tons of humanitarian supplies is expected to arrive in Qasr very soon. The Sir Galahad is moving toward the Iraqi port after concerns over underwater mines delayed its arrival by a day. Led by a British minesweeper, the ship is travelling in a convoy along with 3 other coalition patrol boats, security rafts and helicopters, and we're monitoring that with that live picture you can see there on your screen. Well, on Thursday, US, Australian and British divers aboard the Canimbla found several mine-like objects in the waterway and detonated them. Well, as the first convoys of aid rolled into southern Iraq earlier this week, a near riot erupted as one British brigade made its approach. Then it came under fire. Romilly Weeks filed this report.
As soon as the army convoy reached Al Zubayr, people started streaming out to meet them. Groups of young men and children ran to reach the first aid to be given out since before the war began. The situation was tense. The aim was to feed the people, but this was aid with an armoured escort. In this town, there'd been guerrilla fighting up until a few hours before. Within 15 minutes, a crowd of perhaps 1,000 had built up. Most seemed friendly. Those I spoke to said they were without electricity or running water and had only a few days of food stored. But some clearly didn't want us there. All were desperate to get to the supplies.
Stay there.
No
one knew what to expect here. The people here are clearly desperate for the food and water, and the army is struggling to keep control.
Order broke down completely as the crowd started grabbing boxes of water. It seemed like it might turn ugly, but the army lined up and managed to hold the crowd. Moments after these shots were taken, we had to stop filming.
Well, we've had to retreat out of the town with the army and the aid convoy. What I'm told happened is that local militia fighters started firing on the crowd. Everyone scattered in panic. No one was injured as far as we know, but presumably trading aid for bullets was not part of the plan. Romilly Weeks, ITV News in southern Iraq.
How does the U.S. military assess the situation? Let's go to Central Command in Doha and listen in.
Our coalition special operations forces continue their actions throughout all of Iraq. A particularly effective operation occurred last night in Al-Nasiriyah involving special operations aircraft destroying 2 paramilitary headquarters. Our land component consolidated territory gained over the last several days and conducted active security operations to eliminate identified terrorist death squads. The 1st Marine Expeditionary Force continued its advance beyond Khalat Sikar, which you see on the right side of the map. 5th Corps, also from the land component, defeated paramilitary attacks north of An-Najaf and continues to shape the battlefield for future operations. Our UK forces succeeded in preventing any reinforcement of Basra while securing the southern oil fields and the key port of Qasr. In the north, coalition forces kept pressure on regime forces while maintaining stability in the Kurdish region of Iraq. Our maritime component successfully cleared the mines that were found in the channel of Khor Abdallah near buoy number 24 that you see on the map. We talked about that yesterday. The mines were in fact cleared out. The waterway has been reopened for the arrival of much needed humanitarian supplies. On our information front, we have increased our broadcasts, and they now include television broadcasts covering all of southern Iraq, and we've also expanded that coverage to include Baghdad and the surrounding areas. This is in addition to our radio broadcasts, which, as I mentioned, continue on 5 different frequencies 24 hours a day. UK forces also have begun operating an AM radio station out of Qasr. From each of these platforms, our messages continue to focus on providing encouragement and life-saving information to the Iraqi people. Concurrent with our combat operations, our efforts to preserve Iraqi resources and our humanitarian efforts are picking up the pace. Currently, there are 3 oil well fires in the Rumaila oil field. Our firefighters are in the oil fields now, and we have a photo of that. They're doing very dangerous work, and it's the work of extinguishing these very intense fires. We did have a film crew present during the firefighting yesterday. I want to show you just some of the work that's ongoing with this short video clip. It's very deliberate work, very intense work, and it requires some very skillful firefighters who are particularly well trained for this role. This is a U.S. and Kuwaiti combined team doing the work. At this point, we have 2 teams that are working simultaneously to put out the remaining fires, and it generally takes several days per well to get the job done. As more territory is secured, our humanitarian relief follows that secured terrain. We recently sent some civilian assessment teams and other civilian organizations who have begun the work of providing relief in the south particularly. The most significant humanitarian action to report is the imminent and ongoing arrival of the Sir Galahad into the port of Qasr, carrying much needed supplies on the amount of 200,000 kilograms of supplies, or roughly 200 metric tons. And I believe the list of cargo has been provided to everybody so that you can see exactly what is aboard that ship. The ongoing construction of a water pipeline from Kuwait to Qasr also provides the promise of relief. Clearly, there's much work ahead for the combat action to remove the regime and the humanitarian action to help those liberated from the regime. The coalition is up to the challenge, and more than ever, the outcome is not in doubt. I'm ready for your questions. Let me start third row.
General Rob Morrison from NBC News. We're getting reports from the field that Iraqi expatriates are returning by the thousands from Jordan, ready and eager to take up arms against the coalition. What information do you have on this developing situation, and isn't it an example of Iraqis who are not willing to be, quote unquote, liberated? Thank you.
We've seen this kind of example before. Afghanistan was one example of people from outside of the country seeking to come in, and they have different views of why they would enter into the country. Some are very interested in the liberation that's ongoing. Some may seek not to support the actions of the coalition. We're aware of some of these reports. We've not had any significant encounters with that, and it has not posed a problem for us in our operations to date.
Joe.
Please. Tom? It's up there.
It's everywhere. Tom Entier with CNN. We have a report from one of our embedded journalists, Lisa Rose Weaver, with the 2nd Brigade, 3rd Division, that the Iraqi Medina Division is only working at about 65% of its capacity. What information can you provide us with what the opposition force may be, whether there is any break in their formations, and whether you're seeing them operationally on the battlefield at battlefield strength or less?
What we see in many of the formations of the Republican Guard is some efforts to try to reposition internally within their defenses, which we think are mostly survival, not a change of their defensive set. They certainly have been underneath of some attack for several days through a variety of means and will continue to be under attack. As to the actual strength that's being reported, I won't provide an observation on that, but I will say that as we prepare for additional combat operations, we certainly are focused on the Medina Division as well as other Republican Guard divisions and intend to reduce their strength as much as possible through either direct or indirect combat action.
Thank you, sir. Neil Karlinsky with ABC News. Yesterday at this briefing, I asked you if there were problems with supply lines being stretched too thin, and the response was that you feel comfortable the logistics are fine. But leadership in the field continue to paint a very different picture, saying overextended supply lines have become a real problem. In fact, Brigadier General Charles Fletcher said he's at a zero balance on food out of rations. Are you saying that some of the commanders in the field are wrong in their assessments?
What we would say is that we haven't had anything that's hindered our operations to date. Our commanders continue to maintain close contact with General Franks and all the rest of the headquarters structure and the staff. We find that we are able to push logistics as we need to. We were indeed hindered for a period of time by weather. Our ability to fly in supplies, for example, was reduced. And so the flow of supplies did change for a period of time. But we're still able to conduct the operations as we see them, and we're still on our plan.
General Jeff Meade from Sky News. Didn't your colleague, General Wallace, yesterday, in one short comment, tell us much more about the reality of this than we're hearing in these briefings? He said, we didn't war game for this. Have you broken the first rule of soldiery and underestimated your enemy?
I don't think that we have. I know that there's a report out there. I've not gotten completely familiar with what General Wallace said. What I do know is that, again, our commanders talk to each other on a continuous basis, and a subordinate commander's assessment is always taken into account at the next higher headquarters and the headquarters above that. We believe that we're still consistent with our plan and how we designed it. There will always be things that occur on the battlefield that are not precisely as you calculated them in your design. The strength of a plan is the ability to adapt it to the realities of the circumstance while still remaining focused on what it is we seek to do. And there are different levels at which we have adjustments to planning. At the tactical level, there may be certain impacts that if the weather has changed, for example, then you're not exactly on your plan for that day. But at the operational level, with what we seek to achieve, it remains unchanged. And so that's what we're talking about at this level, at the CENTCOM level. There's a different view down on planet Earth, if you will, as we describe it. The closer you get to the line, the more precise the realities are. And we take all of this into account from all of our commanders throughout the theater before making decisions to proceed or what our actual status is. You go on the left side, please. Right here.
General, how many, David Lee Miller, Fox News, how many launchers do you think the Iraqis still have? And at this point, do you believe the Iraqis still pose a threat to Israel because Israel is still very much on guard, fearful of a chemical or biological attack?
I don't think we know exactly how many launchers the Iraqis have of any particular family of weapon systems. And this is mostly because of the efforts of denial and deception that have occurred for so many years. Only the Iraqis really know how many they have left. What we know is that when we find them, we destroy them. When they're launched, we intercept them. Is there an intent to continue a threat to neighboring countries? Absolutely. As I mentioned, we're having at least one shot a day at this point in time, and we think that we're going to reduce that. There's certainly a high degree of risk for those who would choose to launch, as you saw in the video clip earlier. Because of the development of expanded range weapon systems by the Iraqis, and we've seen that already in some of the ranges of the Ababil 100s and Asamud missiles. Because of that development, we believe that Iraq still poses a threat to many of its neighbors by way of missiles. Please.
Brigadier, you said you weren't entirely familiar with what General Wallace said, which is perhaps a bit surprising since he's the commander of 5 Corps. He said, "We didn't know they'd fight like this." He was asked, would this be a longer war than expected? He said, it's beginning to look that way. Rather revealing comments. What do you say to the suggestion that you have seriously underestimated the level of Iraqi resistance and the size of the force that the coalition needs to deal with it?
I'd say that we've taken a number of things into account in the design of this plan. First, we know that we have to be tactically patient as we describe it, that circumstances have to be developed by design, and that our enemy always has a vote in how the circumstances go. And I'm certain that there was no underestimation in that regard. It was taken into account and remains to this day taken into account. What the circumstances are, what we've seen, and how the dynamics of the battlefield change on a daily basis are something we plow in to every day's considerations and calculations. And so I would say that I don't think that we have necessarily underestimated, and I am certain that we accounted for enemy action. The specifics of the action, no one can ever predict exactly how battle will unfold. We can't even completely predict how our own actions will unfold. But I think we remain confident that we have a good grip on what's going on here, and we're proceeding. Please.
ABC News. About 48 hours ago, we had the explosion at the Baghdad market. 24 hours ago, CENTCOM officials stood here at the podium and said, it is likely, if possible, that the Iraqis were responsible for that explosion. Within the last 24 hours, I assume that the Americans and coalition forces have received more intelligence on the ground and through satellite imagery. Where do you stand now on the possibility that the Iraqis were responsible for that explosion that allegedly killed several Iraqi civilians? And the second question I have is, as I stand here right now, there's a major humanitarian crisis underway in several parts of Iraq. And as I hear it, as it stands right now, only convoys on the ground are rushing towards different areas within Iraq to feed Iraqis who are hungry and starving without water. Why not drop food supplies from the air as you did in Afghanistan, sir? Thank you.
Okay, first, regarding the market, I did say yesterday that it is possible that it could have been surface-to-air missiles that fired in a ballistic mode, and we still consider that possibility. I also said that we examine as precisely as we can every weapon system, every mission that occurred. We haven't finished doing that yet. We think there's still more information to be gained, and when we have more information, as we come to closure on the investigation, we'll be forthcoming about what we find. The second part of it regarding humanitarian circumstances. We know that there are significant humanitarian problems, and we also know that there are efforts that are ongoing, and we're starting to achieve some good success in that regard. What was passed out in the last few days has already helped. We've already seen that. What is entering in the port of Qazar right now will help even more. So we have land work that's happening, that's already been ongoing because we could. We have now seaborne work that's occurring because we can, and as we have new capacities, we'll do that. Airdrop doesn't provide very much, particularly when you compare it to the amount that's aboard a ship. So we think that the more efficient way to do that, and again, it's by design, is to use the methods that we have at hand. Truckload, ship, and then we'll begin to move things further forward. Please.
Thank you. Jonathan Marcus, BBC World Service. 2 points. Could you respond to the reports on some networks and in the New York Times, I think, this morning, that you have strong intelligence evidence to suggest that chemical weapons have been distributed to some of the Republican Guard units facing you? And secondly, you put a lot of emphasis in each one of these briefings on the coalition. Would it be possible for you to please give us a list of those countries that are providing direct military assistance in this operation beyond the three that we clearly know of, the United States, Britain, and Australia?
Let me start with the second question. We generally don't list out the countries because we want the countries to say for themselves. Some want to be publicly identified, some do not. And so I think it would not be appropriate for me to give you that list. Let me say this about it, though. Each country provides a contribution that's relevant, and it is consistent with their national interests, and it's consistent with their capability. Not every country has the same capability. In some cases, we may just have a chemical detection unit. Well, that's a very important role to be played. In some cases, we have aircraft. In some cases, we have assault troops, special operations troops. It varies country by country, but every contribution matters, and it makes it possible for us to concentrate our efforts on the things we need to do. I'd ask you to, if you would, just please repeat the first question.
Response to the intelligence reports in some of the newspapers and on some of the networks that the Republican Guard divisions facing you are already beginning to be equipped with chemical munitions.
Right, thank you. We have seen indications through a variety of sources and reporting means that first orders have been given that at a certain point chemical weapons might be used. We've seen chemical protective equipment in a number of areas south of where we thought that red line might be. We already know about the hospital in Nasiriyah, and we know about things that have been found further down in the south. And so these are, as we put just those two pieces together, we certainly have indications. I have not seen anything that says an order has been given to fire. We know that the capability does indeed exist. We know that the will exists, and we take it very, very seriously at this point. We'll prepare ourselves accordingly. Second row, please.
Thank you, sir. Martha Brandt with the Newsweek magazine. I've got a couple questions related to Iraqi state TV. Could you first give us a battle damage assessment of the attempts to hit that compound? Could you explain why that wasn't one of the first targets that coalition forces hit? Was it an attempt to maybe use that infrastructure later to communicate with the Iraqi people? And then lastly, sir, any attempts to jam Saddam Hussein's TV broadcasts?
Well, there are several parts to the questions you've asked, and I'll try to roll them really into one answer. First, the targeting we go through is designed to achieve a particular effect. And there are a number of parts to the command and control apparatus of this regime. It's very robust. It has many redundancies built into it, and it in fact has taken into account that it might indeed at some point in time be attacked. The timing of any attack, including the ones against television stations that broadcast and also support the regime in its decision-making, the timing of that is associated with when we want to achieve a particular effect. What we'll do in a number of cases is try to influence one layer and then another of decision-making and degrade the capability of the regime to command and control, to issue instructions, to cause reinforcement, all the things that a headquarters or a command would need to do to make operations successful. And so that accounts for a bit of why the timing was done when it was because we chose to attack it when we did, and why it was attacked the way it was. There are, as I mentioned, some redundancies in the system, so where we might have an effect on one location, it might pop up somewhere else. And we'll find where that backup is, and we may address it. And we'll peel that back, which degrades the capability again, and attack it. So as we see capability, we attack to remove the capability. And it's as simple as that.
All right, we've been listening there to Brigadier General Vincent Brooks. We're going to break away for a little bit, go to our own CNN's Christiane Amanpour. She's in Qasr. There you see the video of the Sir Galahad as it is coming to dock in Qasr with a huge amount of humanitarian supplies. Christiane, what can you tell us?
Well, it's just been moving in. Ahead of it was a minesweeper. It's come in now, just been pulling into the dock here over the last several minutes. As you know, this has been much awaited. We've had word that the Sir Galahad is going to dock every day for the last several days, and various logistical problems and mine problems in the channel has delayed it. But this is carrying just over 200 tons of medical, food, water, blankets, provisions for the people here. Now, it has to be said that this is not just a supply and the first major supply of humanitarian aid, but it is being done here, docking in the most media-friendly terms, if you like. There are scores of media here who've been brought up precisely to see this, because the British politicians certainly, and the international community which is involved in this war, wants to be seen as bringing aid and bringing humanitarian relief to the people. As I say, it is needed, but it's also part of the psychological campaign, the effort to win hearts and minds. Certainly we've been talking to those civilians who we've managed to be able to talk to over the last few days up here and on the road to Basra. We've seen people try to come out of Basra, people in Safwan and other little towns and villages along the border. And whenever even the smallest items of humanitarian aid are delivered, there are almost sort of chaotic scenes as people rush for them. There is a shortage of clean and drinkable water, and these are people who are mostly poor in this part of Iraq, and like many people in Iraq, about 60% of the Iraqi people, they have up until now been existing on the so-called oil for food program, which has since the war began been stopped. There are no UN officials or relief workers in country administering the vital food delivery and assistance and medical delivery that, as I say, more than half of the people in Iraq depend on. But again, can't emphasize enough that this is the second prong of Britain's two-prong military tactic here. One is the heavy metal fighting that we've been talking a lot about, and the other is the attempt to push through as much humanitarian aid as possible, to win hearts and minds, as we said over and over again, and to try to get the population on side. Now, two news notes I'd like to bring you up to date on as we're watching this ship come in. In Basra, we've heard reports today, and they've been confirmed by the British, something in the region of 2,000 civilians, we're told, tried to get out of the city. They were moving out towards the west, where the British are, and tried to get to the British positions. At that point, we're told, the irregular militias, the people who we've been hearing about over the last week or so, who are basically controlling the civilian population, started to fire on them. Then the British started to fire on the militias and attempted to bring in ambulances to remove the wounded. We still don't have a full picture of how many casualties or what exactly is going on, but this is the kind of thing that the British want to see, people trying to break free of the political control. So this is part, as I say, of the war effort, if you like, and it's very high profile, this arrival at this port of Qasr, not just to demonstrate that they've now got Qasr up and working and under control, but also to show that they are not just bombers, but they're coming here to build some kind of humanitarian structure as well, Jim.
Christiane, how will this food aid go out? Just in a briefing, it was asked, why isn't it being airdropped? Is it going to be trucked out? Is there a reason for that?
I'm not sure about airdropping, but certainly this is going to be attempted to be trucked out. One of the first places that will receive this is the town of Qasr, and we just were briefed by several of the military commanders here, the British commanders, whose job it will be to distribute this stuff. It'll be food packets, it'll be medical and hygiene packets, it'll be water and blankets and everything from rice to flour to lentils to vegetable oil, you know, the basic kinds of humanitarian deliveries that people bring. But here's what they're telling us over here. The deputy commander of 3 Commando, which runs this area now, the British, they're saying that they've been out talking to the people. The people are telling them that they've been, you know, under the thumb of authority for the last 30 years, they say, that they want, you know, chance to breathe, but they are not sure who exactly is going to win this battle. We're being told that they don't fully yet trust the West. They're not sure that the West is actually going to get rid of Saddam Hussein, and they're just waiting to see. That is the assessment of the military here. So again, that's why this humanitarian aid is going to be an important tool for them to start, you know, trying to show that they're here, They're helping, they're trying to push this out. And of course, they want to push it out further, obviously, north as well, and into Basra, which is the main objective in terms of civilian population in the southern Iraq region, Jim.
All right, Christiane Amanpour there alongside the Sir Galahad as it comes into port in Qasr with humanitarian aid. What about civilian casualties? What about the situation in Basra? Let's go back to that briefing now in Doha.
The rest of the civilians with weapons entering and leaving Basra. And as we determine a hostile act, yes, we have fired in those cases against those types of targets as presented. That's what the modus operandi is of these terrorist squads, these paramilitaries that are out there. As we have encounters with them, we engage in combat with them, and generally we defeat them. You asked a question about the north as well. We certainly have the ability now to increase our presence in the north with the arrival of the 173rd Airborne Brigade. We continue our efforts to, as much as possible, maintain a degree of stability in the north. More than anything else right now, that's our primary focus. So.
Jim Wolf, Reuters. You've explained the care you've taken in your targeting to achieve the effects, the specific effects that you are seeking. But how is it that as of yesterday, day 7 of the war, the Central Command said it had used a B-2 bomber to hit, quote, a major link in Iraq's national communications network, unquote, in downtown Baghdad? In other words, why would a major link in the national telecommunications network have been left for 7 days of the war?
Well, again, the timing of action and where we seek to input or inject an influence is part of the art of war. So we make our decisions based on what we know, what we seek, and what we expect the outcome to be. It was an operational decision. I can't go into the specifics of why we made the decision when we did, because that really is just an operational matter. But the approach we take is what I want you to understand, and that is that when we have an effect we're trying to achieve, we select the right method of achieving that desired effect, and the timing is associated with when we want that effect to occur. Please.
General Kelly O'Donnell, NBC News. Will you provide for us the name of the vendor and the country of origin of all these chemical suits you've now found in multiple locations described as new and ready for distribution? And secondly, in the early days of these briefings, they were referred to as irregular forces. Now you're describing them as paramilitary death squads. Does that change in language reflect a change in how you view them? And does it suggest that you did not view them as threatening in the first days as you do today?
On the chemical suits, I don't know any reason why we would not be able to give you that. So as soon as we find out what the answer is, perhaps we can provide that to you, and we'll have our media relations folks follow that up. The characterization is a difficult one to make. I don't know how you describe a group of people that would go in and out of uniform, that will move in civilian vehicles on a known battlefield, that will carry weapons, hide weapons, that will march children in front of them, that will take children away from their homes and tell their families that everyone will be killed if the males don't fight for the regime. I don't know what you call that, and I don't think anyone knows exactly what you call that. And so as a result, our terms are a bit broad and moving around as we try to characterize in descriptive terms the behaviors that we're seeing, as opposed to giving a label that appropriately matches what the actions are. I don't know what to call it, and I don't think anyone else does. That's why the names are changing.
Does it reflect a change, though, in how you perceive their potency on the battlefield?
It certainly does not reflect a view of the potency. It more reflects a view of their brutality. In the back, please.
Su Xiaopo from Xinhua News Agency of China. General, as we know, 47 U.S. and British military personnel have been confirmed killed since the war began, and there are many personnel still missing. Some American reports say if coalition casualties exceed 150, that's the number in the Gulf War in 1991, the U.S. government will face a big problem. Could you give some comment about that? And what do you think this war is going to end?
We haven't put out any numbers on what our total casualty count is and killed in action, so I don't know what the source of that report is, and I am not going to put out that number. I think it's not appropriate to do that from here. There is not a fixed number that's out there that will cause a change in the operation related to Desert Storm. This operation is this operation, and unfortunately combat casualties do occur when we engage in battles like this. We cannot predict what that amount will be, and thus we are not limited by any particular amount in our operations. And as to how long the war is going to take, it's going to take as long as it takes. Please.
Craig Gordon from Newsday. A minute ago you said, to the question about chemical weapon use, that you believe first orders have been given that at a certain point they might be used, and of course we're finding the suits. I wonder if you could just clarify that a little bit. There had been some reporting before the war started that he had issued sort of preliminary orders to do that. Are these orders you're discussing here today something new that you've picked up on, that there have been orders since the war has begun that at a certain point chemical weapons might be used, or are you still referring to the earlier reports?
We're really referring to the earlier reports that remains consistent as to that there might be trigger lines that are out there or places at which the regime would be threatened enough that they would use it. And as we add the additional evidence we found on the battlefield, again, we begin to take that very seriously, that in fact there is a linkage between the two. Please.
Omar Al-Isawi, Al Jazeera Satellite Channel. Sir, I'm under the impression that your regular armed forces are facing more and more of a type of a guerrilla warfare. We're seeing more and more pictures day and night coming in of troop concentrations, your troop concentrations coming under fire from these guerrilla-type forces. What sort of a physical and psychological effect is this having on your troops? Thank you.
Well, if you're talking about classic guerrilla warfare, it generally requires a force that is accepted in and amongst its population, and we're not seeing that in this case. We're seeing a force that we're encountering on the battlefield that is brutal to the population that it lives in amongst. We're also seeing that they're well rehearsed at the tactics of brutality, and this is something that comes as no surprise given the years of what has been described as counterinsurgency by the very same forces. I think that's really our assessment. It is not something that has affected the morale. Our morale is very high. We're still well prepared for this operation and well capable of executing that which has been set forth. I think that the results of action, if anything, have boosted morale from where it already was. Back here, please.
Philippe Broussard, French newspaper Le Monde. During his first press conference 1 week ago, General Franks said that there were 52 nations involved in the military operations. Yesterday you say 49. I was wondering where are the 3 missing, and which one they are, and why they left.
It's always a tough number to be able to count, and we saw yesterday that the confirmed list of countries involved was 49. That number continues to change on a daily basis. There are some nations who, in case you haven't noticed that, there are some nations that before the war began offered a willingness to support, but wanted to see how things would resolve diplomatically before they chose to support. Some of those nations have come in. There are others who said they might support and were willing to provide assistance in planning before the war began, but as the war began, they chose to go in a different direction. So it's not a calculus of 3 missing at this point. More, this is what the current aggregate mass of the coalition is for those countries that have publicly stated they support the efforts of the coalition. On the far side in the back.
Michael Madison, freelance journalist. General, the situation in Basra is very confusing. There aren't many independent sources of information from there. Yet a lot of information has been put out. For instance, yesterday at the briefing it was said that the water had been disrupted by the regime, and yet today I was reading on a British government website that in fact there was not any indication that that was so, that the power lines were down, and now the ICRC has put it up. So I'd like to ask you to clarify, where does the information on something like that come from, and in general, information on what's taking place in Basra about these death squads and other things, where is that information coming from and how reliable is it?
Well, it comes from a variety of places, and while we certainly aren't going to talk about every source of information we have We try to aggregate as much information as we can from the variety of sources to come up with as clear a picture as we can. That never gives you a 100% answer on exactly what is occurring. There's always some variations based on the nature of reporting that occurs inside of there. What we do know is at this point, some pumps have been restored to flow water back into Basra, and roughly 50% of the capacity has been returned. We know that there were power outages beforehand, and that continues to be an area of improvement for Basra, a very important improvement since their critical need right now has really been water as well as liberty, but both of those issues are currently being addressed. Right here, please.
Mohammed Al-Mizan, Gulf News. You've said at the beginning of the briefing that some part of your operations in the last 24 hours have been to pave the way for future Iraq. Can you elaborate on that, please? And the second part is Iraq has reported today that there was an intense bombing of Basra, which resulted in about dozens of casualties. Can you confirm that, please?
The first part that refers to the future of Iraq is particularly oriented on the humanitarian actions that have occurred in the last few days. It also joins to the efforts that we have ongoing to protect the resources of Iraq that will be so vital to Iraq's future economically. Already we know that a considerable portion of the economy is based on what is done with the proceeds from oil. And so by protecting the oil field, we believe that we have ensured the future of Iraq. By providing food to those who are in need at this point in time and making it clear that that is our design, that is our purpose for them, we've ensured the future of Iraq. I have nothing to confirm bombings of Basra. All I would say on any attacks that we make with any weapons, whether it's bombs, missiles, whatever it happens to be, I remain firmly in position saying that we target deliberately. We try to reduce the effect on humans that should not be involved in the combat, or buildings and other infrastructure that should not be involved in the combat. And we also know that there is in fact a developing situation in Basra that's somewhat confusing, and that also we have these forces that are out there that have shown a willingness to fire into Basra, which resulted in counterfire by UK forces just a few nights ago. So at this point, I have nothing else to confirm such a question. I think we have time for one more. Let me go on this side, please.
Ignacio Jarillo from Spanish Onda Cero network. We know there are some Spanish ships coming to the Persian Gulf. Do you have already any plans for them? Thank you.
Well, all the nations that make a contribution, and there are some Spanish vessels that have done some work with us, and we know will continue to do work with us, all of them that are providing, we then take into account, based on their national interests, what it is they believe they want to be able to do. Some vessels don't want to engage in combat operations, and they would rather become involved in a maritime patrolling, for example, to ensure that the lines of operation don't get closed, very important ones for not only the military operation, but also commercial shipping and those sorts of things. I won't comment specifically on what Spain's role is. Spain should comment on what its role will be, but we will incorporate them into the coalition, as we have in the past, in a way that makes good sense for their nation and makes good sense for the coalition and its mission. All right, thanks very much, ladies and gentlemen. Have a good day.
Brigadier General Vincent Brooks, they're talking with reporters, obviously refusing to be drawn on one big question that has been asked of the U.S. Military over and over again, and that is, did you underestimate your manpower needs, and did you underestimate the resistance that you were going to face from the Iraqis, from these irregulars? It's been well known that the irregulars were more or less in place in a network in southern Iraq, but the U.S. military has found its supply lines under constant threat of attack or ambush, this drawing away manpower, bringing up the question of whether or not there are enough troops inside Iraq right now to make an assault on the Republican Guard. A lot of people second-guessing the generals. He wasn't going there at all, saying that they felt that they did have enough, that they were reacting to the battlefield situation, and adding as well that the enemy always has a card to play. It is not one side that is in the game, but two sides. And that makes it necessary for the military commanders to be more flexible, to change their plans in some cases, but not going so far as to say that they had made a mistake. We're going to take a short break. We're going to show you right now, as we leave you here for a moment, the pictures of the port of Qasr, the Sir Galahad pulling in there, delayed for some days by the threat of sea mines. It is now in port with its load of humanitarian aid.
Eye on Africa is sponsored by Clear Essence. Clear Essence, the ethnic skincare line. Few Nigerians are living the high life, but many are listening to it. A blend of jazz and ethnic Afro sounds, high life is making a comeback in Nigeria. High life began in Ghana and spread to Western Africa and Nigeria, where it peaked in the 50s and 60s. In the late 60s, Nigeria's three-year civil war silenced high life and took the lives of many of those who played it. But with its recent revival, there's hope that high life can once again find a place in the hearts of Nigeria's youth.
It's music of the soul. It's music you start, it has a beginning, middle, and an end. It's a complete story. Every song of high life that you listen to is a complete story. It's a complete story.
Nigerians, both young and old, are rediscovering a form of music that had been lost for decades. For them, it's high time high life was heard again.
To be a success and to stay at the top of your game, you have to live life by your own terms. So don't let unexpected skin blemishes define who you are. Clear Essence Botanicals were designed with women of color in mind. Gently diminish dark spots and blemishes and restore healthy, more radiant skin with daily use of Lemon Plus Vitamin C Skin Smoothing Cream. Clear Essence Botanicals. Define beauty by your own terms.
Print me. Hey, look, my first fish. Hey, over here, print me.
Hey, pick me. I'm smiling. Pick me, please.
You picked the dog over your brother?
No, not the dog.
The HP All-in-One printer with proof sheet makes it easy to pick and print just the right shots.
Oh, that hurts.
Now the latest developments in the war on Iraq. A British relief ship is docking at the Iraqi southern port of Qasr. You're looking at live pictures right here. It's carrying some 200 tons of humanitarian supplies. The Sir Galahad is a day behind schedule. There were concerns about underwater mines in the channel. Coalition officials say that overland, other supplies continue to flow. Meantime, in Basra, an important development as thousands of people, some perhaps trying to obtain a piece of that humanitarian aid, were reportedly fired on as they headed toward the city's outskirts. Now, British officials say the civilians were fired on by militia forces supporting Iraqi President Saddam Hussein. In Baghdad itself, Friday, another day of air raid sirens and more explosions, a darkened skyline. It's also the day after huge explosions and giant plumes of smoke over the capital. It's believed an international communications center and buildings near the Iraqi Information Ministry were damaged during Thursday's U.S.-led attacks. The Iraqi government says Thursday's U.S.-led attacks included civilian areas throughout Iraq, claiming 75 lives, wounding 290 people. Coalition forces have kept up the bombing against Iraqi targets in northern Iraq, too. U.S.-led forces began setting up their ground operations in a Kurdish-held part of that region. It's unclear when these pictures were taken, but Iraqi TV broadcast footage on Thursday of the man, Iraqi President Saddam Hussein. He was holding talks with a number of officials in a setting not seen recently. The only female that is seen at the table there, one of Iraq's top experts on germ warfare, Dr. Uda Amash. Some observers say that indicates Baghdad may be planning to use weapons of mass destruction. Iraqi civilians increasingly in danger as war in their country escalates. Iraq's Information Minister Mohammed Saeed al-Sahaf says 116 people were killed in Basra since the war began. He says fighting elsewhere in the country over the past days has added dozens of names to the list of civilian casualties.
The bombardment of Baghdad caused 92 injuries, civilians. All of them were civilians. 92 injured and 7 martyred. And in Wasif, the criminal bombardment caused 9 injuries and 2 martyrs.
As Iraqi officials ramp up accusations against Britain and the United States for purposely attacking civilians, the questions of what happened in Basra are certain to surface. There, British officials, of course, saying that the civilian casualties were being caused by supporters of President Saddam Hussein, who fired on civilians who were trying to flee their grip in that southern port city. That's the British side of events. CNN is unable to confirm the civilian death toll. Our reporters are no longer in Baghdad to check in at hospitals and see firsthand some of these scenes, but clearly, even though coalition sources deny they're intentionally targeting any of these civilian areas, it is still very clear that civilian casualties are happening, and they are happening in increasing numbers. Who is responsible in each and every case is going to be very, very difficult to tell.
Well, back in the United States, President George W. Bush and British Prime Minister Tony Blair held a mini-summit at Camp David Thursday. The two leaders emerged playing down reported differences and said they remain steadfast in their belief that this war is just. John King has more on that.
The President and Prime Minister were determined to talk about the goal of the war, not its timetable.
Saddam Hussein will be removed no matter how long it takes.
Skirmishes in southern Iraq continue. Troops are being rushed into the north, and the army's march on Baghdad has paused. But the men leading the coalition say they see far more progress than problems.
Slowly but surely, the grip of terror around the throats of the Iraqi people is being loosened.
The Camp David summit included talk of what post-war role the United Nations should play. And both British and U.S. officials tell CNN talk of a major rift on this point is exaggerated.
Our primary focus now is and must be the military victory, which we will prosecute with the utmost vigor.
Yet a day after Secretary of State Powell told Congress the United States, not the UN, would take the dominant post-war role, Blair suggested more consultations were needed.
Without trying to do it by discussion through the press conference or through megaphone diplomacy.
Both leaders want quick UN action on another front, resuming humanitarian aid under Iraq's Oil for Food program. Some UN Security Council members are resisting. They say resuming aid now might be seen as endorsing the war.
More than half the Iraqi people depend on this program as their sole source of food. This urgent humanitarian issue must not be politicized.
By the time Mr. Blair arrived at the UN Thursday night, a compromise was in the works, and a Security Council vote is set for Friday. 8 days into the fighting, what the President and Prime Minister agreed on most was putting first things first, winning the war and then worrying about any disagreements over post-war Iraq and the still festering tensions from the bitter pre-war diplomacy. John King, CNN, the White House.
And we'll have more of CNN's continuing coverage right after this short break. Stay with us.
Hot ideas. Cool creation. Catch the newest wave in the industry in Bangkok, Thailand, the 17th to the 21st of September 2003. RHBAC 2003. Accurate and balanced. All sides of the conflict.
Our choice is clear.
This is a sad day for the United Nations and the international community.
Opposing views and all the grey in between.
The flow of refugees has begun.
Saddam Hussein has full control over his country. I hope victory for our brothers.
In wartime, anytime. Get accurate and balanced coverage. Stay with CNN.
CNN's experienced team of journalists from the ground, in the air, on the seas, reporting from the front lines. That's fast, balanced, and accurate. Be the first to know. Stay with CNN.
Disculpas por haber interrumpido nuestro espacio temático.
A la familia de José María Corta.
Pero nos tenemos que ir
Una obsesión para Hollywood.
a Oropesa del Mar, donde está veraneando.
A channel dedicated to keeping the Spanish audience informed and up to date. CNN Plus is more than just news. The stories that matter most as soon as they happen. Spain, Europe, the world. We've got it covered. CNN Plus.
War in Iraq, a volatile business world, and CNN is there with expert analysis on how global events affect your country, your economy, your money, from opening bell to closing numbers.
From Hong Kong
to London
to the New York Stock Exchange,
CNN brings you comprehensive coverage around the clock from around the world.
when money is made and lost,
be the first to know.
Stay with CNN.
This is CNN.
Help in the form of humanitarian aid arriving in Qasr's port. Britain's Royal Fleet Auxiliary, Sir Galahad, is carrying nearly 200 tons of supplies to that Iraqi port city. Hello, I'm Jim Clancy. Thank you for joining CNN's continuing coverage of the war with Iraq. Now the latest developments. In Basra, thousands of people, some perhaps trying to obtain humanitarian aid, others perhaps trying to flee the southern Iraqi city where were reportedly fired on as they headed toward the city's outskirts. British officials say the civilians were fired on by militia forces supporting Iraqi President Saddam Hussein. Meantime, in Baghdad, Friday, another day of air raid sirens and explosions. It is also the day after huge explosions and giant plumes of smoke. It's believed an international communications center and buildings near the Iraqi Information Ministry were damaged during Thursday's U.S.-led attacks. The Iraqi government says Thursday's attacks included civilian areas throughout Iraq, claiming 75 lives and wounding 290 people. Coalition forces have kept up the bombing against Iraqi targets in northern Iraq. U.S.-led forces began setting up their ground operations in the Kurdish-held part of that region. U.S. military officials acknowledging they've lost an unmanned reconnaissance drone. The Arabic news network Al Jazeera has been showing these pictures of a drone, but Central Command says there's no indication whether its lost drone was shot down or crashed due to mechanical problems. CNN is told that a coalition onslaught is to start in the next few days against Iraq's Republican Guard, now surrounding Baghdad. One senior U.S. military official says the goal will be to pick apart the Republican Guard's armor and strike its leadership in the field. As military officials collect intelligence information for the massive strikes against the Republican Guard, CNN is also being told it's preparing to set up a new base in southeastern Iraq, one that would shorten the distance to most military targets across the country. A British ship carrying tons of relief supplies has finally arrived in southern Iraq. The vessel Sir Galahad docked at Qasr's port just a few minutes ago. Its arrival was expected for days. It had been delayed over concerns about underwater mines that kept appearing. CNN's chief international correspondent, Christiane Amanpour, is there. She joins us now live. Christiane.
Well, Jim, under the blazing sun here at the port of Qasr, the Sir Galahad has finally arrived. It docked about half an hour ago, and they've just put down the gangplank, and the first British military officials have gone on board. They're about to unload at least a symbolic first amount. And that there is a lot of symbolism about this ship coming in. It's not only desperately needed humanitarian aid, it's only about 230 tons of that, but it's also a powerful psychological sign and a sign of confidence that the British, and I suppose the coalition troops, want to portray. What they're trying to do is win a battle on two fronts, not only fighting the war-fighting machine, trying to fight the Iraqi army, trying to fight the irregulars, but also to try to pump in humanitarian aid to the civilian populations and try to get them on side. Now, as I say, there are quite a lot of people who we've talked to over the last few days and who other reporters have talked to who are coming out of some of the towns up north, for instance, Basra, and they are complaining about being hungry and about mostly being thirsty, not having enough fresh water because of all the problems with the electricity and thus the pumping of that water. We've also seen low levels of aid already delivered, again, very sporadically and very low-level packets of army rations, packets of food, boxes of water, and really people have just dashed out of their houses to get those in a fairly chaotic way. So people really here are aware of the fact that they do need some humanitarian aid, but as I say, really the major emphasis and influence is to try to use that humanitarian aid for political and psychological reasons, to try to persuade the people of Iraq that these forces are here to take care of them, to liberate them, and to, generally try to change their situation. To that end, we talked to the Deputy Commander of the British who are here. It's called the 3 Commander of the Royal Marines. He was saying, as they go out amongst the population here in Qasr, what they're finding is still a population that's unsure, does not know which way this battle is going to go, does not know who's going to win, and will not come out with the full-scale celebration, if at all they will, until they know which way this battle is going to unfold. And he's saying every day, with a little bit more contact with the people, with a little bit more aid going in, they stand a chance of winning the people's confidence. Now, just on a news point also up in Basra, told by British military officials today, as you've started to report as well, that about 2,000 people, civilians, started to come out of the western outskirts of Basra today towards the British positions on the west of the town, were then fired upon by these irregular militias. The British, we're told, tried to bring in ambulances to take care of the wounded, and also started to fire on those militias to try to disperse and kill them off. So that still has been a battle that was raging today. We don't fully have any full figures on casualties right now or how exactly that's shaped up, but we do know that the civilians who were trying to come out started to flee back into the town when they were fired upon by the militias. So just to say that what the main aim of the British effort is to try to separate the political leadership, the Saddam loyalist political leadership, from the civilians in order to give them space and to try to give them the idea that there may be a new day in Iraq for them. Jim?
Christiane, obviously at a time when Baghdad is making so much of the civilian casualties in this conflict, if its forces were shooting at civilians in Basra trying to escape, this would become a huge propaganda point for the coalition, for the U.S. and for Britain. But how certain are British forces that that is exactly what happened? Were there any independent eyewitnesses?
Well, we've, as I say, only heard from the British forces. We expect, hopefully, to get some pictures to show us exactly what's going on from the forward embeds and the military camera people. But as I say, we ourselves have not had the ability to independently confirm it. We're just reporting what the British have told us, and it's sort of a continuum of what they've been reporting about Basra for the last several days. There was an instance about 3 or 4 days ago when we were told that there may be the signs of some kind of uprising. Of course, that was played down, but what we were also told at that time were that these irregulars inside the town had turned their artillery or their fire on the people as well. So certainly that message is being sent out by the British, and there may very well be civilian casualties inside caused by the British as well, because they're also involved in, you know, trying to get rid of the Iraqi positions, and that involves targeting with artillery and tank fire in some instances. So until we actually get in there and see for ourselves, it's hard to exactly enumerate what exactly is happening and who's caused what casualties.
Christiane, you've been in a lot of places, seen a lot of things. Do you get a palpable sense here that there's almost a war within a war going on, and right in the center of it are all of these thousands, well, more than 1 million in Basra, Iraqi civilians?
Yes, indeed. And you know what, to be very frank, when we first came out here and we were briefed by the British military officials, there was a sense about a week ago when we first came out into the field, several days after the ground war began, that they fully expected to continue and capitalize on the early military successes. We've seen the Americans race, we're told it's the fastest advance in military history over that distance of territory, and they've sort of stopped and met a lot of resistance. Also in the British sector, we've seen them take Al-Fao, we've seen them take Qasr, we've seen them try to take Basra as well. There's been a certain amount of resistance that they say they didn't expect. They expected to have easier ride of it, but certainly we were told that one of the things that they expected was to be welcomed into, for instance, Basra and any of the urban cities, and that once they got the people, quote, on side, then they would send a powerful psychological signal to Baghdad and to the regime there. So far, it hasn't worked out that way. And again, just to repeat what the deputy commander of the 3 Commando unit here has told us, he's saying that people aren't quite sure which way it's going to go and are not ready to show their cards until they're convinced, mindful of what happened 12 years ago, when there were uprisings, when they were then crushed because of, you know, there was no Allied help for these people who rose up at that time. We've been able to speak to a few people who've come out and trickled out of Basra. They seem, for the most part, friendly, they're waving, they seem pleased, but they're also expressing fear and caution.
Christiane Amanpour reporting alongside the Sir Galahad, a humanitarian aid shipment on board that ship, a very important development for southern Iraq and for the U.S. and Britain as they press on in Iraq. Well, the U.S. Central Command just held its latest briefing. A lot of reporters there, a lot of questions asked. CNN's Tom Mintier was with them in the headquarters in Doha, Qatar. He joins us now with the latest. Tom.
Jim, one of the issues that has been a persistent question here has been whether the coalition underestimated the force that would be put up by Iraqi forces. Now, at first they called them irregular forces. They have different names for them, but what it boils down to basically is that maybe they weren't expecting to find tanks and weapons inside hospitals. They weren't expecting to find people in civilian vehicles, in civilian clothes, armed and firing as they were approached by them. So the methods may have been prepared for, but the methodology may be something that not really taking them by surprise, but something they didn't expect to see as much of. We did get an indication that General Vincent Brooks, the Brigadier General who gave the briefing today, talking about the Republican Guard units. He says that they are in reformation, if you will, that they've seen a lot of movement, and he says it's movement of survival rather than offensive movement.
What we see in many of the formations of the Republican Guard is some efforts to try to reposition internally within their defenses, which we think are mostly survival, not a change of their defensive set. They certainly have been underneath of some attack for several days through a variety of means and will continue to be under attack. As to the actual strength that's being reported, I won't provide an observation on that, but I will say that as we prepare for additional combat operations, we certainly are focused on the Medina Division as well as other Republican Guard divisions and intend to reduce their strength as much as possible through either direct or indirect combat action.
That direct or indirect combat over the last few days we have seen some weather issues, and it may have prevented some operations from being conducted, but they say the weather is clear now, and it's quite obvious that they're going to continue to press against Republican Guard as they attempt to soften up the targets in and around Baghdad. So the information that's coming out of the briefing, again, not operational secrets, but what they have done and what they continue to do. And they talked at great length about the efforts to bring in this humanitarian aid aboard a ship, several hundred tons of food and water and medical supplies, and now that they have made that port safe and have taken away the sea mines that were laid in the channel, they say they can start to bring that humanitarian assistance forward in areas where it's so desperately needed. Jim?
Tom, the White House is saying that it's a bit frustrated about the doubts that are coming out here. And Reuters news agency, quoting some British military sources, is saying the U.S. flatly does not have the overwhelming force it needs in order to prosecute a street war in Baghdad. All of these things combining, and I think, didn't we see some of that playing out right there in the press briefing?
We did see some of that, and it has been a question that has been asked. I asked it 3 or 4 days ago of General Tommy Franks. We simply don't know what his battle plan is. It may be slowly increasing the number of forces. We're now aware that they're going to be rather drastic increase of coalition forces on the ground, with some other call-ups and other placement of units on the ground, and whether they were going to be able to put large reinforcements in through the northern front via Turkey. So there has been Plan A, Plan B, Plan C, and Plan D. These are all strategic matters, and there are 1 or 2 or maybe a half a dozen people that know what the overall plan was, is, and will be. And so far, they're trying to, as they say, not bring that information out in the briefing room, because they're aware that Iraq is watching these briefings every day. So strategically important information as far as what expectations are and battle damage assessment and things like that. You don't hear too much of it here in the briefing room.
All right, Tom Mantier, and he is live there in Doha. Tom, thanks as always for that. Obviously, the big issue here, the thing that's brought all of this up, is how the length of the supply lines for the U.S. or British forces headed up towards Baghdad have grown longer. They have grown more vulnerable to ambushes, attacks by irregulars, supporters of President Saddam Hussein. All of this coming into play, all of this raising questions about, was it anticipated? Is there enough ground forces there? Questions directed towards the military, with the military right precisely in the area where this is a question. Our own Martin Savage. He's with the U.S. 1st Battalion, 7th Marines. Martin?
Hello, Jim. The 1st Battalion, 7th Marines were on the move for at least much of the morning today. Now they've come to a stop beside the side of the road. That usually means they're reconfiguring the plan and trying to determine how best to send them into whatever action may lie ahead. We're talking about the security regarding these supply lines and how the military is trying to shift and deal with these, aggravating assaults, as they refer to them, that have been the attacks of these militia groups that have been striking against that supply line. Here's one of the answers. It is teams like this. This is called a CAT team. That stands for Combined Armor and Anti-Tank Team. CAT. CAT Team Red is this particular team. Now, the way they work is they're obviously highly mobile. They're made up of Humvees, which is the military, U.S. military version of a Jeep. They're heavily armed. You'll see that they have tow missile or anti-tank missile launchers on top. They usually have heavy machine guns, 50 caliber on top, as well as automatic grenade launchers. They can move very quickly. They can respond very quickly. And in the case of our particular convoy, they run ahead. They're the tripwire. They're the early warning device. If there is some sort of attack, if there is some sort of ambush, these guys are likely to sense it or perhaps even feel it directly first. They can return with heavy fire, and then if need be, other support can be brought up as far as Marines and armored personnel carriers, infantry, boots on the ground that could begin responding to that attack. They can run up and down the supply line. They can run up and down with a convoy, sort of like a sheepdog watching a herd of sheep. Very flexible, very maneuverable, and very lethal when they run into combat. The other thing they can also do is peel off. Say they're coming to a village or a town where it might be suspected that some of the Fedayeen are operating on it. They quickly can peel off, go into that town, do a quick search and destroy mission, engage any of these forces if they find them. If not, clear out of there, be back with a convoy and on their way again. In addition, we've seen a lot of air activity running up and down this particular highway, this supply line. You have the Marines with their Cobra attack helicopters, a very heavy weapon. and also the larger twin rotor blade CH-46s. There is an intense focus now on keeping the supply lines open because they're very essential. And for the most part, at least in this region, it is working because this was an area that was getting struck quite commonly. We've seen a lot of traffic on this road, and it doesn't seem to be affected right now. Jim?
Martin Savage there with the Marines in south-central Iraq, keeping us updated on one of the most important elements of the story as it's developing right now. Well, for the third straight day, coalition warplanes attacked Iraqi troop positions along a ridge in northern Iraq. Now, those airstrikes coming near the town of Kalak after a night of attacks on nearby Mosul, a much larger urban center. CNN's Ben Wiedemann is in Kalak, and he brought us this report.
We heard two large blasts and saw smoke rising from the horizon, or rather behind the ridge behind me. That's where the Iraqi troops are located. The blast took place at about 10 to 15 kilometers away from us after we heard for quite some time this morning, in fact, all this morning, planes flying overhead. Now, that location is, according to...
Successful. They picked up a number of people. They won't tell us more about it, except that they were, in fact, able to live up to their motto as the 9/11 of the Air Force. One of the things that has happened here as people scour the airport is that we noticed that they are keeping some prisoners of war here. Some prisoners of war, about 100 of them, were in fact sitting on the tarmac till just about the time we showed up. They were hastily loaded onto trucks and taken somewhere nearby. They're going to be eventually relocated down south a little bit at a place called Camp Buka, which is being set up as a POW camp, assuming that the area remains safe. There is some question about that. Others here have been going on a search of the various bunkers and old buildings that are here, and what they're calling an eBay search. And I want to show you one of the fruits of their labors, and that is this. In one of the buildings, there are a whole number of these gas masks. They're not our gas masks for the United States. These are the Iraqi gas masks. These are the ones that would be worn by the military types. There are lots of them there. As you can see, they're somewhat similar to the U.S., but not exactly the same. Important to point out, Jim, very important to point out, no evidence of any chemical weapons. The weapons here now belong to the United States. The operation belongs to the United States, and it's going to become, in the words of a wing commander, a vital forward-based air operation. Jim?
Bob Franken there, first report from the new air base. Bob, thank you very much for that. All right, let's go to southern Iraq now, where CNN's Diana Muriel is just out of a briefing. She's embedded with the British 7th Armored Brigade. She joins us now. Diana, what can you tell us?
Well, Jim, there was an assault this morning on one of the main bridges out of Basra, indeed the main route into the center of Basra. More than 1,000 men, women and children, the men appearing to escort their families, were trying to cross from the north in Basra across to the south, where British forces are gathered, across the bridge. Now, the bridge was actually closed by the militia at that end, and indeed the British had their tanks and other vehicles waiting on the south side of the river. Finally, a group of them tried to get across the bridge, and as they did so, Jim, they were fired on. They were fired on by a 4x4 vehicle, a four-wheel drive vehicle, which drove onto the bridge with a machine gun mounted on the back of it. They were also fired on by mortar coming from the north side, the militia-controlled side of the river. Now, the people fled, some going back about 200 or 300 going back from where they had come. Others tried to make it across the bridge. Most of them got across. The British then brought a Challenger 2 tank onto the bridge and fired at the 4x4 vehicle, which was destroyed. And the three enemy in that vehicle were killed. Now, they believe that these are Fedayeen. They believe that these are associated with the Ba'ath Party, that they were in civilian clothing, and some of them had balaclavas on. After the firing on the 4x4 vehicle, most people got over. The British were able to pick up one female casualty, a young woman that had been hit. I'm not certain whether it was from as a consequence of the mortar fire or from the machine gun fire. She had some injuries, but she's described as being in a stable condition. And she's been brought back by the British for medical attention on the south side of the river. In the past, refugees have been trying to get out of Basra, and they've been prevented from getting across this bridge in the past. The whole incident took about 20 minutes, half an hour, I was told by British military sources. But what was very interesting about this, Jim, was that later on, people were able to cross more freely without coming under attack from the Fedayeen on the north side of the river. And the British noticed that many of the men who had escorted their families, it would seem, across the river returned to the north side. Jim.
Any explanation for that? I'm a little bit mystified. Did they describe what the situation is like inside Basra? Did they say they had been warned not to leave Basra?
I have no details on that, Jim. My understanding is from the military sources that I was speaking to that the people who have come across are now being debriefed by British military on this side, on the south side of the river. I have no details about the conditions that they describe in the north of the river, but it does appear that there is this Fedayeen element. There are these civilian militias operating in Basra, and certainly we know that people trying to come across, trying to flee the city, have been prevented in the past. Jim.
All right, Diana Muriel reporting to us there. She's just out of a British military briefing, giving us some of the details of what happened earlier. This a very important indication, perhaps, but still a lot of unanswered questions about just what is taking place inside Basra. What doesn't make sense in that whole story is why men would come across and then return back, unless, of course, they had other family members that remained inside Basra. That's something that we're going to have to hear after they debrief some of these people that have come across. But very clearly, bringing up a Challenger tank and targeting a vehicle being run by shrouded paramilitaries, a significant measure by the British showing their support for the people that want to get out of the city of 1.3 million people, the second biggest city in all of Iraq. Really the key to opening up the south. What happens in Basra is likely to spread very quickly across the rest of the landscape. Let's take a break right here. We're going to be checking the latest developments in a moment. You're watching CNN's continuing coverage of the war in the Gulf.
A Grand Slam in the UK. A Grand Slam in France. A Grand Slam in Australia. Another Grand Slam brought to you by Kia.
Christian Amanpour, one of CNN's team of experienced journalists, bringing you the news from southern Iraq.
Since in the town, British officers now admit that the Iraqis are trying to fight this battle on their own terms, trying to draw the British into urban warfare, knowing that they cannot defeat superior force in the open desert.
Christian Amanpour.
Haters, we continue to monitor this situation.
Experience you can trust, only on CNN. War in Iraq, a volatile business world, and CNN is there with expert analysis on how global events affect your country, your economy, your money, from opening bell to closing numbers.
From Hong Kong
to London
to the New York Stock Exchange,
CNN brings you comprehensive coverage around the clock from around the world.
when money is made and lost,
be the first to know.
Stay with CNN.
This is CNN.
Now let's check the latest developments of the war in Iraq. Just a day behind schedule, a British relief ship finally has docked at the Iraqi southern port of Qasr. It's carrying at least 200 tons of humanitarian supplies. The Sir Galahad was delayed due to concerns over underwater mines in the channel. Coalition officials say that over land, other supplies continue to flow. The U.S. Army's senior ground commander in Iraq has reportedly indicated the coalition campaign in Iraq has been slowing down. The New York Times and Washington Post both quote Lieutenant General William Wallace as citing for this the unexpected tactics of Iraqi fighters and stretched coalition supply lines. But a U.S. Central Command spokesman denies Allied forces underestimated the enemy.
We believe that we're still consistent with our plan and how we designed it. There will always be things that occur on the battlefield that are not precisely as you calculated them in your design. The strength of a plan is the ability to adapt it to the realities of the circumstance.
CNN is told a coalition onslaught is to start in the next few days against Iraq's Republican Guard that is now surrounding Baghdad. A senior U.S. military official says the goal will be to pick apart the Republican Guard's armor and strike its leadership in the field. CNN is also told that military planners are preparing to set up a new air base in southeastern Iraq, one that would shorten the distances for search and rescue teams and to most of the coalition's military targets in Iraq. U.S. officials are acknowledging that they have lost an unmanned reconnaissance drone. The Arabic news network Al Jazeera has been showing pictures of a drone, but Central Command says there's no indication whether its lost drone was shot down or crashed due to mechanical problems.
All right, as we look at that picture, we're being told by a senior White House official, President George W. Bush is frustrated, not by the pace of the war, but by the impatience, perhaps, of the media and its skepticism just a little bit more than a week into the conflict. Senior White House correspondent John King joins us with more. John?
Jim, hello to you from the White House. Mr. Bush is, of course, the commander-in-chief. He is also this administration's messenger-in-chief, if you will. It is his job to try to frame expectations, principally for the American people, but also for audiences around the world. And we have heard the president in recent days say this war could go on for a bit. We will hear that again today. Mr. Bush this morning in his regular series of national security meetings, we have seen key players arriving for those, including his national security advisor, Condoleezza Rice, and the U.S. Vice President, Dick Cheney. Mr. Bush later today will address veterans organizations in the Rose Garden here at the White House, and he will again tell the American people this war is going well in his view, but that it could go on for some time. And as all this unfolds, a senior official this morning talking openly about a dynamic we have seen more and more of in recent days. This official saying the president is frustrated because he thinks the news media and retired generals and the like who are contributing as columnists and the like for the news media are in a rush to judgment here. The senior official saying, quote, I think it's fair to say there's some level of frustration with the press corps. He thinks it's silly, not borne out by the facts. Now, what the president thinks is silly, this official said, is all this questioning of the strategy just 8 days into the military campaign. You could see the president's exasperation yesterday when he had that meeting with the British Prime Minister Tony Blair. They cut back the number of questions the two leaders were supposed to take from reporters, and then Mr. Bush was clearly exasperated when he was asked repeatedly about the timeline, about how long the military campaign would take. At one point, Mr. Bush pounded the lectern and said it's not about timeline, it is about success and about victory. So this is not an uncommon dynamic at a time of military action to have some tension between the White House and the Pentagon and the press corps. Senior officials here drawing comparisons to the Afghanistan campaign. They say a week or so into that campaign, many considered it to be a quagmire, and some even calling for the resignation or the replacement of General Tommy Franks, the commander then and the commander now. White House officials say in a week or two, it is the reporters who will look, quote, silly, in their words, for those questions. Jim?
But, John, wouldn't the reporters look silly if they weren't asking those questions, if they weren't a little bit skeptical? After all, it doesn't take a military genius to know that you would rather do an assault on a major city, major defenses like you see with the Republican Guard in the city of Baghdad on two fronts. Turkey wasn't there. The troops weren't there. There are a lot of questions about the long supply line, unexpected cropping up of hit-and-run attacks, ambushes by some of these forces. Press corps got a job to do, don't they?
It certainly does, and you have yet another quote this morning from the ground commander, General Wallace, in the field saying this is not the enemy the United States war-gamed against, essentially not the enemy they prepared for in the preparations for the battle plan. You, Jim, have been down this road before. I have been down it before. There is a natural tension anyway, and it tends to escalate once the military confrontation gets underway. And what you have here is an effort by the White House, in a sense, to try to push us back, try to get us to be more patient. But you have generals in the field and lower-level troops in the field raising some questions about the strategy. What White House officials are trying to do in voicing the president's exasperation, I think, is to try to reshape the management of the expectations, saying, yes, there have been some unexpected difficulties, but if you look at the big picture, they say the war is going quite well. One official, quite interestingly, last night in a briefing told us that for those who think the plan is bogged down, that they need to step back and realize that the United States made, quote, deliberate choices to go a little bit more slowly in an effort to minimize Iraqi civilian casualties. I think we will look back at this maybe 10 days, 2 weeks from now and get a sense whether the president's, quote, frustration with us is perhaps justified. Jim?
If the White House is frustrated, I wonder, is it also embarrassed? You know, going into all of this, anti-war protesters, Europeans pointed out, many of them accusing the U.S. of going in for economic reasons, oil or whatever. Suddenly, Dick Cheney's former firm, Halliburton, is awarded a multi-million-dollar contract. It's certain to raise questions here that the golfing friends of the vice president mysteriously get a contract. Who let the contract? How embarrassed is the White House?
Well, they would rush to say here, Jim, at the White House, and I don't mean to be flippant, that the vice president hunts, but he does not golf. The White House has faced some questions about that contract, and they say the Halliburton subsidiary that is doing that work has had long-standing relationships with the Pentagon well before Dick Cheney worked for the company and well before Dick Cheney even worked in the Pentagon in the previous Bush administration. They say that contract was put out through the normal bidding process, but it is one of the subplots that comes up, of course, Mr. Cheney's relations to people in the oil industry, Mr. Cheney's past ties to Pentagon contractors because of his work. That is one of the questions that comes up here. What they say here at the White House is they say that this was all done in accordance with the law, and you will not find any improprieties at all. But again, as you have this military campaign unfold, there are going to be questions about the strategy, questions about the relationship. A top advisor to the Pentagon resigned from his position just last night because of questions about whether a company he has an affiliation with is trying to get a contract with the Pentagon. The White House would prefer not to deal with these things. And I will tell you, there's not only frustration with the Pentagon. This is a White House that prides itself on discipline. There is frustration, although they will not say so publicly, when you have commanders in the field openly questioning the strategy. Jim?
All right, John King there at the White House, still asking the questions. Thank you, John. Thank you. Well, the U.S. military is taking advantage right now of what we see here in Kuwait City, clear weather. They're using it to update intelligence information from the skies above Baghdad and other places in Iraq. It was just a few days ago that a fierce sandstorm whipped through this area, causing problems for both sides. Rosemary Church looks now at how weather plays a critical role in any conflict.
In any war, there's the battle against the enemy and the battle against the elements. In Iraq, the coalition's rapid rush to Baghdad was slowed by swirling sand, as well as the Iraqi units in front of them. Powerful sandstorms recently grounded most coalition helicopters and limited visibility for nearly everyone. Grit and sand is a danger for tanks and helicopters. It can clog engines and disable them without a bullet being shot. The coalition says the delay is not a problem.
We've had a couple of days of really bad weather, as people in the region know. There were some very bad dust storms for a couple of days. Now the weather is better, and the plan is basically on track.
The weather has shaped the course of many battles throughout history. In 1812, Napoleon's march to Moscow was stopped cold by the harsh Russian winter. Hundreds of thousands of his soldiers died during the campaign, many from hunger and hypothermia. But weather can also provide cover for an advancing army. In 1944, the Allies invaded Normandy to the surprise of the Germans, who assumed the conditions were too stormy for an attack. Later that year, in the Battle of the Bulge, the Germans launched an assault during heavy fog. Allied aircraft could not initially provide air support for the troops, leaving many troops stranded on the ground. During the Korean War, frostbite was a danger to US troops, accounting for over 16% of the war's non-battle injuries. Then in 1980, a US mission to rescue hostages in Iran had to be aborted when the helicopters experienced mechanical problems due to sand and dust. One helicopter and a transport plane collided during that mission. In the course of several conflicts in the Balkans, war was sometimes seasonal. Fighting would subside in the winter, only to be picked up again in the spring. Nowadays, military weather specialists are one of the first groups sent to a war zone. Their assessments are often critical to the time and manner that an army fights.
Whenever the weather goes bad, we're pretty much the most popular people on base. all the questions and everything regarding how it's going to affect the mission.
The definition of favourable weather varies with each mission. A dark night with a light drizzle might be helpful in a ground attack, but the same set of conditions could be a handicap for a low-level aerial reconnaissance mission. Weather conditions in Iraq have improved. The skies have cleared over Baghdad, but more sandstorms could affect the area next week. Rosemary Church, CNN.
Baghdad has been bracing as best it can under the heavy bombing from coalition forces. Let's get the latest on that and what the Arab media have been saying. Reem Brahimi joins us now from the Jordanian capital, Amman. Reem?
Jim, the information minister of Iraq spoke to reporters earlier on. He briefed them on the number of casualties that Iraq says have occurred since the beginning of the conflict. He says there are 800 people that were injured and some 230 killed or martyred is the word that he used. Now, the minister didn't mince his words. He accused the United States of deliberately attacking civilian targets, but he also said that the Iraqi people would teach the US and Britain a lesson. Let's listen to how he put it.
We will pursue them as war criminals, and we will pursue them in all ways we can, and we will pursue them everywhere.
Now, the minister also said that the United States and Britain had targeted some buildings, government buildings, namely international telecommunications buildings. We know that the US and Britain dropped there were very heavy drops bombed by the United States, heavy bombs dropped by the United States. Those bombs that are able to go through bunkers, that happened overnight, a heavy bombing, and again more bombing in the morning. Telecommunications were hit, Jim, and also areas that host several ministries, in particular the area where the information ministry is and the foreign ministry. Now, this, of course, isn't playing down well at all, not going down well at all among the Arab public opinion. You can see here, this is a magazine known as Al-Watan Al-Arabi, the Arab Nation, an editorial page inside referring to Egyptian intellectuals. They think that this war launched by the United States will lead to an occupation of the entire Arab world by the United States. And then another cartoon here, if you will, Al-Majalla Al-Arabiya. This is a magazine, Saudi-based as well. A huge US bomb here being targeted at a man. He represents the Middle East, and on his head, the apple is Iraq. So the US trying to target only Iraq, but how could it not affect the rest of the region? And another little cartoon in the Jordan Times appeared today, more cynical, maybe more revealing of the bitterness expressed by many people here who are overwhelmingly pro-Iraqi, even if they don't necessarily support President Saddam Hussein. Definitely lots of sympathy for the Iraqi people. You have Death here having a meeting with the United States, and Death saying you ask for a date and then you don't even look at me in the eyes. Jim, back to you.
When you look at all of this reporting, you know, one of the things that, and we've seen the propaganda on both sides playing out at various press briefings, each side accusing the other of being war criminals. But how does it play out in the Arab press right now in terms of these reports that the militia, the Fedayeen, is using civilians as human shields, or the
all sorts of food and shelter aid, blankets, water, food packets, medical packets. We're going to turn now to Brigadier Sean Cowlam, who is the Joint Forces Logistic Commander and is in charge of this operation. You just heard me talk about how this is very important, not just in terms of aid, but also the message to the Iraqi people. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Absolutely. The message is very clear. The message is that the port of Qasr is now secure and open to bring in much needed aid to the Iraqi people, and we are the people to bring that aid.
And how do you hope that this helps sort of the battle plan as well?
Well, clearly this is part of our campaign to prove to the Iraqi people that we are a force for good, but we also recognize they have real needs, and we want to meet those needs, and this is the purpose of this first ship and also the other aid that we're bringing in.
Give me a little idea about just what's on board and how quickly it's actually going to get to the people.
On board this ship is the first 200 tons. It's primarily water and food, along with some general stores that you alluded to earlier. We've got people on the ground in the communities, embedded within the brigades and the battle groups, and they're talking to community leaders and elders and finding out what the real needs are. And the most important thing that the people really need urgently is fresh water, fresh drinking water, and therefore this ship has got some of that. And we're also hoping to open a freshwater pipeline from Kuwait into Iraq in the next few days. Following that, probably medical supplies, and lastly, food.
I've been talking to some of the senior commanders and others around here, asking them why they think they're surprised by the fact they haven't had sort of an open arms welcome yet. Why do you think?
I think you have to remember that this is a brutalized society. They are fearful of authoritarian rule. They see us in our uniforms, and I think they are just very unsure as to what the future holds. I also think, bearing in mind what happened during the last Gulf War when we weren't able to stay, that they're very cautious. But I've seen a tremendous change in the last 2 or 3 days in the areas that I go through. Whereas 2 or 3 days ago, the people were very reserved and very quiet, and the streets were empty. Now, if you go out into Qasr or Safwan, you'll find many, many people on the streets. They're smiling, they're happy, and they're waving.
The Iraqi regime, as you know, has said that Qasr has not fallen, that there are still pockets of resistance. Give me your military assessment of whether this town is completely secure now after several days of counter-attacks by your forces.
Absolutely. The town is now secure, as is the port, as you can see, secure and open, both on the port side and on the water side. It is true, 4 days ago, there were pockets of resistance, but both the American Marine Corps and the British Royal Marines have now cleared the town. It's free and open, and I think you'll find that there are soldiers walking around without body armor, with berets on, to demonstrate to the people in the town that it is now secure.
All right, Brigadier, thank you very much indeed for joining us on CNN. Appreciate it. And Jim, again, that is the message that they are trying to send, a message to instill confidence, to instill trust, to tell the people that they are here to help them, as well as obviously fighting this war. As I've said, it's sort of a two-pronged war, as we've been briefed by the British military. One, the heavy metal attacks on the Iraqi army and the irregular militia, and the other to try to win hearts and minds. And this very high-profile and much anticipated docking of the Sir Galahad is part of that effort. Jim?
Christian, one problem is when they go to distribute this aid, the demand is so great. We have seen it not delivered to the sick and the frail, but it's been survival of the fittest really getting it. Are they reassessing that process of distribution?
Well, you know what? I'm going to bring back Brigadier Sean. Brigadier, come back. I want to ask you a question because this is true. So far, the low levels of aid that have been delivered, those that have come in by road, it's sort of been like a survival of the fittest. Those who are strongest and most, aggressive get it. The poor and the weak don't. How are you going to ensure the safe and equitable delivery of this aid?
Well, this is why we have teams embedded in the battle groups and in the brigades that are going out with the fighting forces, and as soon as the conflict is over and the area is secure, we're getting into the communities, finding community leaders and village elders and getting them to identify the need for us, because you're absolutely right, it's very important that we focus what limited aid we have at those most in need. And I'm confident that by engaging with the local community that we can target the right people.
And just one other question about the local community. This port used to be run by Iraqis. Where are they? Are they coming back, or have you, the British, taken over?
Well, they are coming back. We had hoped to have some of our Iraqi workers here today, but one, it's Friday, their holy day, and secondly, because the boats come in so late, the workers were concerned that they wouldn't be able to get home before it got dark. But tomorrow, if you come back, they're here. We reckon we've got about 1,000 people who are Iraqi port workers who've already come forward and asked for their jobs. We've identified the wharf managers and the warehouse managers, and we're very confident that we can get this port up and fully running very, very quickly.
Thank you, finally. Thanks a lot. So, Jim, there you heard it from the Brigadier's mouth. As you mentioned, of course, a lot of the NGOs, the Red Crescent and the usual people who are involved in humanitarian aid have been concerned by precisely the issue you raised, and perhaps that's an answer to how they're going to try to make it more equitable and a better system of delivery in the future, Jim.
CNN's Christian Amanpour, once again, right on the spot. Thank you very much, Christian. We want to go now to Tom Mintier, another one of our correspondents that's covering all of this. He's at U.S. Central Command in Doha. He joins us now with a little bit more from there. Tom.
Jim, this afternoon, Brigadier General Vincent Brooks briefed us about operations in the last 24 hours. Said the investigation into the explosion in the Baghdad market is still going on. Not yet ready to say if indeed it was a coalition weapon that went astray. Yesterday, he said it was possible that it was an Iraqi missile that was unguided that went up and went back down. Today, he did indeed talk about the Republican Guard unit, saying that they've noticed
checkpoint near An-Najaf. Iraqi Vice President Ramadan says there will be more such attacks in the days to come.
Today, a military officer had a suicide mission and killed 5 Americans and destroyed several vehicles. His name is Naif Jafar Ali Musa Al-Madi Al-Nu'mani. And we will issue a statement regarding this mission and operation. This is the beginning, and you will hear more and more in the next few days.
The United States says it is investigating to see whether its forces were responsible for that devastating explosion in a crowded Baghdad market Friday evening. Iraq insists it was the result of a coalition airstrike. A doctor at a hospital said the death toll now stands at 55, some 50 others wounded heavily.
I was walking with my 2 kids, and then we were hit. I lost consciousness, and I woke up here in the hospital. I was hit in my chest and my hand and my feet. I say that these are evil people. They came from their country to attack you and hit you. God protect our president.
British troops in and around the southern Iraqi city of Basra say they have a new focus, having spent recent days protecting Basra civilians even as they battled Iraqi fighters. They say they are now targeting the Ba'ath Party.
The targeting and eradication of the Ba'ath Party within the Basra province is now our primary focus and our military main effort. Our seizing of a senior Ba'athist official has rocked their confidence.
Soldiers wounded in Iraq have arrived at Ramstein Air Base in Germany. They were taken to nearby Landstuhl Hospital for treatment, mostly for burns and blast injuries. Landstuhl, of course, the biggest U.S. military hospital outside the United States. British military officials say they're targeting the local leadership of Iraqi President Saddam Hussein's Ba'ath Party. David Bowden is an embedded journalist with the 3rd Brigade. He reports from southern Iraq.
House clearance, Royal Marines style. Troops from 4-2 Commando tasked to seek out the last pockets of Iraqi resistance in Qasr go in hard to arrest suspected regime sympathizers and search for weapons. It's not pretty, and there's no please and thank you. But for the Marines, every door potentially hides a gunman. And when your life is on the line, manners go out of the window. The Iraqis arrested look bemused and plead innocence. But with many militia here pretending to surrender, only to open fire on their captors later, first impressions can be deceptive and lethal. This patrol did find hidden weapons. They're not the first, and they're unlikely to be the last. The Marines believe they have a firm hold on Qasr right now, but they can't afford to slacken their grip and allow those who are hostile to the coalition forces to regroup and begin again their cycle of violence. The Marines, with their snipers, have now spread their area of operations north to include the town of Kayal. As in Qasr before it, they're here to clear out the opponents to regime change. A man in this vehicle took a pot shot at the commandos. It was a painful and bloody mistake.
We've sent in one of our companies of about 100 men in here this morning, and we took about 12 or 13 prisoners. 3 or 4 enemy were injured, and they've now been flown out, and we're treating them, including a man who was almost dead with a gunshot wound to the chest. We've now evacuated them out, and the enemy now have either fled or they've been captured.
The Royal Marines are satisfied they are in control of this small corner of Iraq. Their task now is to keep it that way. David Bowden in southern Iraq.
We're going to take you now live to Baghdad. You're looking at the sky. We have reports of planes overhead, more explosions in Baghdad. A few moments ago, you could see tracer fire going up in the skies. There's been significantly less anti-aircraft artillery in recent days. Baghdad being hit almost round the clock now in waves of bombing, much of it targeting the southern outskirts of the city where elements of the Republican Guard are in place. Let's go back and show you a little bit of videotape from earlier. Planes were reported overhead. That, of course, prompted this anti-aircraft artillery into action. Still only a narrow stream of anti-aircraft fire compared to other nights so familiar to people around the world in Baghdad. We're back to live pictures here now. We're continuing to monitor the situation. As we said, Reuters news agency, other sources reporting about 30, 40 minutes ago, there were some heavy explosions felt in and around Baghdad. Reports of more explosions just a few minutes ago. We'll continue to monitor the situation and bring you the latest when it happens. U.S. Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld issued a warning to Iraq's neighbor, Syria. Rumsfeld says military supplies are being smuggled across the border from Syria into Iraq. He says that poses a threat to coalition forces.
Specifically, with respect to Syria, I pointed out that we have seen military supplies and materials and equipment crossing the border, and we'd like it to stop. And to the extent it keeps on, we have to consider it a hostile act.
Those accusations, I'm joined by Butaina Shaban. She's the director of the Syrian Foreign Ministry. Thank you so much, Ms. Shaban, for joining us. The bottom line, has Syria been sending military hardware to Baghdad?
First of all, I'm director of foreign media in the Syrian Foreign Ministry. And the bottom line is that Syria is not sending anything to Baghdad. But I think the problem is that such a statement diverts the attention from the real problem and tries to create more problems for people in the region and for the United States as well.
There's no sense in hiding the fact that there are some people within the U.S. administration, certainly voices in the region that are saying that Syria could be next, that it might be a good idea to see regime change in Damascus. These kinds of things, not administration policy, not stated policy in any measure, but at the same time, it's got to be a concern to the Syrian government, doesn't it?
Well, I think our concern and the entire world concern should be this dangerous precedent of trying to change the regimes that somebody in the U.S. doesn't like. You know, what if they don't like 100 regimes in the world? Would the U.S. go and change all these regimes one by one? I think it's against all international law and legitimacy. And I think what's frightening is that the plans and the strategies and the calculations made there about this region are so out of touch with the region. And that's why you are seeing the war going in a very different direction from what many senior U.S. officials had promised their people.
Ms. Shaban, how do you see this playing out? We have seen the upheaval, the boiling anger on the streets of Arab capitals all across the region. How is this conflict, this war, affecting the region, even without any finality?
Jim, if you want to know how Arab people feel, just think of yourself with an invading army coming to change the government of the United States because they believe it's not good for the U.S. people. This is exactly how Arab people feel. You know, before the war, Jim, we had so many requests from the U.S. to try and establish refugee camps and tents on our borders. And Syria refused to do so because we knew Iraqis would not come out of their country. And what is happening now is that the 100,000 Iraqis who fled the regime in Iraq are now all going back to their country to defend their country against a foreign occupation. So we know the region better, we know our people better, and
excuse me, are members, you are there with the foreign ministry, as you said, the director of international media, but I'm wondering, what is the scene at Iraq's embassy? There are reports that quite a few families of members of the ruling Ba'ath Party, the people in the inner ring around President Saddam Hussein, have sent their family members to Damascus.
That's not true. Nobody has come to Damascus, Jim. You know, that's not true. People are fighting, you know, even the people who've been in Europe for 20 years out of Iraq are going back to defend their countries. And you can't imagine what we see on television, you know, of massacres, of children being killed, of museums being bombarded, of hospitals being bombarded, of food, you know, of Ministry of Information. You can't imagine what is this doing to the Arab people. They consider it an aggression against all Arab people, and I'm sure, you know, the best thing that could be done at this moment for the American people, for the British people, and for the Iraqi people is for this war to stop and to go back to the United Nations and continue in the peaceful process of disarming the military, weapons of mass destruction from Iraq. I think this would be the best thing for the American administration, first of all.
Do you think that it's hypocritical of Washington now to be demonizing President Saddam Hussein when they supported him during the Iran-Iraq war, and when then President Hafez al-Assad supported the Iranian side? He condemned President Saddam Hussein for his, what he called, crimes against his own people, the Iraqis, and for his ambitious programs to invade his neighbors.
Yeah, well, at that time, you didn't mind, did you, what Saddam Hussein was doing? And the late President Hafez al-Assad stood against the Iranian-Iraqi war. That was terrible for both people. I think if you look at the history of Syrian politics, you would know that it stems out from a great understanding of the region and from a true love for enduring peace that would be good for everybody in the region and for the United States as well. Perhaps it's about time that we, you know, listen to each other a little bit more and disregard some of these called experts, you know, who pretend to know the Middle East and they don't know the people of the Middle East and the feeling of people in the Middle East. I think you need more advice from here, from the region. That would be very much advisable.
Batina Shaban, I'm sure there are many people who would agree with that advice. Thank you for joining us and giving us the view from Damascus. British forces say their new focus in the military campaign is to eliminate Iraq's ruling Ba'ath Party in Basra. They say they have seen Iraqi forces firing on civilians. Christian Amanpour has the latest now from the area around Basra.
Jim, exactly. Basra is obviously continuing to be the focus of attention for the British forces, and they are really saying now their main effort is to try to kill off the political structure and the irregulars inside there and separate this structure from the civilians. And every day they try to do something more to that end. Today we were told that the British had sent in 11 Challenger tanks, the big Challenger tanks that they have here, into Basra to destroy the big statue of Saddam Hussein in the center of town, as well as a TV tower. And of course there was a building that was destroyed as well that housed, and at the time housed, a big grouping of the irregular militias, according to the British. But the symbolism of destroying that statue was designed to give a message that, look, we're in charge, we're in control, this guy's political influence is crumbling, and here's the evidence, literally in concrete all over the floor. In the meantime, a steady stream of civilians keeps coming out of Basra. Every time we go up the road there, at least from one side of it, we see people coming out. Many of them are coming out seeking not just some relief from the bombardments, but also food and water. Some are coming out to bring out their families and then wanting to return back, the men wanting to return back in. We've also seen people come out surrendering to the British and walk out with their hands up above their heads, and then they're taken off as prisoners of war to be processed. So all of that is going on around Basra as the British continue to try to take out the resistance that remains inside that city. Also, we saw a different thing today in Qasr. That is the port town in the south, which has been consolidated over the last few days to the point where it's safe enough to bring in the big humanitarian ship that they did yesterday. But today we were with a U.S. Army Civil Affairs group, and their job is to go out and try to talk to the Iraqis, find those people who worked at the port, try to put them back to work. And as we were out, we saw two civilians stop the American Humvee, want to jump in, and when we were asked what was going on, the American soldiers told us that they were Iraqi army, but Fedayeen militias within the Iraqi army, they said, whose mission had been to conduct suicide attacks against U.S. and British forces. This is what these men told the U.S. soldiers. They said they didn't want to do that they didn't want to die for Saddam Hussein, and that's why they surrendered, and they'd been hiding out for about a week. In any event, the Americans then handed them over to the British, who are in charge of that Qasr area, and they also are being processed as prisoners of war. Jim?
Christian, how sure are British officials, military men, that all of these attacks inside Basra, sometimes they've attacked mortar positions, they've attacked tanks, they have fired rounds into the city. How can they be sure those aren't causing civilian casualties, along with the U.S. airstrikes? What do they say?
Well, when we ask them that, they admit that there may very well be some of those civilian casualties, but what they say and what they've said all along is that their main effort is to avoid that, and they feel that they have the ability to fight hard, but use their big protection in their big tanks and armored vehicles and to go and sort of do what they say are pinpoint directed strikes. So they know that there will be some, but they keep telling us that they're trying their best to avoid that.
Christian, are they sure that it was the Ba'ath Party militia, the Fedayeen or whomever that fired on civilians? Are they sure there were civilian casualties caused by the Iraqi side in that shooting that happened on Friday there on the bridge outside the city?
That, as far as I can gather, is still somewhat unclear. This was a report that had come from the front line about that. I think it was yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, and that this was an attempt to break out by some of the civilians, and then they'd come under fire and gone back, according to what we'd heard. In terms of the number of casualties, I don't think we've had a firm figure on that or a firm handle on that, Jim, yet.
Okay. Christian Amanpour reporting to us there from southern Iraq. We want to now show you a few pictures that have come in. These were aired by Al Jazeera. The pictures came in just about an hour ago. These were taken at a hospital inside the city of Basra, and they show young people, and in the one case that we saw there earlier, a child apparently wounded. Unclear what caused it. We are not inside the city. We can't tell you what might have caused these casualties. But some dispute there. There have been reported Iraqis firing on their own civilians. There have been reported cases where the British have fired into the city, targeting what they said were mortars that were then targeting other people inside the city that might have been involved in an uprising. Definitely, they were saying that according to their radars, they tracked the mortar rounds. They had seen mortar fire coming from inside the city to targets inside the city. That came a few days ago when there was a purported uprising inside the city of Basra. Those some of the first pictures that we have from inside that city of 1.3 million people. Let's move on. U.S. Marines recovering the remains of some of their fellow soldiers who were lost in battle. Several Marines have been missing since Sunday's ambush by Iraqi forces on an armored vehicle convoy in Nasiriyah. Alessio Vinci is embedded with the U.S. 1st Battalion, 2nd Marines. He filed this report from the front.
Indeed, difficult days here for the U.S. Marines as they begin to recover the bodies of some of their fallen comrades that were killed in action here last Sunday as this unit of U.S. Marines first arrived in Nasiriyah on Friday. The bodies of what believed to be the remains of at least 5, maybe 6 Marines were recovered. 5 of them are still inside the armored vehicle that was hit by Iraqi rocket-propelled grenades and other small arms fire. 2 other bodies were found in a shallow grave nearby. Iraqi civilians, seeing Marines trying to recover those bodies, pointed those graves to the Marines. And then this morning, again, under cover of Cobra helicopters as well as tanks, another platoon of these Marines ventured again in the outskirts of town, their site where their big attack took place last Sunday, and recovered the bodies of what they believe are the remains of another 1, maybe 2 other Marines. And after that, they also conducted some house-to-house searches because U.S. commanders here believe that during that attack, at least 1 or 2 Marines may have seek cover in one of the buildings, one of the houses near the site of the attack. All what they found were the remains, were the personal belongings of those Marines, their overgowns, some military gear, their trousers, their mop gear, a gas mask, indeed, as well as some personal effects, such as some mail that one of the Marines had received. Very difficult for the Marines here, but also very important, they're telling us, for the Marines to recover all of the missing bodies, because they want to make sure that their remains are being prepared and flown back home for a proper burial. Although here, even under conditions of the front line, the bodies have been taken with respect and most respect, and there is obviously a chaplain here with this unit who has been giving some prayers and uniting all the unit here in prayer for those Marines fallen last Sunday.
Alessio Vinci there with U.S. Marines near Nasiriyah. Iraq appears to have revised downwards the number of civilians killed and wounded by the fighting. They still number in the hundreds. State-run television reporting 357 civilians have been killed, more than 3,600 injured since the fighting began. No explanation was given for the lower figures. Iraq's information minister says 68 were killed in Baghdad on Friday alone. He says U.S. President George W. Bush should be tried as a war criminal.
Those people from different nations and different countries are united to start suing the criminal of war number 1, George W. Bush, as a war criminal in the War Crime Tribune or in other shapes. And we have already started. This suggestion came to us from different, as I have mentioned, different legal groups, first in Europe and in some Arab countries.
The U.S. says it is investigating that market bombing to determine whether one of its weapons might have been responsible. It says, however, it does not target civilians. One Iraqi family south of Baghdad says they saw the missiles fired by coalition forces and they saw them land in their village. They say the missiles killed 2 of their relatives. A reporter from Al Jazeera television interviewed them. We caution you, some of the pictures are
That's how the family of Alwan started their day. Explosions, death, and tears. We were sitting in the kitchen when the explosion happened, and we fell on the ground, and my brother fell. He was hit in his abdomen. We headed to the city hospital where a family of 8 were there. They were being treated. Our house is located in a farm area. After the prayer, we were sitting for breakfast. We heard the plane, and we were hit, and then we couldn't see anybody. We were hit. My son was hit in the abdomen. This woman fled Baghdad with her husband to escape the bombardment, to live with her sister in that remote village from Qaryat al-Manar, south of Baghdad.
As U.S.-led forces head toward Baghdad, concern is on the rise over the humanitarian needs of the Iraqi people. Action on that front has included the resumption of the United Nations Oil for Food program. UNICEF has about 200 people already working inside Iraq. Carol Bellamy is with UNICEF. She joins us now in New York. Carol, thank you for joining us. As you see it right now, how significant was the UN Security Council's vote? What difference will it make on the ground?
Well, I think it will help in the restoration of the availability of food. Most of the families have stored some food away, but those stocks are going to run out very soon.
I hear that they've stored food away. I've heard it over and over again over the last few months, and then I look at those pictures of people. When the food aid rolls in, it is not getting through the first village because, well, frankly, the strongest are there trying to take as much as they possibly can. These don't look like people that have 6 months of food stored up.
Oh, I think that's quite correct. Now, what you've seen so far is not the Oil for Food program, and these are not the humanitarian agencies. I hope as soon as the food starts to come through the World Food Program that, in fact, it will be done in a more organized way. Right now, I'm mostly concerned about the availability of water. I think that's the bigger crisis at this very moment.
How do you... Well, UNICEF has to have a lot of concerns about that, a lot of concerns about the welfare of Iraqi children who aren't there. We don't see them in line being able to deal with this kind of pushing and shoving to get what they need to stay alive.
There's no question. It would certainly appear that the most vulnerable, the women, the children, are not necessarily on the receiving end of the supplies so far. Now, this has happened in other emergencies. There does need to be a more organized approach. It's very important to allow humanitarian aid through and to think that you just can't drive into a place with food and with water and assume that there won't be all this pushing around. That's the nature of what will go on, so there needs to be some thought put into it.
We just heard a couple of hours ago from Taha Yassin Ramadan, Vice President of Iraq, saying that he was angry. Iraq wanted to maintain control over oil for food, how the money was spent, where the money went, who had the contracts, these kinds of elements. Is that going to make it more difficult if it is seen that the United Nations programs are somehow undermining the grip on power of the regime?
Well, first of all, the United Nations humanitarian agencies have been working even when there wasn't oil for food. We've been putting our own money into it, whether it was the World Food Program or UNICEF or the Refugee Agency. It was the Security Council that has decided to reauthorize the Oil for Food program. And it is focused on the Iraqi people. It is not a program that's going to use the funds outside of Iraq, except for Iraqi people. And the idea was to allow at least the food to move again. Many of the other things, medicines and other kind of humanitarian assistance, is not actually covered by the Oil for Food program.
a lot of concern some people have voiced over the tremendous, what it would appear to be on the surface, administrative costs of all of this, and wondering whether this is the best way. Perhaps it's the only way to go forward.
Well, I think it's important to remember that oil for food, even though it wasn't only for food, really was virtually feeding somebody in virtually every family in Iraq, if not every person. It is probably the only country in the world. It is very important to understand these are Iraqi assets, but they were focused on Iraqi people.
How do you make an operation, any operation, whether it's the oil for food operation or some other UNICEF project?
600 oil wells now fall under coalition control. The Basra oil refinery, as General Brooks talked about this morning, one of the 3 refineries in the country, has also been secured by the coalition. Meanwhile, the Iraqi regime, what's left of it, resorts to horrifying atrocities and violations of the laws of war. The flagrant cruelty will not make our forces give up and go home. They're quite wrong about that. As President Bush said yesterday, every Iraqi atrocity has confirmed the justice and the urgency of our cause. The enemy poses as civilians to deceive coalition forces and ambush them. They fake surrenders to ambush them. They continue to place military assets in and around civilians. They use human shields, deliberately destroy or attempt to destroy the oil fields, and they use civilian vehicles, including ambulances, to transport their military. While the enemy increases its inhumanity, we increase our humanitarian aid. The enemy mines ports and blocks the flow of aid. We remove the mines and let the aid flow. With the opening of the port of Qasr, relief is now coming to thousands of impoverished families of southern Iraq. The British ship Sir Galahad has unloaded 200+ tons of humanitarian aid, and in addition, 2 humanitarian convoys moved overland into the areas of Safwan and Qasr yesterday. As the military successes grow, so does the membership of the global coalition. 49 nations now publicly support Operation Iraqi Freedom, and nearly a dozen more offer support and resources privately. We want our friends and allies around the world to know that we greatly appreciate their valuable assistance. As President Bush said at the White House yesterday, the fierce fighting currently underway will require further courage and further sacrifice. Yet we know the outcome of this battle. The Iraqi regime will be removed from power. The Iraqi people will be free. And finally, before I turn things over to General McChrystal, there's been some talk lately and some observations in the early days. People seem to have been surprised at the brutality, at what the Iraqi regime is doing to some of their people. And on the one hand, it's hard to understand that. It has been so well documented, it has been so well reported for years, what the regime has done to its own people. And we're going to show you a couple of clips here. The first one is an Iraqi woman whose name is Zanab al-Suwaj, whose teenage cousin was tortured by the regime. And following that is a small clip from a BBC program about the chemical weapon attack on the town of Halabja. Terry?
I have a 16-year-old cousin. She was in high school, and one day she wrote in her notes that something against the government, that I don't like Saddam. So the teacher saw what she wrote, and so the police came and they took her to prison with her mother, father, uncles, sisters and brother, cousin, and her aunt. This is a letter I received from her after she's been released, and she was telling me about the day I started the series of my torture. It was not enough for them to hit me by their hands and by the sticks, but until my skin starts breaks, and they also start using electrical shock on my fingertips and my lips and my nipples. Also, they used to hang me from my feet, and they used to make me walk on. They used to make me walk on broken glass. One day they took all of my clothes off and they threatened my parents that they are gonna rape me. This torture lasted for 11 months. And after that, they sentenced me to be in jail for 3 years. And was not only me, but because of me, my aunt and her daughter, they sentenced to 9 months in jail. My brothers, they sentenced to 6 months. My uncles from my mother's side, they were 7 months. And my uncles from my father's side, they've been killed. For my father, he was sentenced for 15 years.
Halabja was bombed with a cocktail of mustard gas and the nerve agents tabun and sarin. On that day, up to 5,000 people were gassed, and this was not a one-off. 40 other villages across northern Iraq were poisoned. Cancer and birth defects have shot up since the war crimes, and every home contains its own horror story. So what happened to this poor lady?
She was hit by the chemicals and her face went red. It was itching so badly that she started scratching it, which led to this.
So it is hard to imagine that people don't know, as I said, about the brutality of this regime. It has been going on for decades. It has been well documented and well reported. What I can't imagine is what it must be like.
All right, we've been watching this Pentagon briefing. Obviously, dead civilians becoming the currency of the war of propaganda, for lack of another word for it, between all sides. On Arab news channels, on Iraqi television, it is the civilians today facing the bombing by the Allied forces, civilians caught innocently in the crossfire. Continued debate over that. From the Pentagon tonight, what you just saw was they're also bringing up the images, the stories, horror stories of civilians from past crimes of Iraqi President Saddam Hussein, pressing home the point that those crimes continue today in repeated appearances, whether it's at the Pentagon, whether it's from the White House briefing room, other rooms, both sides here clearly making the point that one side is worse than the other, or trying to make that point. At stake is world public opinion. We have seen the demonstrations in the street opposing the war. We heard from one protester in San Francisco who was standing up in support of U.S. forces in the coalition, saying he was part of a silent majority of people who go to work and go to school, but still support the efforts to topple President Saddam Hussein and deprive him of weapons of mass destruction. That debate goes on against the backdrop of a conflict now in about its 10th day, moving into its 10th day, a conflict that continues to spin on, more serious implications, suicide bombers, and the threat of more on the way coming from the vice president of Iraq this night. As the battle goes on, Iraqi civilians face more than just fears. They face more than just the dangers of war. They're really finding themselves asking who is in charge of their own country and just how honest they can be in revealing their loyalties. Christiane Amanpour reports now from southern Iraq.
Rachels. Kaum eine Möglichkeit, den Ball hier zum Stoppen zu bringen, wenn man von oberhalb der Fahne pattet.
Captured. Sir, I couldn't discuss actually what we're using. Clearly we are denying the regime their use.
Where was that, by the way? Except west.
West?
Can you be any more specific?
So the Rangers are operating out there in small groups, and it would be unfair to them to give specific location.
Can you update us on the situation with Tomahawk firings from the Red Sea and the Eastern Med? General Winyard suggested that there were some avenues in Saudi. I wasn't clear whether we were still shooting through particular avenues in Saudi or if those firings have stopped altogether. And do we know what the problem is with these missiles?
I'd go back to what's a pretty sound policy on our part, which is letting other countries describe what goes on. But we have such good support from so many different countries that we have a lot of tools at our disposal. Carl.
Tori, I have a couple of questions, but one follow on the Tomahawk. The tenure of the briefing this morning on Tomahawks indicated that the problem with Saudi in the past, that some of them were malfunctioning and possibly putting the Saudis at threat. Are they malfunctioning? How many have you lost? And do you have any idea what the malfunction is? I have another question after that, please.
Yes, sir. I'll give you what I know, and I think it's pretty accurate. I believe we've had a total of about 7 Tomahawks not make it to their target, i.e. some sort of mechanical malfunction. We actually have had less than a 1% failure rate, a number of Tomahawks that we've launched not make it to their target. So it's been very, very high in terms of success. One of the things I'd stress is, like many other of our precision munitions, when a Tomahawk is launched, the warhead itself is not active until close to the target. So when these missiles ground themselves, essentially they bury themselves in the ground or break up. They don't explode. The warhead doesn't explode.
And in the case of these that you lost, none of them exploded?
To my knowledge, none of them exploded.
The other question, I had one more. The Brits found some artillery shells that were unmarked near Basra. They said they could possibly be chemical. Have you had any feedback in the analysis on this? Have you yet found anything, weapons of mass destruction?
I don't have anything on that, but I'd use the question as an opportunity to, again, manage expectations. You know, we are fighting a war, and we're ending the regime, which is one of our primary objectives, and obviously finding and destroying the WMD is an important objective as well. But it will take time. This regime has been the best at hiding things and dispersing it in small amounts to many, many different places. So just try to manage expectations on that front. Jonathan?
General, there was a strike or some kind of explosion in a market yesterday in Baghdad. We haven't heard anything from the Pentagon yet about that. Do you have any idea of what that was, or are you investigating?
Sir, I do not. I heard about that just before this. I'd like to get more information and then come back.
No, it's right here.
To follow on specifically from that, those were very powerful video clips that you showed at the beginning of the briefing. In any sense, were they used to counteract the images that are being seen of civilian deaths and casualties, which, despite what you're saying, everyone in the Arab world and many beyond will assume were caused by coalition forces?
A couple of things. We go to, as you know, we go to extraordinary lengths to avoid civilian casualties. The overarching strategy, if you will, of the entire plan is to do it as quickly as possible, but balance that against our strong desire to have as few casualties as possible. That was my decision to use those clips. I have met some of these people and I've heard their stories, and I was just struck in the last couple of days hearing some people say, well, aren't you surprised by the brutality of the Iraqi regime? You know, this is something you didn't expect. How could anyone be surprised? There is report after report, news story after news story, documentation by the human rights organizations for years about the atrocities of this regime. And it's not ad hoc stuff. It's policy. It's bureaucracy. You know, using rape as an instrument of your policy on a regular basis. So just what I try to do sometimes is when there are things like that kicking around, people seem to have a hard time understanding them. I try to make it clear. Lisa?
We have some reports from our GIs in the field that they are down to 1 MRE a day and very little water. They're concerned about that, and they want to know how long the situation is going to go on.
Yes, ma'am. And that's into the wider, are we having a resupply problem is really the issue. And I know that if it's Private McChrystal out there and he doesn't get all the MREs he wants, then there's a resupply problem for one person at least.
When he wants it.
Yeah, exactly. The big answer is no, there's not a resupply problem. The lines of communication, I've checked this, are flowing in the what we call class 1, 3, and 5, or water, food, and munitions are getting forward in the quantities they need. The thing to remember is logistics on the battlefield is like circulation in your body, and it starts from the heart, and it goes out through big arteries, and it finally has to go down essentially to every cell. And if the analogy is the Marine or the soldier in a foxhole is the cell, getting all of that to work perfectly every time, when in fact you're moving your logistics, you're moving your units forward, you're doing all of the things on the battlefield, is always a challenge. Now, we work through that. You know, our troops are trained, and I think you'll find that those young people are moving on, and it'll catch up with them very quickly if in fact that's at all widespread. So in the macro sense, I think it's working very well.
And I'd say two things. There is no indication that that is widespread at all. I was talking to a couple people this morning about this. There are many advantages to the embedding program. There are also some challenges. One reporter may have heard one person say, I haven't gotten my second or third MRE of the day yet. And that gets back, and it gets back very quickly. And And that's on a not so serious issue, but on small and large issues, because of the volume and velocity of the reporting coming directly from the field, we all have to take a breath sometimes and say, okay, is this representative of a broader picture, or is this an individual incident?
Can you answer that, Tori? Is it one
No,
guy out in the field, or don't you know?
I don't know if it's one guy.
Down to 1 meal a day in the field.
I have seen one report of a soldier who said he had an MRE. I have seen one report. There is no indication of any widespread problems whatsoever. And again, if you do step back and take a look at the bigger picture, if you will, the forces continue to make extraordinary progress. I heard somebody talking about this morning, saying, you know, if I were Saddam Hussein and I was waking up today, if he's waking up today, and the world's most awesome military was 50 miles from my doorstep, I think those people had made some pretty significant progress. And you don't do that without having all the adequate logistics working the way they ought to work.
Do you have any information about the Marines who were classified as Dust One the other day? What were the conditions of that? And was it fierce fighting? How did they go missing? And
I'm not sure which incident you're talking about.
it was the Marines near Al Nasiriyah, I believe 7 or 8 of them. The Marines out of North Carolina, they were classified as Dust One.
I know we have some numbers that are classified as Dust One. I'm not familiar with the particular incident you're talking about. Okay. John?
Also at Al Nasiriyah, General Maynard confirmed reports of troops buried in shallow graves there, and that forensic investigators were going there. Can you give us any more information about that?
So I can give you what we know. In fact, the Marines advancing did find a shallow grave with some remains in them. We're not sure who it is at this point. We've got a mortuary affairs element that's gone up with a forensic element, and they'll be able to identify. Until we do identify, obviously we'll take great care in not notifying erroneously.
Let's go back here.
General, could you talk about the, yesterday General Myers mentioned that Republican Guard divisions south of Baghdad have been moving. Can you talk a little bit about any movement among the Hammurabi or the Medina divisions?
I can. I can't talk about exactly where they are. What we see is what we call survivability moves, not major repositioning of a strategy on the battlefield. At least that's what it looks like. And survivability is to avoid the air power that we've been bringing against them, which has been taking them apart sort of piece by piece.
We'll do Thelma, and if Mick has one, he'll be the last question.
I wanted to ask a question about this troop strength, but you just said something about the bodies in the shallow graves. I wondered if you could elaborate, not revealing who or what service they might be with. Is there any indication they might have been executed, or any indication of any war crime that might have been imposed on these bodies just from looking at the bodies? And then I do have a question about troop strength.
Ma'am, I have not seen the report yet, so I just don't know.
Okay, and on troop strength, Tori, you were saying that Secretary Rumsfeld hadn't signed any deployment order in the last 2 weeks. Is he about to...
On Iraq.
Mm-hmm. On Iraq, right. Is he about to sign one on Iraq? And what about any more on reserves or guard that should be bracing for any more call-ups?
Right. On the first one, which I'd like to address, the reason that's important is because I've been working on this plan for months now. In fact, the force flow was determined months ago to include the order of forces moving and when they would go. And deployment orders were signed before we even were sure that we would have to have hostilities. So all of those were identified in the pipeline. So if anybody takes an inference that this is reinforcements based upon what's happened in the first week of the war, that would be incorrect.
Well, see, the reason I asked that is, of course, that Tori had said that the plan is, of course, a flexible one. It's scalable. And now I wondered if the scale is such that you think you need to request more forces.
No, exactly. What we did was we set into place a plan that had a flow of forces that came along that could be turned off. Because to get a unit ready and to work all their transportation, what you do is you get them ready to move, and then if in fact the situation doesn't require them, you turn that unit off. You stop their deployment. So that's the way this deployment's built.
Any turning on coming up?
They're all turned on until they're turned off.
Nick.
2 questions. First on this Apache operation,
the 101st that sent several
What you're
dozen
getting there is something of a military education for some of the correspondents in the Pentagon about what happens during a military operation. For those of you who don't understand what an MRE is, it's a meal which is ready to eat, and there has been some reporting from some correspondents in some parts of central southern Iraq that some soldiers claim they're only getting one meal a day. You heard there that that's certainly not the case in the Pentagon's view, that everything's flowing well, whether it be water, food or ammunitions, despite some of the frontline claims to the correspondents. But more importantly, what is happening militarily? Well, the general was asked particularly about the warning from the Iraqi vice president about more suicide bombs. And it's clear that that is now causing some considerable concern, which is already building on what is described as the...
Maybe not a threat, but certainly you've got all these civilian vehicles. We've seen it over and over again trying to pass by the convoys. It's a complication.
There's no question. That was the brigade commander of that particular brigade of the 3ID, Jim, that was speaking, and he really put a sharp point on this. First of all, the coalition clearly has to adjust its so-called tactics.
Vorantreiben des Kampfes jetzt mehr beabsichtigt ist. Nein, so haben wir es aber nicht beschrieben. Sie tun so, als hätten wir das so beschrieben. Wir haben gesagt, dass wir dieses Regime so schnell wie möglich beenden wollen, mit möglichen
vorhandenen Sprengladungen dort, die Raffinerie im Basra-Gebiet ist ebenfalls.
Es scheint also, dass Tauben auf eine Weise in Konzepten denken.
In der Luft passiert und was zu See passiert, da machen wir doch bemerkenswerten Fortschritt. Das ist eine gute Sache. Man soll ja nicht die Herausforderungen, die vor uns liegen, unterschätzen. Das wird noch sehr zäh werden, aber ich würde zurückweisen, was Sie gesagt haben. Das ist nicht akkurat, was Sie gesagt haben. Wir haben das nicht so beschrieben.
At Central Command in Qatar, why has not a single Iraqi aircraft been flown in the last 10 days? Is Saddam Hussein keeping them back for some massive operation, the kind of which the Allies and the coalition forces do now fear, which might involve...
Dass du tun wirst, was er von...
Friedlich hatte der Protestmarsch 3 Stunden zuvor mit ca. 200 Teilnehmern in Potsdam begonnen. Die Kampagne gegen Wehrpflicht, Zwangsdienste und Militär hatte zu der Aktion aufgerufen. Die Veranstalter werfen der Bundesregierung eine Beteiligung am Irakkrieg vor.
Wir haben keinen Einfluss auf die Kriegsoperationen im Irak. Wir haben keinen Einfluss auf das.
Jersey steht nicht mehr auf der schwarzen Liste.
Hilfe angeboten haben will. Die Tagebücher dieses Hitler und gelangen in einer überarbeiteten Fassung in Wien auf die Bühne. Wie viel Wahrheit in diesen...
Erstmals seit Beginn des Krieges schlug eine irakische Rakete in der Nähe von Kuwait-Stadt ein. Sie traf die Strandpromenade vor einem Einkaufszentrum. Durch die Druckwelle wurden 2 Menschen verletzt. Viel dramatischere Auswirkungen hatte die schwere Explosion gestern Abend in Bagdad. Nach irakischen Angaben starben dort bei einem Bombeneinschlag 58 Menschen. Viele dieser Opfer wurden heute beigesetzt. Und der alliierte Luftkrieg gegen Bagdad geht weiter. Raketen beschädigten heute das Informationsministerium. Dort arbeiten auch viele ausländische Journalisten.
Am Telefon in Bagdad ist jetzt mein Kollege Stefan Kloss. Herr Kloss, es gibt ja sehr widersprüchliche Angaben, wer denn für die Explosion gestern Abend auf dem Marktplatz von Bagdad verantwortlich ist. Alliierte Truppen oder aber Iraker. Was wissen Sie denn über die Hintergründe?
Also ich denke mal, es wird sehr, sehr schwierig sein, überhaupt festzustellen, was da genau abgelaufen ist in den gestrigen Abendstunden. Ich war noch dann in den Abendstunden im Krankenhaus, habe die zahlreichen Verletzten gesehen und konnte zumindest auf jeden Fall verifizieren, dass die alle verwundet wurden durch Splitter. Aber es ist nicht klar, durch welche Splitter. Und heute Morgen war ich auf dem Markt und habe mir das mal angeschaut. Also der Krater, der Explosionskrater war sehr, sehr flach und sehr klein. Also ich weiß nicht, ob es sich eine Rakete handelt. Und es war auch kein Feuerball zu sehen. Also ich denke mal, diese Geschichte wird nochmal neu erzählt werden müssen.
Bei einem Angriff auf Bagdad soll ja heute das Informationsministerium getroffen worden sein, wo ja Tag für Tag Pressekonferenzen der irakischen Regierung stattfinden und auch viele ausländische Journalisten ihre Büros haben. Können Sie denn dort überhaupt noch arbeiten?
Na, ich sag mal teilweise. Sie sind heute wieder zweimal wie die Hasen, will ich mal fast sagen. Das klingt zwar komisch, aber es ist leider so gewesen, auf die Straße rausgerannt, weil Alarm war und es Explosionen gab. Also man kann auch drin arbeiten, in den Büros, die weiter außen sind. Ansonsten ist drin das Gebäude teilweise verwaist und verdreckt einfach und die Rakete schlug ja auf dem Dach ein. Ich denke mal, viele Kollegen und ich natürlich auch sind einfach verunsichert und verängstigt. Deswegen arbeiten wir zum Teil auf dem Parkplatz draußen. Es ist wohl aber inzwischen die Genehmigung gegeben worden, dass wir teilweise im Hotel hier arbeiten können, wo es auch ein bisschen sicherer ist, so hoffen wir. Aber die Bedingungen werden trotzdem, denke ich mal, nicht gut bleiben.
Vielen Dank nach Bagdad an Stefan Kloss für diese Informationen. Die irakische Führung lehnt das UNO-Programm.
Dass dieser Krieg unbedingt sofort beendet werden muss.
Ich fürchte, da hört keiner drauf, die Maßgeblichen jedenfalls nicht. Aber trotz alledem möchte ich nicht versäumen, wenigstens das Einzige, was ich machen kann, unserer Regierung zu zeigen, wir sind dagegen.
Auf der Straße des 17. Juni führte Greenpeace einen Friedensballon mit No War, kein Krieg. Ein paar hundert Meter weiter, am Bahnhof Tiergarten, beschwörten arabische Frauen den Sieg des Irak. Bereits nach einer guten Stunde konnte am Großen Stern die Abschlusskundgebung beginnen, auf der unter anderem auch der DGB-Vorsitzende Michael Sommer sprach.
Manche werden sagen, hat es denn Sinn, dass wir demonstrieren? Manche werden sagen, es werden doch immer weniger. Und ich sage euch, wir dürfen nicht nachlassen. Solange dieser Krieg andauert, müssen wir protestieren, müssen wir mit den Menschen reden, müssen wir mit der Politik reden. Denn wir wissen, Krieg ist keine Lösung.
Viele Demonstranten, die die Hoffnung auf ein schnelles Ende des Krieges aufgegeben haben, wollen wie die Friedensinitiativen die Bundesregierung in die Pflicht nehmen und jegliche Beteiligung verhindern, auch eine indirekte.
Ja, heute würde ich vor allen Dingen die Forderungen an unsere eigene Regierung stellen, den Abzug der Airbags und den Abzug der Truppen.
Dass es keine Überflugsrechte für die US-Armee oder sonstige beteiligten Armeen geben soll.
Gegen 18 Uhr war die Friedensdemonstration, die nicht ganz so groß ausgefallen war wie erhofft, beendet. Von einigen Verkehrsbehinderungen abgesehen kam es zu keinen Störungen. Die Friedensdemonstration blieb friedlich. Und für die nächsten wurde bereits gesammelt.
Eine Zusammenfassung aller Ereignisse der heutigen Friedensaktion können Sie übrigens im Anschluss an die Spätabendschau gegen 22 Uhr in einer Sondersendung sehen. Dadurch verschiebt sich die Fortsetzung des Gernseeabends um eine Viertelstunde. Wenn der Wunsch auf gute Nachbarschaft auf gerade
mal ein einziges Länderspiel gewonnen hat, da war er noch dabei, weil das Ivanauskas, der vor kurzem seine Karriere erst beendet hat. Litauer haben eine Doppelveranstaltung. Am Mittwoch geht es nach Glasgow gegen Schottland, gegen den vor dem Spiel zumindest Tabellenführer. Auch das werden Sie sehen. Ausschnitte aus dem Spiel gegen Island im Sportstudio. Nachher im Anschluss an diese Sendung mit den Gästen Rudi Völler und Fredi Bobic sowie Ausschnitten aus anderen Spielen. Beckham zum Beispiel können Sie gucken bei England-Liechtenstein. Kroatien-Belgien zeigen wir Ihnen. Da sind wenigstens mit den Kovac-Brüdern ein paar Bayern auf dem Feld.
Across the horizon, looking to see if he could pick out a target. This a picture coming to you from the Ministry of Information. One of the buildings hit in early morning raids by Tomahawk missiles, destroying some of the upper floors and some of the satellite equipment that was on the top of the building. Journalists in that building on a lower floor, on a second roof below. There another explosion heard. Impossible to tell where the explosions are taking place. Many of them this day coming along the southern outskirts of Baghdad in areas where the Republican Guard is said to be dug in a defensive line for the capital city. Once again, very little anti-aircraft fire seen, although this night at various times we have seen some anti-aircraft artillery going up into the sky. 2 explosions reported in this latest round, if you will, of the continuing airstrikes in and around the capital. Let's take a look at some of the earlier pictures that we did have coming across from. There you see one of the explosions. This was earlier. This is not a live picture. An explosion, it looked to be on the west side of the Tigris River. These are live pictures now. Let's switch back to the live picture that we have. Basically the same scene, but live now. We'll continue to monitor the situation in Baghdad. Once again, 2 blasts heard there. Some anti-aircraft fire a little bit earlier. And eyewitnesses said they could hear warplanes over the city some hours ago in another round of airstrikes that have continued almost nonstop at different intervals throughout the day. Let's now move to northern Iraq and skirmishes near the city of Kirkuk. The Iraqi troops earlier abandoned some of their positions near the city, and that allowed Kurdish forces to claim them. Julian Mannion ventured into that area along with some Kurdish fighters. He took some fire himself.
This morning, Kurdish troops led us through some of the 20 miles of territory which the Iraqi army has suddenly abandoned near the key oil city of Kirkuk. We passed small groups of Kurdish soldiers who are starting to move in here. Our destination was a complex which the Iraqis are said to have used for chemical warfare training. But as we filmed it, there was a violent explosion. Iraqi gunners had fired an artillery shell directly at our convoy, and journalists from half a dozen television companies made a dash for safety. We took cover and then got out ourselves. The message the Iraqis were sending was clear. They may have pulled back under the pressure of American bombing, but they are not giving up the fight for Kirkuk. We've now taken refuge in an abandoned Iraqi army base about a mile from the village where we were shelled. That shell fire has now stopped, but from where we are now, we can look down towards the city of Kirkuk and see plumes of smoke rising there, a sign that the US Air Force appears once again to be at work. The Kurds have finally had the chance to express their hatred of Saddam, but they are not much closer to their dream of seizing Kirkuk. They're under American pressure not to advance because doing so would set off a crisis with neighboring Turkey. For now, the oil fields of Kirkuk remain in Saddam's hands, tantalizingly out of reach. Julian Mannion, ITV News at the front line in northern Iraq.
It is now just about 8 minutes past 10 o'clock in the evening in Baghdad. This is a picture, a live picture of the skyline. Earlier, 3 explosions were heard. Let's go back to that videotape now and replay that.
أين سقط هذا الصاروخ؟ هل هو توم كروز أم من قنبلة؟ الحقيقة أمر مروع، ولكن مع ذلك أصبح رغم فداحته يتميز بشيء من التقليد. انظروا إلى هذه الصورة، انظروا إلى هذا الدخان. كنا تحدثنا مع سعد الدين الشاذلي وكنا تحدثنا عن الوقفة.
This apparently the one explosion that was reported in central Baghdad, that's looking across the Tigris River. And earlier it was also reported almost seconds before that there were 2 other explosions that occurred in the northern areas of the city, or just moments later. Let's listen and see. I'm not sure of the sequence of events here. Obviously, though,
السيناريو الذي كان يقول بالآتي أنك to dismember
There you see it. This has been the scene in Baghdad throughout the day, with at various intervals repeated U.S.-led airstrikes in Baghdad, in the north, in the south of the city, particularly where Republican Guard troops are said to be dug in defensive lines there. Let's go to the southern part of Iraq now, where British military officials say they've begun targeting the local leadership in Basra of Iraqi President Saddam Hussein's Ba'ath Party. David Bowden is an embedded journalist with British forces. He brings us this report.
إلى بغداد الآن حيث يتجدد القصف بقوة في العاصمة العراقية بغداد، حيث نشاهد معكم هذه السحب الدخانية التي تعلو سماء العاصمة بغداد. تيسير، هل أنت معي؟
نعم معك خديجة. الانفجارات.
We'll take you back now live to Baghdad. We just saw the powerful blast which rocked the capital just moments ago. These pictures once again live as very thick, heavy black smoke rises over those low-rise buildings there in the distance. We will continue to monitor the situation in Baghdad as the Iraqi capital again is being hit just hours after an airstrike earlier. A number of loud explosions and, as we said, once again, smoke rising. But we want to move on and check the other developments elsewhere with the war in Iraq. CNN's Ben Wiedemann is reporting 5 large explosions within 1 hour at his location near Kalak in northern Iraq. He says the last 24 hours have seen the most intense bombings yet in the region. 4 US soldiers have been killed in a suicide car bombing at a US military checkpoint near Najaf. It's a tactic that has been condemned by the Pentagon. The Iraqi vice president promised there would be more.
We have the right to use any means to defend our land. And we call on our people to attack them in their homes, on their land. If they want to avoid this, they need to pack their bags and leave us alone. What are they doing in our lands and our country? All the Arab nations and countries, including Iraq, Muslim countries, do not mind having relations, mutual beneficial relations with these countries. Why do you want us to be your slaves?
Iraqi TV has been showing video of President Saddam Hussein meeting with his ministers. It says these pictures were shot on Saturday, but we have no way of confirming that. US Marines in Nasiriyah have recovered the bodies of some of their comrades who fell in fierce fighting in that Iraqi city. CNN's Alessio Vinci is embedded with the Marines. He has this report.
U.S. Marines here in Nasiriyah are spending a considerable amount of time in trying to recover some of the bodies of the fallen comrades who were killed in action here last Sunday during a bloody firefight between Marines and Iraqi forces. On Friday, U.S. Marines went back into Nasiriyah and recovered what they say were the remains of 5, maybe 6 Marines. 5 of the bodies were recovered inside the burned-out truck, armored vehicle that they were traveling in, that was hit by Iraqi rocket-propelled grenades. And as where they were recovering those bodies, Iraqi civilians approached those Marines and pointed them towards 2 shallow graves. The Marines digged those graves and they found the remains of what they say could have been the remains of at least other two Marines. And then on Saturday morning, taking some considerable risks because they had to go back into town again, U.S. Marines went back in there and they found 2 more shallow graves, also 2 graves that were pointed by Iraqi civilians to the U.S. Marines, and they recovered there what they believe are the remains of at least 1, maybe 2 Marines. And U.S. commanders here are now telling us that they believe that almost all of the 9 Marines killed in action, their bodies may have been recovered. The U.S. Marines also conducted some house-to-house searches near the site where the ambush took place, where that armored vehicle was hit, because they believe that during the firefight, some of the Marines had sought cover inside one of the houses. And indeed, when they went into those houses today looking for some more bodies, all what they could find were some personal belongings. The military flak jackets, some mop suits, some chemical suits, some gas masks, and even some mail that the Marines had received for their families back home. From here, the bodies of the Marines are handed over to the mortuary affairs, who will conduct a DNA test for positive identification and then prepare their bodies for the final journey back home to the United States. I'm Alessio Vinci, CNN, with the U.S. Marines in Nasiriyah, Iraq.
Let's go back to Baghdad now, where just moments ago the Iraqi capital was hit by a number of loud explosions. We heard the bangs. We are now seeing the smoke rising from behind those buildings there. It is part of an unrelenting campaign by coalition air forces, which has been stretching now for 10 days. This is the situation right now in Baghdad. But just minutes earlier, this is what we saw. Baghdad, where we can see smoke rising, and there have been explosions heard, and we just saw a very loud bang. These pictures coming to us live from Al Jazeera, the Arabic network, Arabic language network.
سحابة كثيفة من الدخان الأسود تتصاعد من خلف البناء الذي يبدو في الصورة. لا نستطيع أن نرى الهدف بوضوح لكنه.
There have been a series of explosions in the last few minutes. These pictures were in fact recorded earlier. They're coming to us from the Al Jazeera network. As we saw that huge blast, just one of many that have rocked the Iraqi capital, especially intensive over the last 24 hours, mainly in the center as well as the outskirts of the city, as well as this air campaign appears to be picking up momentum. Once again, live pictures from Baghdad. The smoke appears to be very, very dense and thick. But for now, we will move on to the other news of the day. We want to move to the news that is affecting the southern port city of Qasr, where some Iraqis are counting their losses as Britain's Royal Marines patrol the streets. Mike McCarthy has that story.
This is Qasam. His great misfortune is to be living in present-day Iraq. It's not much of a life. His mother is pleading with Royal Marines on patrol in Qasr. Please help him, she says. He has a bullet in his side. The hospital can't help. Please save my son.
I have a child with an old gunshot wound, Roger so far.
Where the bullet came from and when is never established, but a medic is called out and the Marines move on.
The message we'd ideally like to get across is that in time, their infrastructure of Qasr will eventually be able to help them, and we're going to help kick-start that infrastructure. But in the meantime, whilst in the short term, whilst that infrastructure is still in its infancy, you know, it's extremely important that we help people on an individual basis.
The threat of sniper fire is ever present, but the 4-2 commandos move deep into areas as yet unpatrolled and laden with abandoned Iraqi weaponry. This woman says she believes the drains in her backyard have been used to hide ammunition.
Yeah, they're not sure if there's anything else in here.
This is a fraction of the Iraqi arsenal recovered from the town so far. For now, Qasr is deemed to be relatively safe, but many of the people here blame the British for the deaths of relatives in recent bombing. The fear hasn't gone, and the anger hasn't gone.
Why this house? Mr. Blair and Mr. Bush. The British force make this.
We're told that several people here were killed by coalition bombs. If this is liberation, many people don't seem to realize it. They need water, electricity, medical supplies and reassurance. The soldiers need patience and plenty of time.
That was Mike McCarthy reporting. Well, coalition efforts to bring humanitarian aid to Iraq's besieged port city of Basra is taking a new dimension. They're calling it targeted humanitarian assistance. CNN's Mike Betcher is embedded with US Special Operations Forces in the area. A short while ago, gave us this report.
British tanks and American Special Forces provided security in Azubar, a city on the outskirts of Basra, for 2 trucks that carried 2,000 humanitarian daily rations, which carry beans, cake, rice, jam, and other items, and additional large rations that can feed up to 500 more people. In addition, there were 3,000 bottles of water. The Army calls this targeted humanitarian assistance. The purpose is not to feed an entire city. Only large non-governmental organizations or charities are capable of that. Instead, the coalition hopes the aid wins over neutral Iraqis to the coalition side in this battle for Basra. The U.S. Special Forces Civil Affairs Team, Charlie Company of the 96th Battalion of U.S. Special Operations Forces, is led by a man who identifies himself as Major DJ. Special operators do not use their last name.
Well, hopefully we gave the local leader an element to provide his people a little hope. We told him this will not be the last time we do this, but he's got to cooperate, and his people have to cooperate, or it becomes a very hazardous situation for everyone.
Military planners believe the battle to wrest control of Basra from Iraqi paramilitary forces could be won more easily if Basra's Shiite Muslims, traditionally Saddam Hussein opponents, actively supported the coalition forces. So far, they have not. Winning them over is made more difficult by events 12 years ago. A Shiite revolt against Saddam Hussein after the first Gulf War was harshly put down after the U.S. decided not to support it. This time, Iraq Shiites appear to be taking a wait-and-see attitude. Mike Betcher, CNN, embedded with Special Operations Forces on the outskirts of Basra.
Let's go back to Baghdad now, where just moments ago we heard some very loud explosions in the Iraqi capital. We've seen those thick plumes of smoke rising in the distance. We know that the capital has been the subject of an intense air campaign. By some reports, the most intensive air campaign so far, especially the last 24 hours. Coalition airplanes and Air Force jets striking the capital with renewed intensity. By some accounts, the most intensive so far. We can see those pictures, those live pictures of those thick plumes of smoke rising in the distance. We know that coalition airstrikes have been targeting a number of government buildings. Just last night, they appeared to have hit the building which houses the Ministry of Information. Several days earlier, they hit the building which houses the studios for Iraqi television. And once again, they have hit the Iraqi capital with a very intensive air assault. By some accounts, the most fierce air assault so far. And it is just 18 minutes past 2 in the morning in Baghdad. We'll continue to monitor the situation there, but certainly these bombing runs are appearing to be around the clock, even during the daylight hours when many in Baghdad feel more comfortable, feel safer. But we have seen airstrikes, certainly not as many, but there have in fact been airstrikes during the day. Meanwhile, in northern Iraq, Kurdish militiamen have moved closer to the city of Kirkuk on Saturday. Al Ben Wiedemann is in the area and says the Iraqi withdrawal was not the result of fighting.
Kurdish soldiers reflect on an accidental victory. The sudden disappearance of Iraqi forces from a 10-kilometer or 6-mile stretch of road leading to the oil-rich city of Kirkuk. We don't know why they retreated, this Kurdish commander told us, but we're happy to move ahead. In recent days, Iraqi forces have pulled back in several sectors of the northern front after being pounded by U.S. warplanes. Left behind at this old Iraqi checkpoint, dozens of landmines. Diffused, we were assured, a good thing given the casual way they tossed them about. In the lush, fertile fields by the road, more landmines. Also left behind, an old Russian night scope. Bits of battered metal sheeting, odds and ends quickly commandeered by Kurdish fighters already trying to make themselves at home. Despite the sudden Iraqi withdrawal, the Kurds are moving ahead cautiously and in modest numbers. They're massively outgunned by the Iraqi army, and few see the point of sticking their necks out without American support. The Iraqis are gone, but they're not far away, having pulled back to the suburbs of Kirkuk and still holding the hills overlooking the road they once controlled. From here, it's about half an hour drive to Kirkuk, a city still under the control of the Iraqi army. Kurdish fighters are hesitant to move beyond this point for fear of being hit by American aircraft. The risk of friendly fire and the lack of firepower holding these Kurdish fighters back. Ben Wiedemann, CNN, on the road to Kirkuk in northern Iraq.
The Pentagon says suicide attacks like the one at a checkpoint in Najaf on Saturday will not alter its war plan. 4 U.S. soldiers died in the attack. For more, Chris Plant joins us from the Pentagon. Hi there, Chris.
Hi, Daljeet. That's right. The Pentagon came out today and said that operations continue all over the country, and they find themselves, after 8 or 9 days of combat, defending themselves against accusations, mostly from impatient press, that this is all taking too long. While coalition forces shore up positions within striking distance of Baghdad, a furious air campaign continues to target Iraq's Republican Guard divisions encircling the city and what Pentagon officials call the command and control apparatus of the regime. Officials at Central Command dismissed the suggestion that there's a pause in the drive toward Baghdad.
There's no pause on the battlefield. Because you see a particular formation not moving on a day does not mean there is a pause on the battlefield.
Overnight, U.S. Army Rangers ripped through an Iraqi commando headquarters in western Iraq, taking some 50 prisoners, seizing weapons, ammunition, gas masks, and communications equipment. In southern Iraq, 4 soldiers manning a checkpoint were killed Saturday in a suicide bombing, the first incident of its kind in this war, which has been filled so far with unconventional tactics by unconventional forces.
It looks and feels like terrorism, and what it requires is units to conduct force protection activities, which they're prepared and do all the time. But clearly, when you see a tactic like this, it requires strict adherence or adjustments to your tactics, techniques, and procedures to ensure that places like checkpoints are not vulnerable.
Iraqi officials insist there will be more of the same. The coalition says it is now in control of 40% of Iraqi territory and 95% of its airspace. Here, an F-15 drops a precision-guided bomb on a leadership compound in Baghdad. Troops from the 82nd Airborne are providing additional security along the supply routes leading to Baghdad, where convoys have come under constant attack. At least one report from an embedded reporter on the front line indicates food rations are in short supply. Pentagon officials insist there is no shortage of supplies and say that any suggestion that the U.S. doesn't have enough troops in place is incorrect. Another indication of more suicide bombings being in the offing, 2 Iraqi soldiers surrendered to U.S. forces near Basra today, saying that they too had been sent out on a suicide mission, but they decided that the regime was not worth dying for, so they surrendered. Daljeet?
Chris, going back to the suicide attacks, again, it's some...
You don't sleep. You really don't sleep out here. Of course, you're on an adrenaline high, but racing across the desert, you know that you're traveling toward the jaws of what could be a major military battle.
You have to realize they've been riding along, bouncing along in these tanks for probably 6 or more hours now. And if you ride inside that tank, it is like riding in the the bowels of a dragon. They roar, they screech.
The hardest part of the trip is personal discomfort. We cannot tell you the levels of personal discomfort we've experienced. The extraordinary sandstorms, the bitter cold nights. The most uncomfortable thing is having to sleep sitting up in a Humvee with sandbags under your feet, your knees at your chin. That's excruciatingly uncomfortable. Not something that you would wish on anybody but a contortionist. Let me give you an example of what the dust is like. Look at this tarp. We have been through days of dust like that.
The U.S. Army 7th Cavalry has just taken 3 Iraqi prisoners of war. Actually, they're very close, that is to say, no more than 40 yards away. But the dust and sand are blowing so badly, you're getting these vague images. It's like being in a blizzard, except unfortunately, the sand doesn't melt as the snow does.
What we eat is what the Army calls MREs, meals ready to eat. And I must say, they're pretty darn good. And of course, everybody fights for the best ones. The treats are things like the M&Ms and some of the breakfast toasties. The Army's eating much, much better than the grandfathers of these soldiers did and the great-grandfathers of these soldiers in the Second World War. Let me hold the camera and show you my crew. On camera left is Charlie Miller. He's been our superb and intrepid cameraman. On my right is Jeff Barwise, the brilliant satellite engineer. That's the crew which really brings you these pictures.
The pictures you're seeing are absolutely phenomenal. These are live pictures of the 7th Cavalry racing across the desert. You've never seen battlefield pictures like these before. What you're watching here is truly historic television and journalism.
More from CNN after this very short break. Stay with us.
Get down. CNN covers the Middle East like no other network.
There's another aircraft flying overhead. The Israeli cabinet in emergency session.
The country was ready to confront the aggression.
CNN special correspondents are on the ground and on the web, bringing you the news as it happens.
Brent?
CNN, Baghdad.
When the world wants news from the Middle East in Arabic, CNNArabic.com. Be the first to know in Arabic.
Accurate and balanced, all sides of the conflict.
Our choice is clear.
This is a sad day for the United Nations and the international community.
Opposing views and all the grey in between.
The flow of refugees has begun.
Saddam Hussein has full control over his country. I hope victory for our brothers.
In wartime, anytime. Get accurate and balanced coverage. Stay with CNN.
This is CNN.
These are live pictures of Baghdad under persistent coalition air assaults. Sunday morning strikes follow a wave overnight in an area where government officials live. Welcome to CNN's continuing coverage of the war on Iraq. I'm Becky Anderson reporting from Kuwait City. Fanula Sweeney joins us shortly from London. Among the top stories in the war on Iraq this hour, numerous morning explosions have been peppering Baghdad south, with air raid sirens intermittently sounding in the Iraqi capital. Several more raids occurred just in the last 20 minutes or so. Overnight strikes again targeted an area near Baghdad's information ministry. Well, a British military commander has just detailed what he says is ongoing intimidation by the Iraqi leadership and described the security situation in southern Iraq.
First and foremost, militarily, we have found that over the last few days, particularly in the area up to the Euphrates, and it gets more and more blurred the further north you go, but we found that we can patrol with impunity. And that degree of patrolling varies from location to location and from within town, one part of the town to another. In some places, it's on foot, and in some places, we go in with armor to demonstrate, to hit specific targets, sometimes supported with the precision use of air and fires. And we're going to demonstrate that first and foremost, that these death squads and bath party people are in themselves a target. And secondly, to demonstrate to the Iraqi people that we are going to defeat these people and remove them from their fear.
Well, Iran's foreign minister is warning Washington about its involvement in neighboring Iraq. Kamal Karachi says, quote, the worst days are yet to come and that suicide attacks against coalition forces will likely increase. He also says the US miscalculated the extent that Iraqis would welcome the invading allies. Well, it's estimated that Baghdad can field more than 100,000 troops in the north, and they're coming under increasing attack from coalition airstrikes. CNN's Ben Wiedemann's witnessed the bombing, and he joins us live now from Kalak between Erbil and Mosul. Ben.
Yes, good morning, Becky. Well, we have seen an intensification of the bombing in this area this morning at about 8:30 local time. That's about 3.5 hours ago. 3 bombs falling on the ridge behind me where Iraqi troops are entrenched. Several hours later, another bomb falling as well. Now, what we've seen over the last 36 hours is really a marked intensification of the bombings in this area. Last night, late at night, around midnight, 4 bombs also falling on those Iraqi positions. To the south, we saw flashes of bombs there. In the direction of Mosul, we heard bombs falling, as well as to the north. This does seem to indicate that the coalition planes are focusing increasingly on this area, possibly coinciding with the arrival in the last few days of several hundred American troops of the 173rd Airborne Brigade. Also a significant development in this area on the road between the Kurdish stronghold of Erbil and the Iraqi-controlled city of Kirkuk. We've seen Iraqi forces pulling back about 10 miles, abandoning checkpoints that they have occupied since the 1991 Gulf War. Now, they aren't retreating because Kurdish forces are advancing. They appear to be retreating basically to take up more defensible positions. Kurdish fighters, lightly armed, it must be noted, have reoccupied those positions, but it doesn't appear that there is some sort of general push by Kurdish forces in the direction of Kirkuk, or it must be said Mosul as well. Becky?
It's evident that airstrikes play a larger part in the coalition assault in the north than perhaps they do in the south, where they're complemented by a significant ground force. How difficult has it been for the coalition since they've known that they couldn't bring some 60,000 troops in from Turkish air bases? And how has that changed strategy in the north so far as this whole campaign is concerned?
Well, Becky, as you may recall, the original plan A, so to speak, was for a pincer movement, a southern front and a northern front. At this point, you only have a southern front. In the north, there simply aren't enough U.S. troops to really engage the Iraqis. There are 120,000 Iraqi troops along this 500-mile front lines between the Iraqis and the Kurds. But as we've seen, the coalition seems to be depending increasingly on air power, at least, to soften up frontline targets and also to hit strategic targets in the main northern cities of Kirkuk and Mosul. But until really there is a significant ground presence here in the north of U.S. and British troops, it's really going to be a question of an air war. And certainly the Kurdish officials will tell you that, at least from their perspective, the United States has made a massive blunder by not softening up targets in the south before those ground troops went in. And now we see the U.S. and British ground troops really slogging it out, engaged in what is essentially a guerrilla war with Iraqi irregulars, these Fedayeen Saddam and others who do seem to be having quite an impact on slowing any allied or coalition advance in that area. Kurds are hoping that they won't make the same mistakes, in their opinion, as they have in the south when they eventually get down to work in the north. Becky?
Is Commander General Osman convinced he's got appropriate control of those who are fighting alongside the coalition forces on the ground in northern Iraq? I'm thinking about the Kurds primarily, but others as well.
Well, basically, we're talking about 60 or so, 60,000 Kurdish forces in this area. Now, the Kurds have made it clear that they are ready and willing to put their men under U.S. command. But, of course, one has to recall that many of these Kurds, they don't have much in the way of communications equipment. It's very much a local force, which it's very mobile, very light, very familiar with the terrain. But how exactly the mechanism is going to be put into place whereby General Osman and the Americans are able to somehow command and control the Kurdish forces is something of a debatable question, because many of the Kurdish commanders, for instance, have their own agenda, so to speak. We've been told, for instance, by several of them who come originally from Kirkuk that it is their plan to go into Kirkuk whether the Americans like it or not, and many of them want to reclaim homes in Kirkuk, want to reestablish a strong Kurdish presence there, and it's questionable when the guns start firing, if and when the Iraqi forces are engaged with the Kurdish troops, whether any form of real American control is going to be able to stand up to the pressure. Becky?
Ben Wiedemann in Kalak, northern Iraq. Thank you. Well, south of Baghdad, coalition forces fired heavy artillery at Iraqi troops near Negev overnight. That's where 4 U.S. soldiers were killed Saturday in the suicide bombing attack carried out by an Iraqi army officer. Now, Nick Robertson looks at why the coalition is running into resistance it apparently failed to anticipate.
Iraq's civilian volunteer force, as they were on display for the world less than 2 months ago. Maybe not a formidable fighting machine, but all vowing to resist the US-led invasion.
I think everybody's surprised at the tenacity of the fighting in the south. It's due to the embedded Fedayeen.
Seen here in parade and on full public view, Iraq's Fedayeen, known to most as the country's fiercest fight.
To fill up your car. Richard Blystone, CNN, Rumaila oil field, southern Iraq.
Anti-war protesters have taken to the streets across Asia. Around 200 expatriates rallied in China's first government-approved protest against the conflict. However, police stymied demonstrations by locals. And in one of the biggest protests so far in India, thousands of Muslims marched through the streets shouting anti-US slogans. And in Indonesia, which has the world's largest Muslim population, tens of thousands of people have joined an anti-war rally in Jakarta. With the details, we're joined on the line by CNN's Atika Schubert. Atika.
Fanula, we've been seeing demonstrations in Jakarta and other cities in Indonesia every day since the war started, but this is by far the largest anti-war demonstration we've seen to date. Anywhere between 70,000 to 100,000 people took to the streets today, marching up to the U.S. Embassy. We also saw religious leaders, political leaders joining in the protest today. The Speaker of Indonesia's parliament joined in, calling U.S. President George W. Bush immoral for attacking Iraq. A number of people, we also saw a burning of American flags, burning of effigies of President George W. Bush, but the protest was overall very peaceful. It had almost a carnival-like atmosphere, parents taking their children out with them, almost as if on a Sunday outing. Now, the protest today was spearheaded by a coalition of Muslim political parties, though also it did include groups from other religions. A lot of the protesters, as you can see, stressed Muslim solidarity with Iraq, waving Iraqi national flags. The tone of the protest overall was also distinctly anti-American. We saw one banner today that said, "People of the USA, beware," certainly an indication that anti-American sentiment is on the rise as a result of the war in Iraq. Fanula?
Atika Schubert. Now, just to update you on some breaking news from Israel, at least 27 people have been injured, some seriously, in a suicide bomb explosion in the coastal northern town of Netanya. A Palestinian suicide bomber apparently blew himself up near a cafe after he tried to enter that restaurant and was stopped by somebody. He then went out back into the pedestrian mall, which was crowded with people, and blew himself up near a group of soldiers. So at least 27 people reported injured from
from there. We'll continue to update you on that story as developments warrant. But in the live report, we'll be coming on that indeed after this break. An update on the situation there. You're looking at pictures coming in from the Israeli coastal town of Netanya. The first suicide bombing in Israel since March the 5th. Earlier this month, Israel on a heightened state of alert, not only because of Palestinian suicide bombers, but also because of the backdrop of the war in Iraq. A live report on that coming up after this break. But in the meantime, you're watching CNN's coverage of the war in Iraq. Much more to come. Stay with us.
Even though her dermatologist told us that she'll outgrow blemishes, you know, pimples, convincing my daughter is not easy. I found Clear Essence Blemish Control Wash Formula the best solution for her acne problem. It helps to prevent future breakouts while improving the tone and texture of your skin. It's easy to use and helps clear your skin. For acne-prone skin, try the scientifically advanced Blemish Control Wash Formula for acne from Clear Essence, where the difference is clear.
CNN's experienced team of journalists from the ground, in the air, on the seas, reporting from the front lines. That's fast, balanced, and accurate. Be the first to know. Stay with CNN.
The average computer has 110 keys. We say you only need 3.
Accurate and balanced, all sides of the conflict.
Our choice is clear. This is a sad day for the United Nations and the international community.
Opposing views and all the grey in between.
The flow of refugees has begun.
Saddam Hussein has full control over his country. I hope victory for our brothers.
In wartime, anytime. Get accurate and balanced coverage. Stay with CNN.
This is CNN.
Shock, fear and casualties. This is not Iraq, this is Israel after a suicide bombing. While rising smoke heralds another day at war for Baghdad. Hello and welcome to CNN's coverage of the war in Iraq. I'm Becky Anderson reporting from Kuwait City.
And I'm Rosemary Church at the CNN Centre. Well, we'll have the latest developments on the war in Iraq in just a moment. But first, this breaking news. A suicide bomber has injured dozens of people at a cafe in the Israeli coastal town of Netanya. Gerald Kessel joins us from Jerusalem with the latest on this. Gerald.
Rosemary, just an hour ago, just an hour and 5 minutes ago, before 1 o'clock local time, a man went towards the London Cafe and the promenade, the pedestrian mall in the seaside resort of Netanya, was turned away, we understand, from police and eyewitnesses by security guards who were on duty at that cafe. And just outside the cafe, alongside the external part of the cafe, the sidewalk part, blew himself up. He is dead and 30 people have been wounded, all but 6 likely, but from hospitals now. In the last few minutes we've confirmed that one of the people hurt is in very serious condition, another 5 in serious condition, the rest described as having light injuries in what police say was a relatively small bomb. This is the first time in almost a month that an Israeli city has been struck by a suicide bomber. Israeli police are saying they had been on on heightened alert, not only because Israel had been bracing for the possibility of a fallout from the war in the US-led war in Iraq and possible Iraqi counter-reaction to launch attacks on Israel, but that Palestinians might try to launch attacks in solidarity with Iraq. Whatever the motive, there has been this attack in the town of Netanya just over an hour ago. The cleanup work continuing. The wounded were speedily taken away to local hospitals in the town of Netanya and in a neighboring town. The police and forensic experts now on the scene trying to piece together exactly what happened, how the man got there, what he did, what kind of bomb he had, where he might have come from. No claim of responsibility at this stage, already a condemnation from the Palestinian Authority, in the words of their chief negotiator, Saeb Erekat, condemning any kind of attack on civilians, Palestinians or Israelis, and at the same time calling on the international community to bring to bear its roadmap for peacemaking, to bring the two sides back from violence to peace. Rosemary?
Now, Gerald, we're looking at those pictures. They came in just about 15 minutes ago, those first pictures. As we do, Gerald, as you mentioned, the last bombing that took place in Israel was March 5th. Now, this all comes as there had been a new hope or reinvigorated hope for talks on peace. Where will this latest bombing leave those talks at this point?
Well, I think more than in the question of where the possibility of Israelis and Palestinians moving back from their violent confrontation of the last 30 months and onto a peace framework, onto a peace agenda. The question is what will be the fallout from the war in Iraq. There's no doubt that the two issues are integrally linked, and the Palestinians, as we heard there in that condemnation from Saeb Erekat, also appealing to the international community to go ahead with the publication of that roadmap for peace. We understand that this will be done once the Palestinians' new nominated Prime Minister, Abu Mazen, has been formally confirmed in his post with his new cabinet. But whether that will have an effect on peacemaking, or whether there will be the lasting impact or more lasting impact of the hostilities and the war in Iraq, remains a matter in dispute at this time. In any event, the question will first be asked of whether this attack today is directly or indirectly linked to the war in Iraq, or whether it is simply part of the ongoing battles between Israelis and Palestinians and the attempt by Palestinian militants to continue striking at Israeli cities.
Indeed. All right, Gerald Kessel reporting from Jerusalem. He's been monitoring this breaking news incident just about an hour ago. This suicide bomb went off in the seaside resort town in Israel of Netanya. And of course, we will continue to bring you up to date on the details as they come to us. Let's go to Becky now in Kuwait City.
And for some of the key headlines out of Iraq this hour, thank you, Rosemary. Smoky skies over Baghdad after several more rounds of airstrikes on Sunday. The US military says a paramilitary training base and an area housing government officials were among the targets. British forces have knocked down several murals of Saddam Hussein in Basra. Royal Marines are meeting sporadic resistance elsewhere in the southern city. Marines are said to be moving street by street, trying to flush out guerrilla fighters. Coalition commanders say a paramilitary leader has been killed and that several prisoners have now been taken. Iraq's information minister is again criticizing the tactics of coalition forces. He also claims more allied losses.
The fighters of the Iraqi tribes with other fighters, they shot down an Apache helicopter and killed the pilots, the two pilots, and the other Apache fled, and they buried the two pilots.
Well, the Pentagon says no aircraft are reported missing. Waves of airstrikes are zeroing in on an Iraqi position near Kalak and positions near Mosul in the north. Iraqi Kurdish forces report that Baghdad's troops have been withdrawing from some posts without a fight, possibly retreating to more defensible positions. Well, as we reported earlier, more explosions have been heard on the outskirts of Baghdad after the latest wave of airstrikes early on Sunday. CNN's Reem Brahimi has more from Amman.
The residents of Baghdad woke up after 4 explosions again early Sunday morning after a night of heavy bombing on the outskirts of Baghdad, but also inside the Iraqi capital. The area known as Karada, a residential and commercial area where the Christian minority, most of the Christian minority at any rate, lives, was under fire. This because of a facility nearby that seemed to have been targeted by US forces. Another area that seemed to have been targeted, one near the airport, Saddam International Airport, is not far from a...
I'm going to apologise for jumping in on that report. Let's go to Baghdad, where there is a live military briefing going on at present. Let's listen in.
And intensify their shelling on the civilians, children, women, and elderly, with ferocity and savagery, without any humanitarian deterrence. I would like to inform you, and just like you knew yesterday, the martyrdom operation started by the people of Iraq and by the armed forces exclusively. And this is the beginning of a long path of jihad for Iraqis and Arabs against the invaders. The last point in this brief, I would like to inform you that yesterday we directed an strike to the enemy's concentrations in the base of Ali Salim, the air base of Ali Salim in Kuwait. Thank you very much, and I'm ready to take your questions. What do you say about the news about the missile that was hit from FAO and went to a commercial center in Kuwait? Yes, we launched as a missile from the FAO on the invaders that desecrated the land of Kuwait. And they say that that this rocket was launched from FAO. And this is an admission from them that the FAO is still Iraqi and in the hands of Iraqis. And if they took a small part from the south of FAO, but FAO is still dignified and in the hands of Iraqis. Yes. Can you tell us about the martyrdom units, the martyrdom operations? Will there be any units that are specialized for this? Until now, the martyrdom operation is a self-initiated operation, personal, executed by the brave fighter whose name is who is a namesake of the Prince of the Believers, Ali. And by the way, the one who downed the Apache, his name is Ali also. Those fighting youth, those whom the Americans have wagered in a desperate attempt to win them over, the martyrdom operations will continue. Not only from Iraqis, but by the thousands of Arabs that came to Baghdad. They left their countries, and they left their families, they left their jobs, and came as fighters in the way of God, They are seeking paradise, and they've pledged that they will not return to their countries, but instead they wanted to have their bodies after their martyrdom to stay in Iraq. After the defeat of the Americans, do you expect that they would resort to using prohibited weapons? The prohibited weapons are the killings of the civilians. And all the journalists have seen in their eyes what happened in the market of Shola. And they have a long track record full of crimes. Uranium is a testimony for that. They are criminals, aggressors, and they are infidels. So accordingly, they could use anything, and that's what's expected. Could you tell us what happened in Shala? Was it a missile or a rocket? It was a dirty American missile. Yes. Would you please could you tell us about the martyr Ali? What happened? Where did it happen? And what did he do exactly? The martyr Ali, he blew himself up inside his car when he approached the American soldiers, and there were also a number of tanks and armored personnel vehicles. So he chose the appropriate place and the accurate timing, and then he blew his clean body, and that resulted in killing 11 Americans, not 4, and tens of wounded, and this is a fact, and destroying 2 APCs, and the sabotaging of two tanks. You said that thousands of Arab volunteers are coming to fight. Can you tell us some figures as to where they came exactly from? And what I would like to say, that the jihadis, the mujahideen that came to Iraq came from all the Arab countries with no exception, and I stress no exception. No exception, yes. How many, more or less? More than 4,000 until now. Mr. General, there is a report that today there was a massacre in Nasiriyah when the American soldiers attacked civilian targets. This was in one of the British newspapers. Do you have any comment on that? I'll give you another crime. An Iraqi family sent a funeral for one of their members to be buried in Najaf, the Apache helicopter shelled the taxi cab, which was carrying the coffin of that dead person. And the crimes are endless, and every hour there is a crime. When we visited the Noor hospital, that incident, we were eyewitnesses to that when they hit the car. In fact, the martyr Ali opened the door for jihad. And all the reporters saw tens of martyrs that came from the Arab world.
Tens of the volunteers, Arab volunteers and martyrs.
In addition to what the Iraqi people are doing in defense of their country. Does that mean that the advancement of the American soldiers to the streets, is that going to be faced by unlimited number of martyrdom operations?
Our entrance into Iraqi cities will be met by endless martyrs operations.
We are a Muslim people first, and we're a believing people, and we're a fighting people, and jihad is a must. It is a duty ordained by God. It was ordained on us until the day of judgment.
In our faith till the end of judgment.
And in the Islamic Sharia,
in the Islamic doctrine,
there are basic principles for the jihad work. When a country is violated, the jihad starts, and we are all jihad projects. And this is a very pleasant jihad. Yes.
By encouraging, as you put it, jihad and martyrs, like the taxi driver Ali yesterday,
by encouraging what you call jihad and martyrs, like the taxi driver yesterday,
not wearing military uniform in a civilian car, is that not only encouraging
and justifying attacks by American and British troops on the Iraqi civilians?
Have you not changed the rules of war?
Have you not changed the rules of war? They are already carrying out serious crimes and very grave crimes, continuous crimes. And the jihad came only as a reaction to their crimes. We did not start the aggression. We did not go to America or London, but they came. So we have to expel them out at any price. And this is our fate. And our fate is from God.
Set for us by God.
And anything that comes from God is good.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
You've been listening to Brigadier General Hazem al-Rawi. He's the military spokesman in Iraq, giving a briefing as you just heard then. He is suggesting that the mujahideen that have come to Iraq have come from some all Arab countries. He said that at least 4,000 Arabs are now in Iraq fighting for the Iraqi regime. Let's go to Tom Mentir, who's going to give us his thoughts on what we've just heard. He's in Doha, Qatar, at Central Command. Tom.
Also, you heard the assertion that 11 were killed in that 3rd Infantry Division attack by the suicide bomber yesterday. Iraqi defense officials saying that 11 were killed, not the 4 that were confirmed by Central Command headquarters. Also in the last hour here from Doha, word that the British commandos operating in Basra have captured an Iraqi general from the Republican Guard. They are not giving us much information except for the fact that he is listed as a POW and was taken, and they're interviewing him. In addition, a colonel was also killed in the fighting in Basra, an Iraqi colonel, and at least 3 or 4 others were taken prisoner. But as of right now, British military sources say they have captured an Iraqi general in the fighting in Basra, and he is now listed as a POW. Again, very interesting to listen to this press conference as far as the statements about those suicide bombers that have sworn an allegiance to fight for Saddam Hussein, saying that they did not attack London or Washington first, that this suicide bombing that occurred yesterday was a reaction to what they call the aggression and the tactics by both the U.S. and Britain. Becky?
Let's just briefly talk about some of the things that the military spokesman suggested. You've said correctly that he suggested that 11 Americans were killed in that suicide bombing yesterday. He also said that tens of people have been wounded, soldiers that is. And he said that 2 APC, armoured patrol vehicles, have been destroyed. Did you hear anything of the like coming out of CENTCOM in the past 24 hours?
No, what we have heard out of CENTCOM in the last 24 hours is, as one might expect, they say that the air campaign directed against elements of the Republican Guard and against Baghdad was a very heavy one last night, possibly the largest air campaign since the beginning of the war. They also talked about finding El Samud missile out in the open, that a Predator, an unmanned vehicle, fired a Hellfire missile and took that out. But as far as losses, there was a couple of Marines who were killed. One was hit by a Humvee during a firefight, and another one apparently drowned when his Humvee overturned into a canal. And so far, those are the only fatalities that they've been talking about. You get different reports from Baghdad and the Ministry of Defense as far as their claims, and you get a different reaction here in Doha, Qatar.
Sure. Tom, Tommy Franks speaking in Qatar in a short period of time, and we'll carry that live, of course. What are you expecting to hear from Tommy Franks today?
Well, I think it's interesting anytime General Franks comes into the auditorium to brief reporters, because after all, he is the commander of Allied forces engaged in Iraq. So rather than hearing from a brigadier general about operations, we're going to hear from General Tommy Franks, who is the commander of the coalition forces. So I think it's significant that he's coming here today and speaking to us, but whether it means that the value of the information is higher than what we get on other days, that remains to be seen. We've been told previously that he would come to brief anytime he had the time to do so, that he was running the war from his command bunker here, and that if he had the opportunity to address reporters, he wanted and would do it.
Okay, Tom, thank you very much indeed for that. Tom Mentir, of course, in Doha, Qatar. That's command center there, Central Command. In the next hour, the commander of U.S. forces in Iraq will, as Tom said, deliver an update at U.S. Central Command headquarters in Qatar. General Tommy Franks will deliver the daily briefing in less than an hour's time, and CNN does plan to bring that live to you at 12 GMT. Rosemary.
Thanks, Becky. Well, let's update that breaking news story out of Israel that we've been following. And dozens of people are injured after the suicide bombing in Netanya. That's a seaside resort in Israel, in northern Israel, in fact. It happened just before 1 p.m. at a crowded cafe in the centre of the coastal city. That's about an hour and a half ago. The bomber was turned away by security guards at the cafe, but detonated his explosives right outside. There's been no claim of responsibility. Netanya has been targeted several times by suicide bombers and other attackers in the last 30 months. Palestinian Authority Chief Negotiator Saeb Erekat condemned the attack. We are actually now just getting word that Associated Press has received a phone call and that the Palestinian militant group Islamic Jihad has apparently claimed responsibility. That was a phone call into Associated Press. And we will continue to bring you information on that incident in northern Israel, as well, of course, as your continuing coverage of the war in Iraq. Stay with us.
A Grand Slam in the UK. A Grand Slam in France. A Grand Slam in Australia. Another Grand Slam brought to you by Kia.
Get down.
CNN covers the Middle East like no other network.
There's another aircraft flying overhead.
The Israeli cabinet in emergency session.
The country was ready to confront the aggression.
CNN special correspondents are on the ground and on the web, bringing you the news as it happens.
Brent.
CNN, Baghdad.
When the world wants news from the Middle East in Arabic, CNNArabic.com. Be the first to know in Arabic.
War in Iraq, a volatile business world, and CNN is there with expert analysis on how global events affect your country, your economy, your money, from opening bell to closing numbers.
From Hong Kong
To London.
to the New York Stock Exchange.
CNN brings you comprehensive coverage around the clock from around the world.
When money is made and lost.
Be the first to know.
Stay with CNN.
This is CNN.
You're watching CNN, checking the latest developments now in the war in Iraq. Pentagon officials say that about 1/3 of the 290,000 troops currently in the Persian Gulf are now deployed inside Iraq. In addition, the U.S. Defense Department says more troops are being sent to the area this week. Iraq's information minister says Iraqi tribal fighters shot down a U.S. Apache attack helicopter in Basra. Mohammed Saeed Sahab says both pilots were killed. U.S. officials say they have no reports of any downed aircraft. CNN correspondents embedded with coalition forces report that some commanders are telling their troops to be more cautious when interacting with Iraqi civilians. This in the wake of a suicide car bomb attack that killed 4 U.S. soldiers in Negev. Iraqi officials promise that more suicide attacks will be carried out against coalition forces. British Royal Marines stormed a southeastern suburb of Basra before dawn on Sunday. British commanders say their forces killed a high-ranking paramilitary leader and captured 2 others in the attack. British officials say they're also working to bring humanitarian aid into the region.
We've set up aid points outside. Humanitarian assistance is flowing into the area now. Only today we have opened up a pipeline with fresh water from Kuwait into the southern part of Iraq. 1.2 million litres of water per day, and we can ramp that up as necessary. Just another example of what we're doing on humanitarian assistance. We will get it to the people who need it, and we'll get it there quickly.
U.S. Central Command confirms more attacks hit the Iraqi capital on Sunday. U.S. officials say this comes after warplanes dropped satellite-guided munitions on 2 surface-to-air missile complexes in the city overnight. The coalition air campaign is also focused on Iraq's northern cities. CNN reporters there say that airstrikes are targeting Iraqi positions overlooking the Kurdish-controlled town of Kalak. But those strikes have apparently not dislodged Iraqi forces as of yet. Those same reporters say Iraqi soldiers can be seen walking along the ridge between bombings. Well, in the past week, U.S. forces have encountered heavy fighting in Nasiriyah on the Euphrates. Our correspondent Art Harris is embedded with the 2nd U.S. Marines there, and we have him live now on the phone. Art, just bring us up to date. Exactly what's the situation at present?
Becky, intense fighting yesterday, last night, and this morning along the Euphrates. I have watched all morning as Cobra gunships have come in and fired at least 36 Hellfire missiles into Iraqi positions, machine gun positions, as well as possible snipers with rocket-propelled grenades. Light armored vehicles are spread out along the roads on the Euphrates, and Marines are dug into fighting holes. They are calling in helicopters when they see a questionable or suspicious place where they receive fire from an area. The Hellfire missiles have been sending up smoke that has risen about 200 feet in the air. Yesterday, they even received fire from a mosque, and return fire did not destroy the mosque. They did take out machine guns. They now know that it was a site for sure because there was a secondary explosion that burned for a while, and that suggests or confirms that there were munitions stored there, as well as they have found munitions stored in a school, more than 10,000 rounds of Iraqi machine gun bullets, 800 rounds of rocket-propelled grenades, and extolling the virtues of Saddam Hussein and cartoons ridiculing Uncle Sam or the United States. To recap a bit, the last several days began with an attack at the hospital here in Nasiriyah. A hospital they found did not just have patients, but for military and a lot of munitions, a lot of weapons, including chemical gear they found at the hospital, along with a T-55 Iraqi tank. It could not work. It did not have an engine, but the gun was functional, I'm told. After the hospital, the 3rd Battalion, 2nd Marines, who I've been with for the last day, tells me that they have a party headquarters. Maps off, going after other headquarters, also showing others resistance and munitions.
Okay, we are obviously having technical difficulties with our embedded journalist there with the Marines, Art Harris. We'll try and get back to Art with better communication shortly. Okay, well, coalition intelligence officers are searching villages around Nasiriyah for evidence of the Fedayeen Saddam. Those are the paramilitary fighters loyal to Iraqi President Saddam Hussein. Martin Savage is embedded with the U.S. Marine Corps 7th Marines 1st Battalion. He reports their mission is turning up some surprises.
One of the things the Marines are doing now is becoming proactive, no longer just willing to monitor and secure the convoy and supply lines here. They want to get out and try to find out where the Fedayeen or these paramilitary units may be operating on. Today, very early this morning, in fact, before the sun came up, we rode along with some Marines, several platoons, as they went in on a nearby village. Moving in with APCs, armored personnel carriers, and also Marines on foot, and approaching from several different angles all at the same time, because they were fearing that if they went in one direction, then the people they're looking for could be running out the back in another direction. That was something they were determined to stop. It was tense, but once they got into the village, they didn't go kicking doors down. They went to find the village elders, wanted to find the man who was in charge, the chief in this particular case, or the sheikh. They did find him and talk to him about whether or not there had been any of these units working out of his village, perhaps living in and around the hovels that people call their homes. In fact, he said no, there had been some, but they had left a number of days ago. And it was interesting, what started off as a search and destroy mission then became a humanitarian effort, because you see, these villagers are so cut off. They say that their water supply, the pumping station, had been shut down by Iraqi soldiers 5 days ago, and as a result of that, their children were becoming ill because they're drinking water out of culverts or out of stagnant little river streams there. So the U.S. military, in this case the Marines, said, fine, we will work, you take us to where the pumping station is, we'll get the water flowing again. It may seem like a simple story, but it's very important, because the Marines believe that if they can win over the confidence of the people here, then the security net, or at least the safe harbor for these forces that have been interfering with the supply lines and striking at U.S. positions, would be cut out from underneath them. They don't want to go all the way to Baghdad and have to fight all the way to get there.
Coalition warplanes have been bombing Iraqi troop positions in northern Iraq near the town of Kalak. Airstrikes have been targeting a ridge where Iraqi forces are entrenched. Earlier, Ben Wiedemann witnessed some of the raids.
At about 8:30 local time, that's about an hour and a half ago, we heard coalition airplanes flying overhead. I do hear them. There we go, another blast, a matter of fact. Well, yes, this is the fourth bomb to fall this morning. That's basically the same position where they hit earlier today. Those are the Iraqi frontline positions. The Iraqis occupy trenches all along the ridge there. And this is not the first day of bombing. This has been going on every day for the last 5 days. Last night, 5 bombs also fell in roughly the same area as well. In this particular area, along this ridge here, they have not retreated, the Iraqis. A matter of fact, I was just a moment ago looking through my binoculars, and I could see several Iraqi soldiers walking along that ridge. Now, here it's static. They are staying in their positions. On another area between the Kurdish city of Erbil and the Iraqi-controlled city of Kirkuk, we have seen, for instance, that the Iraqis did fall back about 10 miles. This really after there were no shots fired. Basically, in the middle of the night, they disappeared. Their positions had come under some bombing by coalition aircraft, but this does not necessarily mean that they are in actual retreat. Really, it appears that they're just moving back to more defensible positions, to areas where they have more of an advantage, because basically where they've withdrawn from was very much out in the open and very exposed.
With the war now in its 11th day and President Saddam Hussein's regime still in control of Baghdad, coalition commanders admit they're surprised by the level of resistance they've met so far. Nick Robertson has more on Iraq's strategy.
Iraq's civilian volunteer force, as they were on display for the world less than 2 months ago. Maybe not a formidable fighting machine, but all vowing to resist a US-led invasion.
I think everybody's surprised at the tenacity of the fighting in the south. It's due to the embedded Fedayeen.
Seen here in parade and on full public view, Iraq's Fedayeen, known to most as the country's fiercest fighters, were mentioned often in the days before the war. Also prominent before the war, images on Iraqi television like this. Troops training for urban warfare and hit-and-run tactics. Iraq's message of determination was getting out.
The military planners were not expecting that they were going to be engaged in urban guerrilla warfare throughout the length and breadth of the area from Kuwait to Baghdad. They thought that they'd be able to punch through some fixed Iraqi positions.
President Saddam Hussein made his defense strategy public in a television broadcast to the Iraqi people. Multiple lines of defense to slow advancing coalition forces. Barely a week before the war, in the city of Kabul, now surrounded by coalition forces, defiant ruling Ba'ath Party officials said residents would defend the holy city. Shia Muslims, whose 1991 post-Gulf War uprising in Kabul was brutally put down by the Iraqi regime, vowed to back President Saddam Hussein this time.
People really got hammered big time, and they're being very cautious now, especially with guns at their back. So once they see that the Baathists are no longer in control, I think you will see a rapid and galloping collapse up toward the north.
Quite possibly too soon to make any judgment about scale or impact of any miscalculation. Pentagon planners insist all is well and that they are heading in the right direction at the right speed. Iraqi officials, if not surprised at their battlefield successes, are certainly capitalizing on them. Every picture on Iraqi television of captured coalition soldiers or downed US helicopters reinforces their pre-war message to their people that the Iraqi leadership is not backing down, and neither should they. Nick Robertson, CNN, on the Jordan-Iraq border.
Well, another challenge for coalition troops is finding Iraq's mobile missile launchers and the mobile units. Journalist Andrew Harding has more on that from southern Iraq.
Racing low over the Iraqi desert, British helicopters hunt for the launch site of the latest missile to hit Kuwait. Cautiously, the pilots steer closer to a group of derelict houses. They appear to be empty. On the northern horizon, smoke from the fighting in Basra. British and American ground forces have already advanced through this territory, but Iraq's mobile missile launchers are proving frustratingly hard to pin down.
I would have thought that by now that we would have sort of sealed most areas off, particularly in the proximity of where we are based. However, it's, I think it's part of their tactic that they're able to be able to move things around quickly where we're unable to target them routinely.
And it's not just by air that British forces are now scouring this huge region. A massive hunt is now underway to root out pockets of Iraqi resistance already starting to wage a guerrilla war behind the front lines.
And so a Royal Marines assault squadron heads out by hovercraft into the marshes north of the port of Qasr. The big set-piece battles in this area may soon be over, but small mobile Iraqi units can still cause serious problems for the coalition. There is no easy or quick way to root them out. This is Andrew Harding in southern Iraq.
Well, Iraqi and coalition officials are trading accusations over civilian casualties. Iraq's information minister says US missiles are hitting residential areas and soldiers are shooting at civilian cars. Coalition officials say they're investigating and say they never intentionally target civilians. They've also implied that an off-course Iraqi missile may have hit a Baghdad market last Friday. Meanwhile, concern is rising about the humanitarian needs, and not only in Baghdad. UNICEF has about 200 people working throughout Iraq. We spoke to UNICEF's Executive Director, Carol Bellamy, about their assignment.
Iraq is primarily an urban country. The majority of people live in urban areas. Our workers and most of the UN workers, even the local workers, are not in the south at this point. I mean, there are security incidents that we have to take into account. We hope to be able to do some security assessments through the UN over the next couple of days. So we have workers in the north, we have workers in Baghdad. Mostly in the south, at least around Basra, is the Red Cross. The Red Cross has a mandate that allows it to be in a fighting area.
A British military spokesman says coalition forces will provide a secure environment for relief agencies like UNICEF to distribute supplies. Well, the commander of US forces in Iraq will deliver an update at US Central Command headquarters in Qatar. General Tommy Franks will deliver the daily briefing in about 15 minutes from now, and CNN plans to bring it to you live. And we'll have the latest developments straight ahead. Don't go away.
In a minute, I'll call you back.
There are hotels that will go the extra mile to offer outstanding service. Recognizing worldwide hotel excellence, the Ultimate Service Award.
You know how in a single moment you can go from being in control to watching the world pass you by? When it comes to global business, don't be left behind. Subscribe today to the Wall Street Journal Europe. Just call free phone or log on to WSJ.com and receive up to 54% off the cover price. The Wall Street Journal Europe. Global business news for Europe.
accurate and balanced. All sides of the conflict.
Our choice is clear.
This is a sad day for the United Nations and the international community.
Opposing views and all the grey in between.
The flow of refugees has begun.
Saddam Hussein has full control over his country. I hope victory for our brothers.
In wartime, anytime. Get accurate and balanced coverage. Stay with CNN.
Welcome back to CNN's continuing coverage of the war in Iraq, and we want to check the latest developments now. And Iraq's information minister says Iraqi tribal fighters shot down a US Apache attack helicopter in Basra. Mohammed Saeed Sahaf said that both pilots were killed. US officials say they have no reports of any downed aircraft. An Iranian official is warning the US the worst days are yet to come in the war with Iraq. Iran's foreign minister also says Iraqis will not accept a government imposed on them by foreigners, and that the US should expect suicide attacks to escalate. Well, US Central Command says its warplanes dropped satellite-guided munitions on 2 surface-to-air missile complexes in Baghdad overnight. It also confirms that more attacks hit the capital early Sunday. The coalition air campaign is also focused on Iraq's northern cities. CNN reporters there say airstrikes are targeting Iraqi positions overlooking the Kurdish-controlled town of Kalak. And in other news, at least 41 people are injured after a suicide bombing in the Israeli coastal city of Netanya. Associated Press reports the Palestinian militant group Islamic Jihad claimed responsibility in a phone call to them. Well, witnesses in Netanya say security guards turned the bomber away from a cafe in the center of Netanya, but the man detonated his explosives at the side of the building. It happened at about 1 o'clock in the afternoon. That's nearly 2 hours ago. One of the injured is reportedly hurt quite seriously. Islamic Jihad is a fundamentalist movement with 4 main Palestinian factions. The group advocates the destruction of Israel and the building of an Islamic Palestinian state. US health officials have extended a travel advisory because of severe acute respiratory syndrome for all of China, as well as Hanoi and Singapore. The Centers for Disease Control is working closely with the UN's World Health Organization to isolate the virus. The CDC suggests trips to sites in Asia, including Hong Kong, be postponed. It does not advise against travel to Canada, as it says there is no evidence of a widespread outbreak.
We are going to be using security staff and in some instances police to question people and ensure, in fact, that people who are visiting hospitals ought to be visiting hospitals.
And US health officials say they are meeting planes, cargo ships and cruise ships coming either directly or indirectly to the US from China, Singapore and Vietnam, and distributing health alert information to those on board. Well, for many viewers, this war has meant listening to so-called embedded reporters and watching their live close-up coverage of the war. Our Walter Rogers is with a US Army Cavalry Regiment and gave us an inside look at his unit's mission and how it fits in with it.
The situation here appears to be increasingly tense. A few moments ago, out on the horizon, not very far ahead of the U.S. Army's 3rd Squadron, 7th Cavalry, we heard more than a few explosions.
The U.S. Army's 3rd Squadron, 7th Cavalry has compiled a rather extraordinary record in the past several days. It was the first unit to cross the Euphrates River and then punch northward to within 60 miles of Baghdad. It was the Army which assigned me to the 3rd Squadron, 7th Cavalry, and that was extremely fortuitous. It was like sitting in a poker game and drawing 4 aces, because this is a crack unit. It's the tip of the spear. We've had an absolutely terrific story pushing forward north towards Baghdad. 72 hours of that was under constant fire coming at us from both sides of the road.
We just heard an income. What the hell? No, I don't know what it is.
Recall Winston Churchill's old quote, "There's nothing so exhilarating as being shot at and missed." What you try to do is stay calm and continue your broadcasting. That the worst thing you can do, either as a soldier or as a war correspondent, is panic. We're hearing incoming. We're not sure what it is. We see some stuff in the sky. We may have to break this off. I think we're going to break off this live shot for the time being. We're not sure what we see up there. Goodbye. We've got to dive for vehicles, we think. See ya. Bye.
We have been under heavy fire for the past couple miles, mostly a small arms fire, but the sandstorm has enabled the Iraqis to come very close to the road. And if I sound a little nervous, it's because we're in a soft-skinned vehicle and everybody else is in armor.
We'd like to now show you what we call Old Betsy, a reused, a second-hand U.S. Army Humvee that we've been traveling with. Any bullet will pass through it, even a .22 caliber bullet. You can see our body armor draped on the door. This is what we've literally been living in. This is the kitchen when we're down, and we are very fortunate because we've got a teapot. That's my cubby hole. It's extraordinarily cramped because Paul Jordan sandbagged the floor in case we hit a mine. That's all the space I have to eat and sleep in.
You don't sleep. You really don't sleep out here. Of course, you're on an adrenaline high, but racing across the desert, you know that you're traveling toward the jaws of what could be a major military battle. You have to realize they've been riding along, bouncing along in these tanks for probably 6 or more hours now. And if you ride inside that tank, it is like riding in the bowels of a dragon. They roar, they screech.
The hardest part of the trip is personal discomfort. We cannot tell you the levels of personal discomfort we've experienced. The extraordinary sandstorms, the bitter cold nights. The most uncomfortable thing is having to sleep sitting up in a Humvee with sandbags under your feet, your knees at your chin. That's excruciatingly uncomfortable. Not something that you would wish on anybody but a contortionist. Let me give you an example of what the dust is like. Look at this tarp. We have been through days of dust like that.
The U.S. Army 7th Cavalry has just taken 3 Iraqi prisoners of war. Actually, they're very close, that is to say, no more than 40 yards away. But the dust and sand are blowing so badly, you're getting these vague images. It's like being in a blizzard, except unfortunately, the sand doesn't melt as the snow does.
What we eat is what the Army calls MREs, meals ready to eat. And I must say, they're pretty darn good. And of course, everybody fights for the best ones. The treats are things like the M&Ms and some of the breakfast toasties. The Army's eating much, much better than the grandfathers of these soldiers did and the great-grandfathers of these soldiers in the Second World War. Let me hold the camera and show you my crew. On camera left is Charlie Miller. He's been our superb and intrepid cameraman. On my right is Jeff Barwise, the brilliant satellite engineer. That's the crew which really brings you these pictures.
The pictures you're seeing are absolutely phenomenal. These are live pictures of the 7th Cavalry racing across the desert. You've never seen battlefield pictures like these before. What you're watching here is truly historic television and journalism.
Walt Rogers reporting there. Well, photojournalist Brand Sanderlin is also embedded with an army unit in central Iraq. Here are his thoughts on the experience in his own words and photographs.
I'm a photographer with the Atlanta Journal-Constitution with the 3rd ID mechanized, about 77 miles or so from Baghdad. With the in-bed process, I'm kind of one of them right now. I have to eat the same food, sleep the same places, and do the same things they do, except for I don't have a weapon. The night before we crossed the border, that was kind of a final pep talk and prayer that, their goal was to bring everybody back home. The military was allowing the citizens to kind of pass around the perimeter of the intersection if they were searched first. The military's trying to let the citizens come and go as much as they can while still maintaining some control. It's still a question of whether that's the right thing to do or not. Situation we ran into was we were following the tanks and ran into the problems, and it was safer for us to stay with the tanks. And basically, when the medics jumped out of the track to start assisting victims, I was right there behind them. The soldiers initially approached him. There was guns around. There was a smell of gasoline, of fuel. And there was a box in there that was unidentified. It looked like it perhaps could be grenades or explosives. He was shot in the leg and had an injury, and he was taken out of the truck, and they were starting to give him medical aid. And You get moments where you feel safe, and then all of a sudden a mortar lands, you know, a couple of hundred meters away, or a rocket is launched over your head, and then you realize that you're not really safe. The photo of a soldier, and he's down in a little bit of a trench. He's wearing boxer shorts, and he rolled of toilet paper there, and the man came up above him and started throwing rocks at him, and he fired 2 warning shots down towards his feet, and he picked up more rocks, and that's when he started using deadly force on him. The first 10 minutes was just getting pictures, and then after that, it's kind of, you start thinking about, okay, how is this situation going to end? How am I going to get out of this? The third ID have been over here for 6 months. So a lot of them are ready to go home, and they know the way they have to go home is through Baghdad. They don't understand what it's going to cost in the way of life to get there, to get home.
And that was Bran Sanderlin, a news photographer for the US newspaper, the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. We've just received confirmation that an attacker, a civilian possibly, we're not sure, but an attacker apparently drove a truck into a group of soldiers lined up outside a military PX shop at a US base in Kuwait. Now, we do want to emphasize here that no bomb was involved in this incident, but we understand that a truck has rammed a line of US troops lined up before a shop at a US base in Kuwait, and we will continue to bring you the details on this incident as they come to hand. But coming up in the next few minutes, the head of the coalition campaign, General Tommy Franks, will brief reporters at US Central Command in Doha. We'll bring you that live. Stay with CNN for the latest on the war in Iraq.
Time. Join the conversation.
The average computer has 110 keys. We say you only need 3.
Christian Amanpour, one of CNN's team of experienced journalists, bringing you the news from southern Iraq.
Since in the town, British officers now admit that the Iraqis are trying to fight this battle on their own terms, trying to draw the British into urban warfare, knowing that they cannot defeat superior force in the open desert.
Christian Amanpour.
Haters, we continue to monitor this situation.
Experience you can trust, only on CNN.
This is CNN.
Hello and welcome to CNN's coverage of the war in Iraq. I'm Jim Clancy reporting from Kuwait City.
And I'm Rosemary Church at the CNN Centre. Now, we are awaiting a military briefing at Central Command in Qatar. The head of the coalition campaign, General Tommy Franks, is expected to brief reporters at any time now. And of course, we will bring that to you live as soon as it begins. But first, an update on a breaking story that we've been following in Israel. At least 41 people are injured after a suicide bombing in the Israeli coastal city of Netanya. Associated Press reports the Palestinian militant group Islamic Jihad claimed responsibility in a phone call to them. Witnesses in Netanya say security guards turned the bomber away from a cafe in the center of Netanya, but the man then detonated his explosives at the side of the building. Now, it happened at about 1 o'clock in in the afternoon. That's about 2 hours ago now. One of the injured is reportedly hurt quite seriously. And Israel has been on heightened alert ever since the start of Operation Iraqi Freedom 11 days ago. Netanya has been attacked several times now by suicide bombers and others in the last 2 years.
Now let's get an update on the latest developments in the war in Iraq. Preliminary reports out of Kuwait indicate at this hour a truck plowed into a line of U.S. troops outside a post exchange there. Shots were then fired. Information still coming into CNN. We're going to be bringing you more details as we get them. There was no bomb involved in this, as far as we know right now. In Baghdad, smoke hovering over the city horizon after several more rounds of airstrikes on Sunday. The U.S. military saying a paramilitary training base, an area housing government officials, all among the targets. British forces are destroying more tangible and symbolic signs of President Saddam Hussein's influence in Basra. Murals of the Iraqi president were bulldozed and a television tower shot down in the southern city. Royal Marines are moving street by street in a Basra suburb. They are trying to oust Iraqi fighters there. The top U.S. officer says the fiercest fighting is still ahead for coalition forces. Joint Chiefs Chairman General Richard Meyer also telling the BBC that coalition forces can afford to take their time in this campaign.
I'm not going to make a prediction in terms of how long this conflict will last. Clearly, it's got to last long enough to disarm Iraq, and I think everybody agrees with that, including, at least to some degree, the UN when they issued, of course, 1441, but and also to remove the regime that oppresses its people. So it's going to be event-oriented. I don't know how long it's going to last. I've always said that the toughest part is yet to come, that it will not be linear in terms of how tough the fight is. So I would think the toughest fighting is ahead of us. You never know. Regimes like this that have their power base in fear and intimidation tend to topple fairly quickly when it's pretty apparent that they're no longer going to be around.
In a military briefing just last hour, an Iraqi official accusing coalition forces of operating with savagery. Brigadier General Hazem al-Rawi said Iraq's invaders are attacking women, children, and the elderly. He promised Allied troops approaching Baghdad will be, in his words, targeted and burned. British forces have entered the southeastern suburbs of Basra. They say that they're looking for holdout elements still loyal to Iraq's President Saddam Hussein and beginning to engage in urban warfare. Journalist David Bowden is with British forces in Basra.
They are moving into a southeastern suburb of Basra to take it over. They already have pretty much secured the perimeter of the area they're moving into, and we now have Royal Marines on the ground moving in street by street. They've encountered some resistance. They have taken at least 5 prisoners of war, of which 2, we are told, are high-ranking Iraqi officers. They have been taken off for interrogation. They have, as I say, encountered some fighting. There were 21 T-55 tanks held in reserve that were spotted by spotter planes. They have now been neutralized, as the military term it, by heavy artillery fire. There were also Challenger tanks sent in ahead of the main ground troops just to clear the way. They came across some mining of the road and some anti-personnel mines, but the intelligence was that these appeared to be hastily scattered as the offensive began, and they were relatively easily cleared. So that brings you right up to date. We have an ongoing operation, Operation James, in the southeast of Basra, the idea being to cut off a potential rat run, a way of getting out for Iraqi troops who are being squeezed by coalition forces all around the southern edge of Basra.
All right, we continue to follow a story here in Kuwait where a civilian apparently drove a truck into a line of U.S. servicemen, perhaps others, lined up outside a post exchange where they would be going to buy groceries or going to buy toiletry items, things like this. Drove the truck into them. The latest reports have 15 or 17 people were injured in that. Now, we also have reports that shots were fired. It's not clear who fired those shots. We're going to try to find that out for you as we continue to monitor that story. The important line here is at least 15 people were injured in that incident. Shots were heard to be fired. The source of the fire, we don't know. Again, it was a civilian, no bomb involved. We'll continue to track it. In Iraq's north, Allied operations have been striking hard at the crucial city of Mosul. Also, they've been striking at Iraqi frontline positions near the Kurd-held town of Kalak. Ben Wiedemann witnessed some of the bombing of Iraqi troops dug in outside of Kalak. He was at a position nearby.
At about 8:30 local time, that's about an hour and a half ago, we heard coalition airplanes flying overhead. I do hear them. There we go, another blast, a matter of fact. Well, yes, this is the fourth bomb to fall this morning. That's basically the same position where they hit earlier today. Those are the Iraqi frontline positions. The Iraqis occupy trenches all along the ridge there. And this is not the first day of bombing. This has been going on every day for the last 5 days. Last night, 5 bombs also fell in roughly the same area as well. In this particular area, along this ridge here, they have not retreated, the Iraqis. A matter of fact, I was just a moment ago looking through my binoculars, and I could see several Iraqi soldiers walking along that ridge. Now, here it's static. They're staying in their positions. On another area between the Kurdish city of Erbil and the Iraqi-controlled city of Kirkuk, we have seen, for instance, that the Iraqis did fall back about 10 miles. This really after there were no shots fired. Basically, in the middle of the night, they disappeared. Their positions had come under some bombing by coalition aircraft, but this does not necessarily mean that they are in actual retreat. Really, it appears that they're just moving back to more defensible positions, to areas where they have more of an advantage, because basically where they've withdrawn from was very much out in the open and very exposed.
Ben Wiedemann reporting there from his position in northern Iraq. Coalition intelligence officers searching villages around Nasiriyah. They're looking for evidence of the Fedayeen Saddam. Those are the paramilitary fighters loyal to Iraq's president. Martin Savage is embedded with the U.S. Marine Corps 7th Marines 1st Battalion. He reports that the mission is turning up some surprises for them.
One of the things the Marines are doing now is becoming proactive, no longer just willing to monitor and secure the convoy and supply lines here. They want to get out and try to find out where the Fedayeen or these paramilitary units may be operating on. Today, very early this morning, in fact, before the sun came up, we rode along with some Marines, several platoons, as they went in on a nearby village. Moving in with APCs, armored personnel carriers, and also Marines on foot, and approaching from several different angles all at the same time, because they were fearing that if they went in one direction, then the people they're looking for could be running out the back in another direction. That was something they were determined to stop. It was tense, but once they got into the village, they didn't go kicking doors down. They went to find the village elders, wanted to find the man who was in charge, the chief in this particular case, or the sheikh. They did find him and talked to him about whether or not there had been any of these units working out of his village, perhaps living in and around the hovels that people call their homes. In fact, he said no, there had been some, but they had left a number of days ago. And it was interesting, what started off as a search and destroy mission then became a humanitarian effort, because you see, these villagers are so cut off. They say that their water supply, the pumping station, had been shut down by Iraqi soldiers 5 days ago, and as a result of that, their children were becoming ill because they're drinking water out of culverts or out of stagnant little river streams there. So the U.S. military, in this case the Marines, said, fine, we will work, you take us to where the pumping station is, we'll get the water flowing again. It may seem like a simple story, but it's very important, because the Marines believe that if they can win over the confidence of the people here, then the security net, or at least the safe harbor for these forces that have been interfering with the supply lines and striking at U.S. positions, would be cut out from underneath them. They don't want to go all the way to Baghdad and have to fight all the way to get there.
As we reported, more explosions have been heard outside of the outskirts of Baghdad after the latest wave of airstrikes early on Sunday. CNN's Reem Brahimi has more on that from Amman.
The residents of Baghdad woke up after 4 explosions again early Sunday morning after a night of heavy bombing on the outskirts of Baghdad, but also inside the Iraqi capital. The area known as Karada, a residential and commercial area where the Christian minority, most of the Christian minority at any rate, lives, was under fire. This because of a facility nearby that seemed to have been targeted by US forces. Another area that seemed to have been targeted, one near the airport, Saddam International Airport, is not far from a presidential palace and also a prison. And then the area where apparently the Fedayeen Saddam, or the youths who are volunteers to defend President Saddam Hussein with their lives, well, the area where they've been training seemed to have also been targeted, as well as another residential area west of the Iraqi capital that seems to house government employees. Vice President Taha Yassin Ramadan spoke to reporters, apparently referring to the suicide bombing that occurred in the city of Najaf, only saying that 5 Americans...
Will the U.S. military pause for a week or for weeks? Tommy Franks about to talk with reporters. We may find out the answer. Let's listen.
Stands one day closer to liberating Iraq and removing the threat of the regime's weapons of mass destruction. Every day we diminish the regime's ability to command and control its forces. You've all seen that. And every day we erode the regime's grip over the Iraqi people. We're in fact on plan. And where we stand today is not only acceptable in my view, it is truly remarkable. Let me take a minute and review with you where we stand in terms of operational objectives. First, coalition has secured the oil fields in the south from regime destruction, which they attempted, and this vital resource has been preserved for Iraq's future. Second, we have air and ground freedom of action in western Iraq, working to protect Iraq's neighbors from potential regime use of weapons of mass destruction. Third, our air forces work 24 hours a day across every square foot of Iraq. And every day, the regime loses more of its military capability. Fourth, we're now staging and conducting air operations from a number of Iraqi airfields, which are now under coalition control. Fifth, coalition forces have attacked and destroyed a massive terrorist facility in the last 48 hours in northern Iraq, and ground forces, as we speak, are exploiting the results of that strike. Sixth, the entire coastline of Iraq has been secured, and her ports stand today as a gateway for humanitarian assistance for the Iraqi people. As you know, the first humanitarian shipments have arrived in convoys, and additional shipments are on the way. This morning I received a report that a member of Free Iraqi Forces, in fact yesterday, met his mother for the first time in 12 years in the town of Qasr. Somewhat later yesterday, 2 men stepped forward to surrender to coalition forces. These 2 men who surrendered are in fact brothers who were trained in Baghdad to be suicide bombers and were sent to Qasr by the regime to kill American and UK forces. Amazingly, when they heard Free Iraqi Forces speaking in Arabic in the south, they chose to fight for the future of Iraq rather than fighting for this dying regime. Seventh, the coalition has in fact introduced a very capable ground force into northern Iraq. These forces, along with large numbers of special operations troops, have prevented the rekindling of historic feuding, which we've seen in years past between the Turks and the Kurds. And these forces do, in fact, represent a serious northern threat to regime forces. Eighth, a large and capable ground force has attacked to within 60 miles of Baghdad on multiple fronts, and they currently maintain readiness levels of their combat systems above 90% mission capable. As we speak, elements of that ground force are continuing the attack. The regime is in trouble, and they know it. Ninth, in the past 24 hours, I've received reports that coalition forces working with local Iraqis in the city of Al-Nasiriyah and the death squads that operate, the squads of gangs, regime gangs that operate in that city, have come under fire. The Iraqis in and around Al-Nasiriyah are helping us once again as we speak by providing records on Ba'ath Party officials and members of the regime attempting to operate in and around Al-Nasiriyah. Similarly, we see from day to day Iraqis coming to our forces, linking up with Free Iraqi forces, discussing the past and wanting to discuss their future. Gains considerable, to be sure, not without cost. Gains in war never come without cost. We honor those who have fallen. We mourn their loss with their families. As I've said before, this military campaign will be like no other before. We will attack the enemy, have and will continue to attack the enemy at times and at places of coalition choosing. Sometimes simultaneously, sometimes sequentially.
IFB is
All right, we're obviously having audio problems there. We've been listening to General Tommy Franks, who's the commander of US Central Command, and we heard there from him that war is apparently, in his words, on plan, and that it's acceptable and remarkable, the progress that's at least. Now, he did point, we have got audio now. Let's go back to General Franks.
Iraq, while the regime does its best to use them as human shields. Our targets will remain the Iraqi regime, not the Iraqi people. And we'll continue to provide humanitarian assistance. And we'll continue to open the gateways in the south and in the west and in the north. As many of you know, we have in fact placed water and millions of meals and medicines in stock to go to the Iraqi people, and delivery has already begun. This campaign, as I started my remarks, has made remarkable progress. Lots remains to be done. The days ahead will see ups and downs, the ups and downs of war. We don't need to remind ourselves that the outcome has not been, is not, and will not be in question. Be pleased to take your questions. Sir.
General Jim Wolf, Reuters. Did your original plan call for more troops on the ground before launching the invasion? And do you now expect that the length of the war could stretch well into the summer?
In response to your first question, no, I did not request additional troops before the beginning of what you refer to as the ground war. In response to your second question, one never knows how long a war will take. We don't know. But what we do know is that this coalition sees this regime gone at the end of that war. Also sees the Iraqi people having a chance at freedom, which they don't have right now. Sir.
Yes, John. Frank's Tom and CNN.
Sure, Tom.
Yesterday, in the 3rd Infantry Division, there was apparently a suicide bomber that killed 4 soldiers there. Currently, there's an investigation going on in Kuwait where apparently a pickup truck with a civilian crashed into some soldiers waiting outside of PX. What can you tell us about this latest incident, and how concerned are you about these types of activities?
I can't tell you anything at all, Tom, about any linkage between the two. The second event, the one up in Kuwait, I found out about only a short time ago, and so I'm not sure. It's obvious that the modus of the second attack is not at all like the modus of the first, and so one wouldn't want to speculate about any sort of connection. Talk for just a second about the first one. Not at all remarkable, I think, that a dying regime would undertake such tactics as suicide bombers. Remarkable, though, is the connection all the way to the top of the Iraqi regime, where, if my Arabic serves me well, that attack was just endorsed by those in power in Baghdad. Remarkable. I'm reminded of times past and the presentations before the United Nations and the Security Council about the connections between terrorism and this regime. And we see a suicide bomber attack yesterday, a pure means of terrorism, and then we see the regime claiming credit for that. Remarkable. So in the days ahead, before one may be inclined to ask the question, what does that mean? Well, what it means is that that all of our troops will exercise caution, will increase the standoff to civilian vehicles, and the things that I think would be common sense to anyone in order to better protect against this particular kind of threat. Please, sir.
Thank you, sir. Neil Karlitsky with ABC. The Ansar al-Islam camp in northeast Iraq was identified by Secretary of State Colin Powell before the United Nations as a camp with possible terrorist connections, possible links to al-Qaeda, and it was used as part of the administration's justification for war. Yet a special operations team's raid on the camp turned up, according to people who were there on the ground, none of the suspected ricin or any other weapons of mass destruction. Why is that? Was there bad satellite intelligence? And, sir, if you continue to come up empty-handed in searches for weapons of mass destruction, doesn't that present a big problem?
Present a big problem I wouldn't want to comment on because it hasn't happened yet. I made reference a minute ago to the fact that that coalition forces had attacked a very large terrorist camp. In fact, massive would be a better way to describe it, and had done that only recently. In fact, that the exploitation of that is in its very early stages, and there will be a lot of speculation and a lot of discussion. And so we'll see how it goes over the days ahead as that camp is fully exploited. It is literally huge, and so we have forces there now. They're doing their business, and we won't speculate on what will be the result of that. Let me come back to you in a minute, please, sir.
I'm sorry, this morning.
Abdullah Safin, Abu Dhabi TV. Sir, could you first, I have two questions. First, can I just follow up with the question of my colleague on the yesterday's suicide attack in which allegedly 4 American soldiers killed. Can you just give us some examples as how your tactics on the ground will change and how this change will affect your relationship with non-combatant Iraqis? Sure. And my second question is, could you just tell us what's the situation right now in Al-Fao Peninsula?
I'm sorry, the second question again?
What's the situation in Al-Fao Peninsula?
Ah, yes.
Thank you.
Let me take the second question first. What's going on the Al-Fao? Coalition forces, in fact, have been up and down the Al-Fao. The peninsula is under coalition control, and our patrolling activities will continue on the Al-Fao. Now, let me go to your first question. I mentioned a minute ago that one would expect a review of tactics, techniques, procedures, and so forth associated with this business of potential suicide bombers. The question, well, what effect will this have on non-combatants? It doesn't change the rules that we use at all. You remember we've talked on a number of occasions about doing our very best to protect the non-combatants, to protect the Iraqis. This won't change that. And I wouldn't speculate, or I wouldn't, I guess, comment on the specifics that may be undertaken, but I think it's common sense to say that, that probably greater attention will be paid to the standoff of civilian vehicles, if that makes sense to you. For example, it's possible to either walk up to a vehicle in order to inspect the contents, or it's possible to cause the people in the vehicle to dismount the vehicle at a greater distance and approach for discussion. And so I'm not sure what the combination of all of this will be, but I don't anticipate an effect on the non-combatants here. Ma'am.
Winfield from Associated Press. In referring to the suicide bombing yesterday, you referred to it as terrorism. Just like a definition, because usually when you think of terrorism, you think of attacks against civilians. The intended target was clearly military. You are in Iraq,
Sure.
They are resisting.
Sure.
Are these kind of attacks not legitimate resistance?
Oh, I didn't comment at all about whether it's legitimate or not. I suppose I suppose that's eye of the beholder. What I said was that there is an incredible similarity between this type of suicide bombing and what we see generally characterized as being terrorist in terms of tactic, technique, and procedure. So that's what I meant. Sir.
Seymour Hersh is apparently saying in an upcoming issue of the New Yorker magazine that Donald Rumsfeld specifically overruled you because you were seeking a delay when it wasn't possible to use the bases in Turkey. Can you comment on that? And can you also characterize how difficult life has been made for you by that Turkish decision?
Yeah, I'm sorry, the latter part again?
Just how difficult the decision by the Turkish parliament not to let you use bases has been for you.
About the only comment I can make on the first part is that since I don't agree with the assertion, it's difficult for me to address it. In fact, we have talked, I think many of us, over the course of time, about the way this plan was put together. And in fact, there are very few people who know the truth of how this plan was put together. And as I mentioned to your colleague a little bit earlier, in fact, no one has driven the timing of this operation except the operational commander. I think that's the way we'd have it. That's certainly the way that I would have it. But let me give one example of what I'm talking about. If militarily conditions are set, forces are put in place to conduct a military operation, and then the military commander looks at the enemy situation and determines there's an opportunity, I think there's an expectation that the military commander will seize an opportunity And in fact, maybe I didn't go through it in any detail last time I talked to this group of journalists. But that's exactly what we saw in southern Iraq. We saw an opportunity to achieve one of our operational objectives, which was to prevent the destruction of a big chunk of the Iraqi people's future wealth. So that decision was made by me, not influenced by anyone else. I think there's another very instructive thing, and that instructive point would be to look to see how many, we call them deployment orders. How many deployment orders, that is the instruction from Washington to move additional people someplace, would be instructive to see how many of those have been issued with respect to this theater over the past 11 days. I don't know of any. Now, what that may imply is that the plan you see is in fact the plan we have been on. I can simply assure you that that is the truth. Let me comment a bit more on the same subject because I think it's much discussed. A lot of people over time take a look at any particular military operation and will adjudge that or will comment that there is not enough special operations force capability involved in this plan, or perhaps will comment on any plan that there is excessive ground force committed to a plan, or perhaps that there is insufficient air power committed to the plan. I've said on a number of occasions, I've used a code. I've said this plan will be unlike any I believe anyone expects. Just a moment on that. The very best planning, I believe, military planning that can be done is military planning that assures ultimate success but permits the possibility of early success. When it comes to making a decision about where in the process of a force build any particular activity may take place, it's always best to remember that the military commander should look for enemy vulnerability, should take advantage of such situations when he finds them. But at the end of the day, should ensure that forces moving in train provide the capability under any circumstance to gain the victory. That is precisely what this plan is all about. Has been, continues to be. We have said at places and times of our choosing that has been the case, and it remains the case. And those who would seek to find a wedge between the various people among us, the various leaders who have been party to this, will likely not be able to do so, because this has been worked and studied and, as we say, iterated over a long period of time. Its chief characteristic is flexibility, adaptability. It gives us the way and the force to respond to opportunities we see. Please. Ma'am.
Thank you, General. Kelly O'Donnell from NBC. We've spoken very little in recent days about the status of Saddam Hussein. There are some sources that indicate that within Iraq there is talk of a possible exile plan to Syria. Do you know if that is credible? Do you believe it to be true? And if so, do you believe that Saddam Hussein is dead or alive?
Kelly, I don't know whether it's credible or not. I've seen the open reporting on that. Don't know whether it's true or not. I don't know whether the leader of this regime is dead or alive. I don't know. Perhaps someone knows, but I don't know. I will say this. I have not seen credible evidence over the last period of days since we started this operation that this regime is being controlled from the top, as we understand the top. Please, sir.
Tom Malone from 2UE Radio Australia. Can I ask you firstly, as a military commander, secondly, as someone that was born in Midland, Texas, what your reaction would be if the greatest force, military force in the world started marching towards your hometown? Much has been made of the tactics of the Iraqis. What would your reaction be, firstly, as a military tactician, secondly, as someone whose home it was?
It's difficult for me to relate it, actually. I appreciate the question, but it's difficult for me actually to relate it to Midland, Texas, because out around my home in Midland, Texas, there is no regime that is quite as ruthless and committed to that ruthlessness as the regime we see in that we see in Baghdad. That aside, I think that it is. I think it's a characteristic of the human being that the more isolated one becomes, the more concerned one becomes. I believe that the movements which I perhaps ineloquently described toward our objectives over the past 10 or 11 days have indicated the degree of pressure that I believe this regime is under. I believe we'll simply wait and see what the psychology of the regime turns out to be in the face of this pressure. I believe that it should cause all of us to be very much aware, as we have said, that this regime holds weapons of mass destruction, and we have absolutely no assurance that this regime won't use those weapons of mass destruction. We have absolutely no assurance that this regime will not continue as best it can to brutalize its own people and to destroy its own infrastructure. We'll remain on the course in order to accomplish the objectives that my boss laid out very early in this, and we'll succeed. Please, sir.
Jeff Schaefer, Associated Press Television News. There are numerous reports from the front that the advance on Baghdad, there's a pause or stall in the advance on Baghdad, anywhere ranging from 6 days to several weeks. Can you address that, please?
Sure. I think that that the embedded reporting that is coming from inside Iraq, perhaps while we're speaking, would reflect that combat operations are continuing. They're continuing in the north, they're continuing in the west, they're continuing in the south, and they're continuing right around Baghdad. There are two ways to look at this. One way is to discuss something that we call an operational pause, which means that military formations move and then they intend to take a breath, to take a pause before continuing operations. There have been some pundits who have indicated that perhaps we're in an operational pause. I think, sir, this is what you made reference to. Simply not the case. There is a continuity of operations in this plan. That continuity has been seen. It will be seen in the days ahead, and it will be manifested on the battlefield in Iraq at points and times of our choosing. What I mean by that is sometimes air, sometimes ground, sometimes special forces, sometimes combination of two of the above, sometimes all three. That's the way we're going to fight this. Sir, please.
Neil Tweedy from the Daily Telegraph in London. Just from your comments on flexibility, would it be fair to imply, therefore, that what you hope to do was take Iraq with about 5 divisions, but you're prepared, if necessary, to pump more heavy armour in to secure your objective? You were essentially being opportunistic. It doesn't look as though it's worked, and now you're waiting for more heavy stuff.
Sir, it's a great question, and actually it's almost right. But the implication is that one begins with a force and says, oh, wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. That isn't enough force, and so perhaps we should bring more force up to some level. Actually, that's why I said one should take a look to see how many forces have been requested since the initiation of this plan. You see, one says begin here and then ask for more if necessary. The other course says begin to flow this amount of force and we'll stop it when it's no longer necessary. We're in the case of the latter rather than being in the case of the former. Please, sir.
Paul Hunter from Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. We hear a lot of these briefings about sort of relatively specific numbers about leaflets being dropped, but not so much about bombs. Can you tell us the total number of bombs in the 11 days and then break it down? What is a reasonable number to say in terms of how many bombs have struck their targets versus as a percentage, how many have missed?
Actually, I either wouldn't or couldn't, and it may well be a combination of the both, because what I pay very close attention to is the amount of force in aggregate in any particular piece of geography inside Iraq. And the way I issue guidance by day is to reduce the amount of enemy capability in a given place over a period of time, and I measure results. Some of those results we call BDA, battle damage assessment, and I think you see some of that coming from here in Washington and London and so forth. There are a great many other factors associated with that have to do with the psychology on the face of battle. They have to do with isolation, which I mentioned earlier. They have to do with the destruction of command and control capability. Are orders coming in to these enemy formations? From where? What do those orders say? And so it is that sort of battle damage assessment that I pay attention to. Just flip it and say it another way. What you described actually is what I refer to as input. Input, the number of hours that something happens or the number of bombs dropped or whatever. And I think most of us pay more attention to the output than we do to the input. Please, sir.
Liao from Taiwan. There's some reports from the front line, and I hope the general can clarify. Some say the soldier cannot get enough food and be lack of water, even the very limited bullet can use. Was that true? And some criticize from media say too ambitious in the very first beginning, and maybe too late now and too slow. And well, lots of criticize from the United States even here. So what's your reaction to this?
Sure.
Thank you.
Well, I suppose that one of the blessings of all of you here is the free media and the ability to form whatever view you choose. My belief is that the work over these past 10 or 11 days has been exactly as I've described it. Absolutely remarkable, both from the angle of the plan and from the angle of the execution of the plan by people who are in positions. Let me respond to your first question, where it is distinctly possible that that Franks may be in the platoon or in the squad that's way out to the left or way out to the right. And in his perspective, in his view, and I share it, if he doesn't get his meal ready to eat today, or if he doesn't have 3, or he doesn't have water, then you bet that's an impact on him, and I wouldn't expect it to be any other way. And so, in terms of the classes of supply that we look to be able to support an operation of this size. We have sufficient, and have had, sufficient stocks all across the battlefield of food, water, fuel, ammunition, but that doesn't necessarily mean that, Sergeant Franks or Private Franks out there in that westmost squad, because he was involved in some serious combat, may not have gotten his fair share on a given day. And so And so from an operational perspective, no issues. The lines of communications are open. The stocks are in place, and the battlefield distribution out to every one of these tanks and every one of these troops doing his job on any given day either will or will not meet my expectation. And where we find that it doesn't meet our expectation, well, all the subordinate commanders go to work on it. Let me go over here, please. Sir, please.
BBC French Service. So General, after weeks of airstrike on Baghdad, how will you convince later the population, this huge population, that you came in as liberators? And that includes, of course, airstrikes includes civilian casualties.
I believe that there is an appreciation inside Baghdad and across the Iraqi population that is the same as the appreciation, sir, which you have. And you have it because you know that this is an incredibly precise military operation. I think you have seen time and time and time again, military targets fall while the civilian infrastructure remains in place, and it's the same with civilian lives. My experience is that the people of Iraq will welcome their liberation. To be sure, sir.
Craig Gordon from Newsday. I'd like to take you back to something you said a second ago about the start of the timing of the ground campaign. Did I understand you to say that you made the decision to do that based on the fear that the oil wells would be torched? Was that sort of the primary motivation behind the timing? You also mentioned taking advantage of vulnerabilities. Can you shed some light? Was there something you saw in southern Iraq beyond the oil fields? And just secondly, very quickly, some criticism also with all these troops in the pipeline.
The question quickly or my answer quickly?
You can take as long as you want for the answer. With all these troops, all these deployment orders that have been signed, why aren't those reserves closer to theater versus Texas, Louisiana, various places like that?
Okay, I think that's a fair question. Let me take the last one first. As one takes a look at all the infrastructure around Iraq and decides how best to put the mosaic, I used that term once before, I'll stay with it, together, then one takes a look at how much air power where and when, how much ground power where and when, special operations where and when. And so we're not interested in fits and starts. We're interested in a steady flow of force until I tell my boss, you can stop it now. We simply haven't arrived. We haven't arrived at that day. There's been much discussion of the 4th Infantry Division and some hand-wringing about, oh, well, why was this force, I mean, isn't it terrible that Turkey did not permit the ingress of this force? And so what has caused it to be out of position, and why have you had to fight to get it? I mean, that's absolutely not true. The fact of the matter is that it was quite important strategically and operationally to have that very heavy force precisely where it was until the day it moved. And I wouldn't really speculate as to why. I'll leave it to each of you to determine why that was. And now that force, to be sure, has been replaced in large measure by a very capable ground force with enormous leverage, with the ability to leverage enormous air power. I'm sorry, I got some. Timing of the start of the ground war. Oh, yeah. The lessons of about 11 years ago with respect to the Kuwaiti oil fields are quite instructive. If one looks at the campaign the way it was conducted 11 years ago, very successful campaign, and one thinks about just how important these oil fields are to the future of Iraq, then one puts in balance what is the right timing in order to be able to secure this very important operational objective. Hypothetically, if the enemy presents no vulnerability in the southern oil fields, if the enemy presents an incredible threat to be able to destroy those oil fields, then an operational commander like me may choose to introduce force in a way that would be considerably different than the way you saw the force introduced. Let me go directly to your question. We saw evidence that the regime was intending to destroy the southern oil fields, had not been able to fully set conditions to be able to do that. So we sensed that we had an opportunity to get these oil fields. And since we had a plan that enabled us to either do air operations first or ground operations first or perhaps special operations first, we simply put the mosaic together in a way which you have seen unfold. Last question, please. Sir, please.
We've heard the Iraqi resistance in your rear area is characterized in a lot of different ways, as sporadic, as in pockets, as terroristic. What's your assessment of it, and what level of threat does it pose to your soldiers?
Right. What level threat does it pose? Of course it poses a threat. Pull up the map, please, Vince. From here to here, 250 miles or so. What one finds is that, and I've heard them called various things, death squads, bands of thugs, terrorists, paramilitary, and so forth. What they've done, and we see the result every day, is they have occupied the centers of cities like Basra, Nasiriyah, Diwaniyah, Najaf, Asamoah in here. And so they have put themselves in a position to be able to terrorize the Iraqis in these villages and in these cities, and to be able to move out along the lines of communication to attempt to interdict our supplies. They have not been able to do that. Our supplies have in fact run this 250 plus miles, and they continue to do that. These bands of thugs that operate inside these population centers face more and more of our capability every day. Two parts to this. One is to provide lines of communications and security on those lines of communications for ourselves. The other is to reduce these pockets, word you used, inside these cities and towns. The two are not necessarily connected. Once again, at times and places of our choosing. In some cases, simultaneously. In some cases, sequentially. And all those operations are ongoing. The supplies are moving now, and every day we see more and better connection between our forces and the local Iraqis in each one of these cities. So that's probably about the best I can give you. Thanks a lot. Look forward to seeing you next time.
General Tommy Franks there, perhaps reacting to what has been days of second guessing in the media by retired generals, by pundits, questioning the plan, questioning whether the military, the coalition, is on the plan, questioning how long the war is going to last. I think what we had there was Professor Tommy Franks with Battle Planning 101 telling reporters there very clearly that the ground war may have been pushed forward because of an opportunity. He says that there has not been an effort to call up more forces. All of the forces had been requested earlier, and in the last 10 days since the battle began, there has been no new request for reinforcements. Let's go out. Let's hear how that was received. There's a lot of different topics that he talked about that affect the forces in the field. That's where we find our own Walt Rogers. Walt, you listened to that. What did you hear?
It is consistent with everything that we're seeing with the 3rd Squadron of the U.S. Army 7th Cavalry, Jim. The 7th Cavalry is now less than 100 kilometers from the southern suburbs of Baghdad, about 50 miles. Now, that's not to say it's going to be easy pushing ahead. The reason being there are at least 2 Iraqi divisions, Republican Guard divisions, between the 7th Cavalry and Baghdad, one of those being the Medina Division, the other being the Hammurabi Division. Having said that, the 7th Cavalry's strategy appears to be to push forward and try to use itself as bait to lure the larger Iraqi armored divisions away from the defensive Baghdad, lure them out into open battle. So far, the Iraqis have not taken the bait. However, that tactic worked very well about 5 days ago when the 7th Cavalry seized a bridgehead at An-Najaf. Then the Medina Division rolled out and several detachments of it and tried a frontal attack. It never got there because they were lured out of the defense of Baghdad. And according to one military source, Air Force bombing resulted in a 45%, perhaps 65% attrition or degradation of the Medina Division. But nonetheless, these soldiers in the 7th Cavalry moved forward for hours today to within less than 100 kilometers of Baghdad. Jim?
All right. Walter, there was some discussion there of the supply lines, whether or not food, fuel, and other items are in short supply up where you are. What's the picture?
Well, before we launched out this morning, we were in a rear echelon refueling and resupply unit. We had no problems getting fuel at all. We had fuel, we had food, boxes of MREs, all the water that was necessary. There has been no indication that I've seen that supplies have hampered the operation of the 7th Cavalry, but I can only speak for that unit which I'm covering. But a resupply problem is not a problem. And by the way, Jim, I've watched night after night when we were in that rear echelon resupply area. I watched miles and miles of tankers and fuel trucks and supply trucks rolling forward for about 3 nights straight now. So I'm really not sure those stories of resupply shortages are accurate. Again, we would watch them. They'd stretch lights of trucks 10 miles on either side of the horizon, all moving northward in the direction of 3rd Infantry Division, which it was apparently resupplying. Jim?
Walter, one question came up, the timeline. The general was asked, could this stretch into summer? He refused to be drawn on that question, actually sidestepped it, and simply repeating what we've heard before, that it's going to take as long as it takes. He's not going to be giving any timeline. He is only interested in whether or not success is ensured. How will that go down with people?
Jim, if I can tell you from talking to the soldiers in the 7th Cavalry, the most commonly offered wager is when this is going to end. And the soldiers know less than you and I know because they're at the long end of the information chain. Having said that, there are soldiers here who are betting they're not going to get back to the United States till July. There are others who are saying this could be over in a matter of weeks. All I can tell you is it's the most ferociously debated item of speculation among the soldiers in the field for the obvious reason, and they are wagering right and left on the subject. Beyond that, I won't go beyond General Franks. Jim?
All right, Walter Rogers there with the 3rd of the 7th Cavalry with that unit right on the tip of the spear, as we've said before. We're going to take a short break. We'll have updates on other situations all around the theater of operations here as we continue to cover war in the Gulf. Stay with CNN.
26 tomorrow, but both days sunny skies. All of the haze and residual dust pretty much gone. Next, it's up the Tigris River to Baghdad. We're expecting low 20s, probably overnight temperatures quite a bit cooler than that, as a matter of fact, but partly cloudy skies both days of our extended outlook here. And then up to the northernmost major city that we talk about here, and that's Mosul. On Sunday, we're expecting 11 degrees as the high. Could get down into the low single digits, in fact, overnight. Now, a quick look at your forecast for you. We're expecting, of course, very quiet conditions, a little bit more cloudiness as you go north. Temperatures are also going to be quite seasonable here, rebounding quite nicely down to the south, but up in Mosul, we're expecting just 9 degrees. Najaf should see a high of 19 degrees. And I wanted to go to the European forecast because this gives you a good idea of what's heading into the region. We do have, well, what could be considered a very weak low-pressure center in the eastern Mediterranean, We do not
normally seen in U.S. air attacks that have a tendency to bring down the buildings, to implode the buildings around them. That's the way some of the newer weapons are designed. That an effort to hit a target and not cause collateral damage. But you can see a fire there raging in what appears to be about a kilometer away from this camera position, although very hard to judge depending on the way that the camera is positioned, the level of magnification on the lens, but a fire raging in Baghdad. Let's take a look at some of the other latest developments as we continue to watch that situation in Baghdad and find out exactly what it is that was hit. The chairman of the U.S. Joint Chiefs of Staff saying now reinforcements of U.S. troops in Iraq are going according to a pre-planned timetable, not a response to increased Iraqi resistance.
Things are going according to plan. Any of the rumors and some of the pundits talking about not having enough forces, the forces they have are exactly what General Franks wanted, what all his component commanders agreed to, what he agreed to, what we all agreed to as we try to put this plan together. There have been no changes in that. The forces that are flowing have been forces that had been lined up many months ago, and they're flowing now according to the plan.
British Army Nightscope video released by the Ministry of Defense showing what appears to be very mobile armor troops receiving fire as they advance near the city of Basra. The Al Jazeera network broadcasting images of what appear to be 4 or more U.S. tanks burning, damaged, and turned over in a trench near the city of An-Najaf. The Reuters news agency is reporting U.S. forces fired heavy artillery and mortar barrages at Iraqi troops north of that city early on Sunday. U.S. Marines have reportedly secured the southern bank of the Euphrates River in the city of Nasiriyah. At the same time, they've been taking some heavy fire too. Art Harris embedded with the U.S. 2nd Marines.
The intense fighting has lulled for the moment, but I'm told that it will pick back up this evening with more search and destroy missions. The Marines tell me they have accomplished their objective in Nasiriyah, which is to keep the bridges and roads open so the supply train can roll north, resupplying troops all the way to Baghdad, and that has been accomplished. What they are doing now is methodically going through the city, trying to take out pockets of resistance they believe are Fedayeen, paramilitary, backed by the Ba'ath Party, and they have taken a number of headquarters and found an enormous amount of arms and intelligence information.
Iraq's ambassador to the United Nations insists allegations his nation has banned chemical weapons are false. Mohammed al-Duri says such charges are being used as a pretext to attack his country.
We have the right to defend ourselves. This is the right enshrined in the principle or in the Charter of United Nations. We are using whatever we have as weapons to defend ourselves. We don't have chemical weapons to be used at all. Iraq is clean from that. This is a justification used just to wage war against my country.
We're going to go back and look at some of the videotape that came in a little bit earlier. We understand that there has been a strike, that some of the pictures we were looking at there as we started our coverage this hour were pictures of a neighborhood, this according to Al Jazeera television, saying that this is a civilian neighborhood that's on fire in Baghdad called the Qadara neighborhood. CNN no longer has its correspondents on the ground in Iraq. They were expelled by the Ministry of Information, and therefore we cannot independently confirm that right now. What we can all see is that there was obviously a strike in central Baghdad, or what appears to be central Baghdad right now, with fires burning furiously. This is live air coming to you from Al Arabiya television. Mohammed Saeed al-Sahaf, the information minister there, talking in that split screen, and we are looking now at the full image of the fire that was burning. These are pictures from just a couple of minutes ago that came in. Furious fire burning there, smoke drifting up into the sky, as you can see.
والنيران تشتعل.
As we noted earlier, Al Jazeera has said that this is the Al-Qadira, or the Qadira neighborhood in Baghdad. Al Jazeera also reporting there are many civilians killed and wounded in this strike. Now, we have no one on the ground to confirm some of these details, but I want to bring them to you to give you a better understanding of what you're looking at. This was recorded just a few moments ago, showing a fire burning furiously in Baghdad after what was an apparent strike by the U.S.-led coalition. Let's go over to General Dan Chrisman for a little bit of analysis here as we look at all of this. A lot of controversy about civilian casualties. General Chrisman?
Right, Jim. Let me come to this at the very end of this quick summary. If I can start with your comment earlier about General Frank's remarks concerning the buildup of forces. Let me just turn to the Northern Front. Not much said about that, but it's a very critically unfolding area of this campaign. Franks had mentioned in his press conference how important the buildup north of Arbil was at the Harir airfield. That apparently is proceeding apace. He wants to put significant pressure upon Saddam's defenses north of Baghdad. He's also calling in, as we've seen by film, B-52 airstrikes in the manner of the U.S. attacks in Afghanistan against those remnants of the Iraqi military, especially the division, Nebuchadnezzar Guard division that may be there as well. A rapidly unfolding theater, Jim. Second, let's move in closer on the map into Baghdad and south. Very, very intense, very dramatic indeed combat footage in the villages and the cities of Najaf, in Nasiriyah, and Basra as well. Every one of those towns is now besieged by coalition forces, 101st in Najaf, the Marines in Nasiriyah, and the UK in Basra, making intense combat operations there, Jim, to remove those last pockets of paramilitary forces, some successes in each one of those areas. And then finally, Jim, close in on the targets that we've just seen on Al Jazeera television. Obviously, very difficult to discern what those are. The coalition stressed over these last several hours that they had gone after some domestic dwellings in the city of Baghdad itself that were the residences of some of the Iraqi leadership. That may be what we're seeing in this case. Hard to tell. They've also gone after both the information and intelligence ministries there in the city. We'll just have to see what the coalition describes as the damage assessment. But finally, Jim, in this vicinity as well, while bombing in the city itself has occurred, the important bombing in terms of setting the stage for the future days is taking place south of Baghdad. Again, to the map, Jim, we've talked so often about the critical divisions that are receiving now, undoubtedly, the bulk of the air sorties, Hammurabi, Medina, and Al-Nida. That's where the bombing is most intense to shape the battlefield for those three coalition divisions that face them to the south. That will determine the pace of activity in these coming days. Jim?
You said it yourself, General, on Najaf, a critical area there just south of Karbala, where U.S. forces have been trying to do mop-up operations, wiping out pockets of resistance and running into strong resistance there. A little bit earlier, we were showing some pictures, and the Iraqi information minister claimed this hours ago, saying that 4 U.S. tanks had been destroyed. I don't know if we can roll perhaps some of that videotape that we saw a little bit earlier. And we did indeed see some of those tanks on fire. Now, up until now, we hadn't really seen that. These battle tanks had withstood a lot of direct hits. There, one you can see. General, you talk a little bit here and tell us what you make of this.
Well, two comments here, Jim. First of all, the fighting around Najaf has been unbelievably intense. It is, as one knows, a Shia shrine, very, very holy Shia shrine. The paramilitary forces of Saddam have defended this intensely against air attacks and apparently now against some elements of the coalition forces that are with M1 tanks. We've heard that those M1s have apparently been attached to the 101st Airborne. The 101st Airborne has as its mission, Jim, the seizure and clearing of this town. What may well have happened in one of those cases, it looks like a tank went off the road into a ditch. at night in matters of smoke and obscurance. That can be a danger. The other may well have been hit by an anti-tank missile, which apparently have been found. Those missiles have been found in some numbers in the presence of the paramilitary. It looks like a very, very intense operation indeed around Najaf in these coming hours.
General Dan Chrisman, thank you for adding your analysis to this. Let's go back to some live pictures now of Baghdad continuing to come in. No details that we can confirm for you on the ground. We understand there have been incidents of anti-aircraft fire going up into the skies. We saw a few moments ago a brightly burning fire that was said to be in the Qadera neighborhood, that being reported by Al Jazeera, along with their report that there had been many casualties, many civilian casualties, killed and wounded. That is the fire. We didn't see much anti-aircraft fire going up. And we have noted a distinct lack of anti-aircraft fire in the skies over Baghdad in recent days, over about the past 5 days. And we had talked earlier with General Dan Chrisman about the possibility some anti-aircraft batteries may have been moved down to the southern outskirts of Baghdad, where the Republican Guard is entrenched in anticipation of helicopter assaults. That anti-aircraft fire much more effective against helicopter assaults if they can see the helicopters, much more effective against that than against high-flying aircraft or cruise missiles, certainly. These are live pictures from Baghdad showing some traffic still on the road. This does not appear to be any part of the area that was hit. We're going to continue to watch the situation in Baghdad, bring you the developments as we can on what's happening in that city, which has been under intermittent strikes now for about 36 hours, almost continuously, every few hours. More bombs falling, particularly along the southern suburbs where the Republican Guard is said to be dug in those areas. Coalition forces elsewhere are moving toward the Iraqi capital on several paths. U.S. officials warning the coming days of battle could be some of the most dangerous. CNN's Walter Rogers in greater frequency than we have seen in some past days. Let's get the view of the White House now, and for that we'll go over to Suzanne Malveaux with the latest from there. Suzanne?
Well, President Bush is going to be returning from Camp David, and already this morning, top military officials hitting those political talk shows. It is all about managing the message, managing expectations. Senior administration officials this morning making the case that this war is going as planned, that the more dangerous aspects and elements are ahead, and yet at the same time this conflict is justified. We heard from Secretary of Defense Rumsfeld as well as General Tommy Franks, head of U.S. Central Command, both of them denying reports that they have differences in the war plan, both of them emphasizing that the U.S. will attack at the time and place of our choosing, they say. Also that the plan allows for flexibility, adaptability, both of them saying that the troops as well as supplies are flowing on the ground as they should be.
The number of forces is a judgment that was made as a result of General Franks developing his plan, working it with the Joint Chiefs of Staff, presenting it to me and the National Security Council and the President. It has been approved by everyone who's had a look at it. It's been described as an excellent plan. I'd be delighted to take credit for it, but it wouldn't be fair.
Now, despite some Iraqi resistance, some setbacks in the battlefield, it is not translating into setbacks in the polls. This is the latest CNN Time poll showing the question was asked, was the government too optimistic about war before it started? Yes, 55%, no, 38%, but a lot of Americans confident about what is happening. Is the U.S. doing everything it can to provide humanitarian aid in Iraq? Yes, 82%, no, 13%. Is the U.S. doing everything it can to avoid killing Iraqi civilians? Yes, 86%, no, 11%. And will the U.S. find weapons of mass destruction in Iraq? Yes, 77%, no, 17%. Jim?
Those polls, and looking at them, the White House perhaps interpreting them one way, but as on one hand you've got the media all speculating that there's some kind of a pause coming, that this is an operation that's beginning to bog down. How concerned is the White House?
Well, the White House is definitely putting a united front here, and they are putting the president out to give that message. Just within the last week or so, we saw him confronted with those questions, confronted even with the criticism that perhaps this is not going as well as planned or as expected. Perhaps they did not prepare the American people adequately, and also delays in getting that humanitarian aid to those Iraqi citizens. Well, the president coming out very forcefully, very clearly, as well as we see the administration officials, military officials at the highest level saying this is not the case. We have always allowed for some flexibility, some adaptability, clearly on the defensive here. As you know, this is also a war of propaganda as well as on the battlefield. Jim?
Suzanne, President Bush seems palpably irritated with the news media over all the questions about how long is the conflict going to last. But the White House doesn't seem to have contrived really an answer to that, which, in the view of many journalists, is a legitimate question. All right. I apologize to Suzanne and to you there, because we did lose some contact with her at the White House. We're going to take a short break here. We're going to be back with more coverage of what's happening in Baghdad right now. Apparently another Allied air raid there, and we'll bring you the details of all of that in the minutes ahead.
كان قد بنى هذه الخطة على أساس أن يتم دخول العاصمة بغداد خلال 3 أسابيع.
A Qadara residential area is what it is, but we look now at pictures as fire rages in Baghdad and the smoke lurches toward the sky. 5 million people in this city bracing for more coalition attacks. It's not clear whether this fire was in fact caused by a coalition attack. Iraqi officials likely to say it was. CNN unable to confirm what the cause of this was, but what is clear is that a fire is raging in Baghdad. Strikes over the past 36 hours on this city have pounded it, hitting targets, Republican Guard targets, presidential palaces. We leave you now with this picture of a fire in Baghdad. We'll continue to follow it and bring you as much information as we can here on CNN.
إلى أي مدى يمكن أن تفيدهم في هذه؟
There between some of their armored units and Iraqis. Separately, the British reporting they captured a paramilitary general and killed a Republican Guard colonel. The chairman of the U.S. Joint Chiefs of Staff says the campaign in Iraq has already yielded some...
Degrade the combat and effectiveness of these Iraqi Republican Guard divisions. Of course, we have other actions in securing the lines of communication and helping in Al-Nazariya, in Basra, in terms of ridding those cities of the death squads that are operating there, and the Ba'ath Party folks that are still very loyal to the Iraqi regime.
General Myers, there are always surprises in battle, in warfare. What have been the biggest surprises so far as you are now winding up almost week 2 of this war?
Well, I think General Frank said it exactly right. You know, war is a very chaotic sort of thing. It is more art than science. You can't predict precisely what's going to happen on the battlefield. It's just virtually impossible. Having said that, I think General Franks would also agree that things have gone pretty much as expected. You know, we had a spectrum of combat that we expected. On the one hand, we had to be ready for catastrophic success. If things went just unbelievably good, could our forces react to do the sorts of things that we wanted to do, such as secure the oil fields before they could be turned into environmental disasters and so forth, some of the things that I mentioned. On the other hand, we had to be ready for a very tough fight from the first moment that we came across the Kuwait-Iraqi border. In fact, somewhere along that spectrum is where we are. It probably varies over time. A couple of things, though, that people need to know. One is the outcome is not in doubt. Victory will be certain. We will disarm the Iraqi regime from its weapons of mass destruction, and that regime is gone. And I think that as every day, every hour and every day goes by, they're beginning to understand this clearer and clearer.
And as we speak, there's even more bombing strikes going on in the Iraqi capital. We're showing our viewers some of these live pictures. General Myers, do you believe that, as some armchair military analysts are suggesting, that you perhaps underestimated the willingness of the Iraqis to fight and die?
No, I thought, you know, the toughest part of this is ahead of us. I mean, we're meeting their Republican Guard divisions, which are their best trained and best equipped divisions. Some of them are not quite as well equipped today because we've been working on them for some time now. But they are the ones that you would predict would put up the stiffest fight. I think what you're seeing is in some cases, acts of desperation. The suicide, the taxi that was blown up and killed 4 of our soldiers. Those are acts of desperation. Those aren't acts of a regime that is in control of its military, that has some way of having a militarily significant impact on our military. Certainly the impact on our soldiers where we've lost life and so forth is significant. But in the larger scheme of things, things are proceeding apace. They are into desperation. The folks that are fighting the hardest are those that are closest to the regime, that once the regime falls, they'll either be done in by their own people or they're going to have to get out of the country. These are the people that have tortured and raped on behalf of the regime, that have oppressed the rest of that population. And I'm sure the population, once it figures out that we're there to remove that regime, that it's inevitable the regime goes away, that we'll see a much different picture.
I'll rephrase the question. The other criticism that I'm sure you're hearing is that perhaps you overestimated the impact of shock and awe, the air campaign, especially the first 3 nights, that would have a demoralizing effect on the Iraqi military. Was there an overestimation of the air campaign?
You know, we've been in this now just a little over a week, Wolf, and I don't know that we can make those sorts of judgments at this time. We wanted to start with a lot of violence. The beginning of this war, we also wanted to start the war with some tactical surprise. We think we achieved that by the way General Franks started this campaign. This was his, you know, he was the one responsible for the timing. I think he did a brilliant job in achieving as much tactical surprise as he could. And I go back to some of the things that we have done. You know, we have secured the waterway up to Qasr. We've secured the platforms in the sea where they pump the oil into the ships. I mean, that would have been an environmental disaster for the Persian Gulf if they'd have been blown. Of course, there were explosives found there. The southern oil fields are essentially under control of the coalition forces, so they cannot be an environmental hazard, set on fire, blown up, or whatever by the Iraqi forces. There is not a humanitarian crisis. We essentially control western Iraq, and there have been no Scud launches towards Jordan or Israel. In the north, the Kurdish population has been reassured by the quick entry of our special operations forces. So I think it's way too early to make some predictions about how it's going to work out. You never know when this thing is going to tip one way or another. We have a plan that is flexible and adaptable. Most of all, we have troops, men and women that are flexible and adaptable with their leadership, that can adapt to that full spectrum of warfare. This is war. It is an art. There is a little science to it, but it's mostly art. And so I don't know that we had unrealistic expectations. I certainly didn't. I know General Franks didn't. I know Secretary Rumsfeld didn't. This is something that's going to have to play out. Again, the end is not in doubt. It is certain this regime is leaving, and it's also certain that we will secure their weapons of mass destruction and deal with them appropriately.
General Myers, let me read to you a quote from a new article that General Barry McCaffrey, retired U.S. Army, who led the 24th Mechanized Infantry Division into Iraq the last time around a dozen years ago. He writes in the new issue of U.S. News and World Report, in sum, the plan was marred by interference from Defense Department decision makers with no battle experience. These officials were prisoners of their own assumptions that the Iraqis would come apart under the shock and awe thunderstorm. Is General Barry McCaffrey right?
Well, first of all, General McCaffrey is a friend of mine, but that is not how this plan was developed. This plan was developed by General Tom Franks. When he developed that plan, of course, all the subordinate commanders, the air, the land, the maritime, the SOF, the Marine commanders, all had input into this plan. It was gone over and refined and refined and refined over many months. Of course, the civilian leadership played a big role in that because the chain of command runs from our president, the commander-in-chief, through the Secretary of Defense directly to General Franks. And so Of course, the senior leadership was involved as well. But in the end, it was General Frank's plan. The Joint Chiefs of Staff reviewed that plan on many occasions. Secretary Rumsfeld reviewed that plan on many occasions, had many meetings with General Franks on this, but it's unfair to say that any restraints, constraints, any of that was put on General Franks. It was, in the end, his plan, a plan that he had to be